This course is part of the Superstar Teachers series. The series is produced by the Teaching Company. This course is titled Nietzsche and the Postmodern Condition. The lecturer for this course is Professor Rick Roderick. Professor Roderick received his bachelor's degree at the University of Texas at Austin. He did postgraduate work at Baylor University and earned his Ph.D. at the University of Texas. From 1977 to present, he has taught philosophy at Baylor, at the University of Texas, and now at Duke University. Lecture 1, Nietzsche as Myth and Mythmaker.
Will be an introduction to Nietzsche that I've called Nietzsche as Myth and Mythmaker. I'd like to say a little bit about his life because there's really not too much to say about it. It'll only take a few minutes, I think, to summarize. He had a really unexciting life. And so that we need to distinguish right away two things. One is what I like to call the Nietzsche effect. And I'm a child of the 60s, so I'm very familiar with the so-called Nietzsche effect. And that's the effect that Nietzsche has on adolescent young males who read him for the first time and begin to name their cars Ubermensch wagons and begin to quote Nietzsche in order to date women who dress in black as I'm dressed today, and the Nietzsche fascination. That characterizes one's first encounter and certainly characterized my first encounter with Nietzsche as well. We need to distinguish the Nietzsche effect and also the effect of his texts from his life radically, because his life is, in my opinion, from what I know about it, extremely boring. Someone asked me before the class, well, was Nietzsche gay? Well, he wrote a book called The Gay Science, but he didn't publish it, in San Francisco or anything, and it's not about gays. Nietzsche probably only had one sexual encounter in his life. It's likely that encounter, that he contracted syphilis in that encounter, so this is hardly the subject for a mini-series. I mean, this won't make it to Dallas. He was a brilliant young man who got a job teaching in a German university at a very, very young age. In fact, if you know the German university system, a remarkably young age. But because of migraine headaches and problems with faculty meetings, things that I'm very familiar with, he quit and traveled and wrote books. So in a certain important sense, the books that I will be talking about, the texts that I will be discussing, are his life. And so questions about his biographical history, I'll give you just an outline, because Nietzsche, in an important sense, is the last thinker of the 19th century, and also, in another important sense that I'll be arguing, I hope, throughout the course, one of the most important thinkers for our present moment. But Nietzsche was born in 1844 in Germany, of course. I only talk about Germans. I guess this is established policy now, right, to concentrate all our policy on Germany, Japan, and the Soviet Union. And he was from one of those three. He was from Germany. He had a rather famous but brief friendship with the composer Wagner. That's about the most exciting thing, so I'm not going to say much about it, but he had a famous friend. He wrote a lot of books that we'll talk about. He was raised by his mother. His father was a minister, a rather sickly person, as he was throughout his life. So if any of you have had some brief acquaintance with Nietzsche and the doctrine of the affirmation of life and all the hyperbole about health and the Superman that appears in his text, it would be a shocking contrast to have met the real Nietzsche at one of the little resort towns where he used to hang out and find this dapper, rather quiet European man who was extremely ineffectual. This wouldn't be your view of Superman, for sure. Anyway, Nietzsche, the Nietzsche that we know in the texts isn't dead yet, the Nietzsche is writer, but Nietzsche died in 1908, and I'm sorry, in 1900, on the nose, which is nice if you're a historian and you like to periodize. He died at the end of the 19th century, but as some of you may also know, Nietzsche went mad 10 years before that, much to the delight of various commentators, Christian commentators and others who argue that anyone who took some of the extreme positions and series of positions, if one wants to attribute them to Nietzsche, about God, the argument is that, you'll go mad or you'll change your mind in a foxhole or whatever. So his madness has been a consolation to many, and certainly it was a consolation to his sister, who made the most obscene uses of him afterwards. By the familiar picture we have of Nietzsche as a person is, if you look at this portable Nietzsche, which I suggest to everyone as the first encounter you should have. It was sort of designed for that. You may have seen other books in this series, the portable so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so. Well, this actually is an excellent little text. But look at the sort of sketched-in picture of Nietzsche with the big mustache. Well, this is the way his sister would had him wear his hair and dressed him. During his life, he had very short hair, no beard, no mustache, very dapper, and his sister had him grow out this sort of prophet-like beard and dressed him in a cloak, and then would bring people in to show them her famous brother. This is very Germanic. It's just strange. Here is Nietzsche. Beard, cloak. So I'm not going to say much about his life, because his life was a pathetic ruin. His texts, on the other hand, have not suffered the same fate that he did as an embodied, suffering human being. To approach the text of Nietzsche is difficult, and this format adds one additional paradox to the paradoxes with which we're about to begin. There are at least two sets of paradoxes that concern Nietzsche as myth and myth-maker. The first are those paradoxes that are within his writings. For example, and we will cover these as the courses go on, Nietzsche will suggest that morality has an immoral origin, that rationality has an irrational origin, that truth has its origin in fiction, and so on. So those are the paradoxes that we will deal with within the text of Nietzsche. Those are paradoxes that any interpretation of Nietzsche would have to address. Any interpretation of his work would have to address those. And my task of doing a course on Nietzsche would be difficult enough if I just had to address those. Those are tough. The second sets of paradoxes make it even more of a problem. And that's the paradox generated by what might be called generated by his writing instead of the paradoxes within it. The paradox generated by his writing, by his pluralism of styles. He wrote in fragments, aphorisms, jokes, all kinds of metaphoric tropes. He also wrote treatises, and in fact, in a plurality of different styles. Many of them, the most famous and most discussed ones, are in these short either parables or aphorisms, which are hyperbolic, exciting, brilliant, and have, as I say, received a lot of attention. But the paradox generated by his writing is that the clear sense emerges from Nietzsche's project that it is, and this will be a central issue. Now, I'm not saying we're going to settle this in here for God's sakes, because I don't know if it's settleable, but a central issue of his writing will be the so-called impossibility of interpreting. And many of the issues we're going to discuss are going to concern interpretation. So please don't think that interpretation here is a special philosophical term. I want to try to bring home to you the practical importance of interpretation, and then I'll return to the paradox. We interpret all the time. I mean, whether, we don't interpret in the specialized scholarly sense, but we interpret all the time. When we look in a mirror, when we dress in the morning, and you may notice that we're similarly dressed. I mean, if an anthropologist would notice that we shared much more in common in our dress than differences. There are many background conditions and interpretive conditions that go into dressing, presenting one's persona, and so on. There are many background conditions and interpretations that go into an act as simple as stopping at a red light. Now, we don't call all these interpretations up and explicitly discuss them, but there was a time when you didn't know to stop at red lights. There's an entire set of traffic regulations, mutually adhered to, which embody all kinds of legal interpretations, and that's the background against which even a simple act like that will be performed. Interpretation in a more obvious sense takes place in the political realm all the time. So if you followed the Clarence Thomas hearings and I've promised in these lectures not to go off on my political digressions, so I'll try to keep this one brief. But if you followed the Judge Thomas hearings, you'll notice that questions of interpretation arose again and again in a quite practical context. By that I mean something hung on both what he interpreted, he had said in the past, and on how he would interpret in the future. So interpretation is very important. This can also be made clear historically. Although we don't make a big deal out of interpreting the Bible anymore, we adopt a kind of live and let live attitude based upon our real smudgy belief in God. Now, that USA Today belief, you know, they ask in USA Today how many Americans believe in God, and 98% say, well, yes. In the normal American factoid way of believing. It's just, you're asked if you do, and you don't want to be embarrassed. I'm not sure, yeah. But there was a time in the history of Western civilization when people burned because they read a book with the wrong interpretation. I want you to understand interpretation, a lot depends on interpretation. Because they interpreted the Bible, the biblical text wrong, whole groups of people might burn. So there are stakes to interpretation. So as we discuss this throughout the course, please don't think that this is some airy, stupid, academic dispute. In fact, I would argue that the last 10 years of political life have been about the attempt to kill the very desire to interpret. In a certain way, there's been a certain trajectory, social trajectory, which the text of Nietzsche addresses, that involves accepting surfaces and to kill the urge to interpret in anything but the most superficial way. And that will be part of the social and political aspect of the argument I will develop, okay? Now, no thinker, and I'm going to avoid calling Nietzsche a philosopher. The reason is that I know a lot of professional philosophers, and I don't want to sully Nietzsche's memory in this way. Nietzsche, the writer, we will call him, a kind of writer, is importantly engaged in interpretation that will lead us not only into these contemporary issues and into theoretical issues, but he won't stay with just theoretical issues. They will be profoundly, importantly practical issues. Okay, well now back to the second paradox. Nietzsche's work suggests that in a certain sense it may be impossible to find what many people think they find when they interpret, namely the right interpretation. One of Nietzsche's primary targets is the notion that there is such a thing as the right interpretation. In general, that's what makes it a theoretical point. However, the paradox now is obvious, right? Because the paradox generated by his writings is, if that thesis suggested by his writings were correct, then the ideal way to present Nietzsche would not be to present an interpretation of Nietzsche, but to do what he suggests in other places in his work, which is to develop a creative, brilliant performance of one's own that sort of created oneself in a new way. And if one used Nietzsche's name, it wouldn't matter whether one, or it might matter if it made the performance better, in what way one used it. But that's a very peculiar way to look at a book. In other words, a series of texts that suggest that there's an impossibility in getting them right. And it's not what we standardly, I think, or most of us standardly believe we do when we interpret. I don't know how many of you are familiar with things like Southern Baptist conventions. I don't attend them, but they take interpretation very seriously, and when they debate it, someone's is right. Generally, the person who just offered it, arguing with someone else. But I mean, the underlying idea is that an interpretation can be the right one, especially in regard to a text like the Bible. This is a deep belief that also runs throughout universities and has generated a current debate at the universities over the losses of standards and objectivity. Because according to, for example, Alan Bloom in The Closing of the American Mind, and according to Buckley and many other conservatives, now labeled neo, most of them have gotten older, and as they get older, they're now called neo. I will drop that. I will call them paleo conservatives. Paleo conservatives. So find in Nietzsche a very troubling figure because of this effect generated by his writings, that interpretations are multiple, contestable, and might finally be judged by which end up being the most interesting. On the other hand, some interpretations might be in place simply because they are backed by the most power. Point we'll get to in a later lecture. That many interpretations may be in place not because they're rational or argumentatively supported, but simply because they're backed by the most power. Once this specter's been raised about interpretation in general, then it looks like we have attained a sort of insight, if we do, and we're going to have to follow the text of Nietzsche, for which I'm just preparing us now. If we do think this is an insight and follow it out, it seems to make the university a very, odd place, because then when the philosophy professor puts his Plato notes on the board or her Plato notes on the board, the student has no reason to think that that's any more interesting than their own notes based on their own reading, apart from the institutional power of the person presenting, apart from that. Well, this is the notion, of course, that's outraged Bloom, because this destroys standards. Well, whose standards? Well, of course, people like him. Academics, their standards. It reminds me of the scene in Full Metal Jacket, where the drill instructor says it's okay to believe in God when you're in the Marine Corps. Your heart can belong to Jesus, but when you're in the Marine Corps, you play our games, we play our little games, they play their little games. God plays his little games. He loves Marines. That's not the actual line. I can't do it here. He loves Marines. We keep his, heaven filled with souls, and so he lets us play our little games. Well, academics are kind of like that drill instructor, and if it turned out that they didn't have some special, this is in the humanities in particular, but the argument might even hold across many areas of science. But I hope you follow the point. If academics didn't hold a certain key to interpretation that their students needed to decipher and pay money in order to learn to decipher, they wouldn't have anything to do for a living. Do you follow me? They wouldn't have anything to do for a living. And I don't want to make that sound crude, but on the other hand, I don't want to lie. It is crucially important in the political economy of the university to try to deny Nietzsche's insight for this reason. If it is one, we will argue that. Because if it is one, it's paradoxical, because it will mean that what I'm now saying and the lessons I'm drawing from this insight, which is that interpretation may prove to be undecidable or impossible or whatever, if that is an insight, the challenge it poses is that people would have to begin their lectures by saying things like this: I'm paid a lot of money, and I have tenure at a very famous place. You will now take notes. Instead of beginning with, this is my methodology carefully developed over years of study. In other words, one would begin to see then what Nietzsche suggests in text after text, which is that the origins of such methodologies are in relations of power. That the methodological languages, however sophisticated, will in some sense instantiate those institutional powers. Traced to their origins, they will themselves prove to rest upon undecidable and interpretable material and not upon the facts themselves. So it will be a consequence of the effect of Nietzsche's text to make us at least question whether we can come up with the right interpretation of a text, of a situation, of a person. I mean, interpretation, again, to try to make it concrete and not some academic matter, interpretation is very important. For example, you've fallen in love for the first time, and things have been going great, and then one night you're out and you look, and the person frowns for a few minutes. And a whole train of interpretations may start off that are humanly important. This is not, grad school. This is stuff you want to know about. What is this frowning business? It's been going great. I don't know what's the frowning. So interpretation's a rich human matter and not a theoretical matter. Okay, now let me get back to my starting points. The first one, we'll have to deal with the text generated by Nietzsche's specific positions and the work within his writings, and we will do that. The second is the paradox generated by his writings, the paradox, we'll call the paradox of interpretation, one which I have not yet spelled out Nietzsche's case for, but I will as we go along. And then now we come to the third, and for me most interesting paradox, which arises from my own situation here, lecturing on Nietzsche in a new medium at the trajectory of a culture that Nietzsche saw as one that was leading to what he referred to as nihilism, the last man, the death of a certain form of being human. And to present the first set of paradoxes, and then to try to give you a sense for the paradox generated by his work, and then thirdly, to do it from this position, and in this context and in this culture, presents for me a third and deeper personal subjective paradox. Because on the one hand, I don't want to leave the text of Nietzsche as the possession, as a sort of esoteric possession of snooty elites. Not happy with that. On the other hand, I don't want it to lose its striking power by being somehow trivialized in the process of presenting it, which puts me in a third position. And I guess that, given also the second one, it generates another problem, which is, why am I here doing this instead of one of you? So I have to give an answer to that right away, and I'll start with a blunt one. And that's that I've probably read more of this than you have. That would be the answer you'd get from your mechanic about fixing a carburetor. Well, I've read the carburetor book. I've fixed these things. You go, well, I've never fixed it. You go, okay, you try to fix it this time. So there's one analogy. And if one of you has read more, then you can come up here now. It's okay. I mean, I won't be offended. Just whatever. I'll have to leave that joke out. We'll cut that one. Anyway, another kind of example might be this. Doing Nietzsche might be something like housework, just something that has to be done over and over again, not trying to denigrate the unwaged labor under capital performed by women. That's how I describe housework. Unwaged labor, valorizing capital done by women, unwaged. But I don't want to put housework down, because I think it should be waged at the very least. It should have a wage. But in any case, it may be that interpreting Nietzsche will have to be something like housework, work to be done over and over again by a whole series of people who read and reread Nietzsche. In other words, I won't be up here trying to claim the authority of Nietzsche for anything. I will be making a kind of use of him. Now, that won't release me from the full paradoxes you'll see as we begin to look through his work. In fact, we'll just have to deal with a lot of paradoxes as we look through his work. And for people who enjoy neat and tidy lecture courses that have a lot of demonstrative arguments with conclusions that are necessary, this is really the wrong morning or afternoon for you to have shown up, because that will not be what Nietzsche offers. What Nietzsche offers is a lot less, if you're a professional philosopher today. By that I mean a lot less being no arguments that could be symbolized and then put into one of our journals, which are read by 11 people, who, if they were all killed on the same bus, no one then would ever know about the journal again. 11 people read some of these things, or 12, if you're popular. In any case, those are the three sets of paradoxes. Paradox within the text, paradox generated by the reading of Nietzsche, and then the third, the paradox that belongs to anyone who attempts to present Nietzsche's text. Okay, now that's an introduction to what I will do. Now, the first topic, and it's listed in the lecture, is myth. And one of the things that Nietzsche is, among many other things, and now that I say Nietzsche is, the Nietzsche as proper name refers not to this pathetic little man, and his terrible little life, but to the text of Nietzsche. Okay? Remember that I've made that distinction. And I'll try to explain that one, too, as I go along. But one of the things that we need to look at as we go through that is that myth will be one of the topics of the text of Nietzsche that's very important. And it won't be that Nietzsche discusses myth in detail, although frequently he does discuss myth, or that he uses myth in his writings, which he not only does, but in the case of Thus Spoke Zarathustra, he creates one of his own, quite beautiful, quite brilliant. I'm sure some of you have heard, at least there's a piece of music based on it. You're probably familiar with the prelude to it, which opens 2001, A Space Odyssey, the sort of Übermensch, Overman prelude. Anyway, myth is not only used by him, he doesn't only create one, but the topic of the relationship between myth and what some other philosophers have called modernity, modern life. I'm sometimes tempted just to simply call it capitalism, and usually will. Modern life. To try to make that come alive, you need to think about films like Charlie Chaplin's Modern Times. You have a sort of pastoral life, kind of pastoral farming and stuff, and all of a sudden real fast machines. It's one way to visualize modernity. Another way is in the text of Kafka, these lines of bureaucrats, faceless little Joseph K's wandering towards an impossible justice. That's another way to imagine it. A way to theorize it is to read thousands of pages of Max Weber, bore you to death. Boring, but it will help you theorize it. So modernity is connected, importantly connected, with the Enlightenment. And we will have to discuss Nietzsche as in a certain very important sense, involved in what I will refer to as the dialectic of enlightenment. He will be involved in both a critique of the Enlightenment, a criticism of it, but then he will, of course, make use of its insights at the same time. And the critique of enlightenment that Nietzsche originates accounts for the title of the overall lecture series, which is The Postmodern Condition. Because if in any sense at all we are either in or headed toward a situation after modern life or postmodern, a term that some of you are familiar with, then certainly an important figure will be Nietzsche, both for the myths that he constructed about such a life and for the myth I just constructed that he may have had a role in constructing such a life, because that's probably a myth as well. Okay. Now, the importance of Nietzsche. I mean, now we're going to do a little standard academic treatment here. The importance of Nietzsche. One of the reasons that I selected this course is because it's always good to discuss a thinker who's discussed in Time magazine and becomes the topic of routine polemics on Buckley and elsewhere. That's important because that's a part of our objective culture. It's a topic for conversation, and that makes your remarks more understandable and gives a real social purpose to doing it. So Nietzsche's importance is, as I said, in a sense, obvious. Nietzsche is the main target in Bloom's book. He is the study of Nietzsche, along with, I think, looking at Woody Allen films. Let me try to locate the fall of Western universities in Bloom, okay? If Mr. Bloom's in the crowd, I'm sorry. But anyway, Nietzsche and German philosophy, mainly Nietzsche. Woody Allen films and the dark music from Africa that started influencing American youth. Sort of. We don't want to call anyone a racist, but that sounded funny to me when I read it in the closing of The American Mind, this dark music of Africa. What could he be talking about? Well, I mean, we all know that Mick Jagger looks like a photo negative of Little Richard, but I wondered what he was talking about. In any case, there's the neoconservative attack, the paleoconservative attack on Nietzsche makes him an interesting topic of debate in one sense. The current debates over interpretation in the areas of law, politics, and elsewhere make him an interesting figure to discuss. And then there's this issue of Nietzsche's return, which I would like to make historically contextual for you. I discussed, being a product of the 60s, my first encounter with him, and many young people encountered him at the time, and it was exhilarating, because as we read through these texts, we will see that Nietzsche's always valorizing youth, creativity, life-affirming activity, always valuing misinterpretation, polemically, hyperbolically, inciting people to laugh at authority and so on. And so there was a great exhilarating effect of Nietzsche in the 60s, which I think sort of washed out in the 70s, early, mid, late 80s, the way most things did, kind of settled into sort of a 30-something whining. I mean, I don't know the people who make that show, I'm sorry, but I mean, I watched it a few times and it was just, Suicide, please, anything but this, you know. I mean, Abby Hoffman, whatever, anything but this whining, pathetic, pale shadow of a human life, you know. But then a younger generation comes along, and we have what's called Nietzsche's return. And this began in the late 80s. And the return to Nietzsche at first was quasi-nostalgic, and then it became humorous. And I also want to bring some of that in, because there are many humorists, and I mean, it would be absolutely out of the spirit of Nietzsche not to do this. There are many humorous uses for the text of Nietzsche. There was an issue of Semiotext magazine, which I really enjoy. I don't know how many of you have ever even seen Semiotext. But it's a bizarre little out-of-the-way journal that publishes all kinds of strange esoterica on the edge of the academic discourse. Bizarre conspiracy theories, strange political theories. And they did an issue on Nietzsche that began with a box that checked off style of interpreting Nietzsche. And the first one was shameless opportunist, you know. The second one was joker who's never read Nietzsche. Third was serious but confused academic. And you just checked off your box and mailed in the result of the survey to Semiotext after having read some of the articles on the new Nietzsche. And that, actually, the thing that was the most in the spirit of Nietzsche in the whole issue was that box. Because Nietzsche has a tremendous, and I mean one of the reasons that one can stand Nietzsche at his darkest moments in his text, one reason that one can tolerate looking some of Nietzsche in the face and being able to stand it is because of these moments of incredible hilarity. I mean, just absolutely hilarious. I'll try to generate some of those as we read through here, because Nietzsche does, I think, as we proceed, we'll see that Nietzsche isn't a place to go for consolation. You know, this is not a place one would go for consolation. As you wouldn't pick it up like one of these feel-good pop psychology books that I find in the airports all the time. For every group imaginable, you know, unbelievable culture. Yeah. Books for depressed housewives ages 25 through 31. I didn't know you needed a book. You've got 8 talk shows. Why'd you need a book? Books for depressed husbands ages 27 through 40, so on. And just everybody's kind of depressed. And these are, well, Nietzsche's texts are not a place to go for consolation along any of those dimensions. In fact, one of the things that will be importantly denied in my account, it may just be mine, but in my account of Nietzsche, will be the very possibility of anything like a psychology as anything more than just one more narrative about yourself that you decide to adopt. I mean, you can do that, right? I mean, in fact, it's disheartening today how frequently you meet someone a few years later and, oh no, I'm off the Valium now, you know, I'm in the Reverend Moon's church and I'm off the Valium. I mean, who knows? People, today what Nietzsche saw as an incredible project, which was to invent oneself, now is a marketable thing. I mean, it's a mod. You can go to the Gap and invent a persona, read a few of the right magazines that go with the clothes that you buy at the Gap and so on. So self-creation in an intensified market economy is something that Nietzsche would have had to deal with had he unfortunately lived longer. But he claimed to have lived out of season, and I will claim that his view is relevant to our own times. Now, let me return for a moment to this interpretation business, and then a few quotes from Nietzsche. I think that we should use a little Nietzsche to spice up the opening. We've talked about these 3 sets of problems, 3 paradoxes, including my paradox of trying to present this, both by doing justice to the wit, the interpretation, developing my own strong interpretation, and doing it under a changed mode of communication, which is extremely important to Nietzsche. He's a writer, a writerly writer. He's been referred to as someone who wanted to play Plato to his own Socrates. Let me explain that remark briefly. And this may help introduce you to Nietzsche a little bit. Playing Plato to your own Socrates would mean this. Socrates didn't write anything. Some of you may know that. Socrates didn't write. Plato wrote about him. So it was as though Socrates sort of lived this character that comes down to us in the constructed form of Plato's narrative, about which it has always seemed to me to be totally uninteresting to ask, Was that really what he was like? For God's sakes, we don't even normally want to know that, really. I mean, if you've seen a great Billy the Kid movie, and there have been so many that a few of them have had to be good, right? You see a really good Billy the Kid movie, it's not fun to go, was Billy really like that? Who cares, you know? I mean, because that one was interesting and fascinating. So Plato's Socrates is such a fascinating character. I'm not sure what Socrates was really like. There are reasons, I think, and Nietzsche makes some of them clear, why in principle I couldn't be sure about that. Part of our fascination with time machines might be with interpretation, actually. Maybe our fascination with time machines, you know, like Back to the Future, Back to the Past, and now Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventures Through Time. I like some of those, but I'm digressing a bit, but forgive me here. Bill and Ted's latest bogus adventure is a parody of Ingmar Bergman's The Seventh Seal, where they go to hell and play Twister and Battleship with the devil instead of chess. That will be a symptom of a postmodern culture. See, modernist humans will be worried about death. It will reverberate in sort of their being. And because there won't be a field of meaning to answer it, the problems of life and death, we will get the problem called nihilism. But when you cross a certain threshold point, a threshold point where people's real issue is, am I alive now? And that question seems radically undecidable, then you get cultural artifacts like Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, where the best response seems to be a kind of giddy, silly ecstasy at the very inability to have a self. I mean, and I can't say that I don't share some of the fun of it for our younger generation of quasi-cyborgs that will be raised in this postmodern culture. They will be unrecognizable, perhaps, within a few generations. Everybody says, oh, well, that's impossible. Let me try to generate this kind of historical change that Nietzsche was one of the first to foresee and to discuss, and which I will discuss throughout this course under the heading of nihilism, and that will be the social and experiential side of the problems of interpretation, although they're also experiential to me. And that's the problem of nihilism is the problem of finding meaning in a world that is no longer God-centered. That did not mean for Nietzsche, any more than it did for Marx or Weber or the other people who gave accounts of modern life, that there would no longer be a lot of religious people. You follow me? And it didn't mean that there still wouldn't be churches and believers, and there still wouldn't be holy wars and so on. It meant that an overarching cosmological story into which you could fit, that provided a background of meaning and a place for you, would be radically missing, and in its place there would be market relations, in which what you were would amount to what you do for a living. So a lot of you know about me, I do have a couple of my ex-students in here, but a lot of you know about me is that I do university stuff for a living. See, and that isn't a remark about my predilection, which is something I've talked about before. This is over, my predilections. It's a mark about my profession, but it's more than that. Under these social conditions, it is an absolutely ontological remark about what I am. You know, when people at a dinner party say, what do you do? That is not a trivial remark. It's a story about a culture. What do you do? Answers what you are. Now, I know people resist this, and I enjoy the resistance. You know, at dinner parties, you go, well, I'm a writer. It's almost a joke if you're at a dinner party in New York. I'm an artist. I'm a performance artist. I'm a writer. And you find, well, but I mean, you know, what do you do? And they go, I drive a cab. I wait tables. But my third novel I'm working on it. Yeah. No, this is a culture, this is full of market relations, where the construction of meaning becomes the burden of a newly constructed category, the individual, the bourgeois individual, the individual of modern life, the individual competitor on in a market. No longer the member of, like, the community of God, in the broad sense, you know, of the feudal period, but someone who must construct the meaning of their lives in singularity. Let me say that instead of alone. With their, you know, sort of in singular, with their own resources. And that is a task that Max Weber thought would overburden them. And it's a task that Nietzsche thought almost impossible, but one he undertook, as I said earlier, by trying to become Plato to his own Socrates. In other words, not to actually live an interesting life like Socrates, but to write one as though he had lived it, a kind of deferred relation, but still to make meaning out of his own life in a context, and this, again, this word nihilism, I'll say a little bit more about it, in a context where the threat was nihilism, a culture where there was no fabric from which to construct meaning. Now, nihilism, in a certain way, then, won't be used by me to describe a philosophical position, because to the extent it does, it's supposed to be some silly position like this. Nihilists are people who believe in nothing. Well, if that's what nihilists were, there wouldn't be any, and that's not what we're diagnosing. We're diagnosing a nihilistic culture where no enduring beliefs can provide meaning for the overwhelming majority of members of that culture. That's the problem that Nietzsche identifies coming along with modern life. And also not coming along as a mystification, but coming along as part of the inside of modern life. Comes along with Darwin. In other words, being demystified about our origins. It comes along with a new view of the cosmos, being demystified about the importance of the earth. You know, where it is and how big it is and in the center of what. Being demystified concerning a whole series of things about which earlier there were powerful, important, meaning-giving myths. Part of the work of the Enlightenment was this destructive work of destroying myth. That was the work carried out by the bourgeois class and by its ideologues. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, you remember they said we won't have a decent world to live in until the last priest is hung on the guts of the last king and stuff. I mean, those are the mottos of the great revolutions. This is Washington, D.C., right? These are the great bourgeois revolutions. We love them, and they may be, in fact, a world historic destiny. Nietzsche's worry was that this kind of demystification, without creating new festivals, new games, new myths, would lead to a situation in which human beings willed only not to will any longer, who wanted sort of only not to want any longer. And Nietzsche saw this emerging culture as one that would be inimical to human life, about which, as I said, he doesn't have a lot of consoling things to say. So I'm going to read a little passage of Nietzsche and try to stop there to give us a frame within which Nietzsche views human beings. Now, I don't think this is all that theoretic, and I don't want it to be. I want it to be something that you can grab a hold of and understand, because this is kind of a modern myth I'm about to spell out for you. In fact, I may not read it. I may just gloss it. It's a modern myth that I'd like to spell out for you that many of us believe. And let's see, after we've examined this myth, if this is more or less comforting than the beautiful myth of redemption in, say, for example, the Bible. The myth is something like this. There are billions and billions of stars. The earth is a tiny one. We crawl across it for just a few seconds, and then we individually are gone. Billions and billions of eons of time before and billions afterwards pass. And the earth eventually goes out like a cinder, and perhaps the whole universe collapses into itself. And after all that's happened, absolutely nothing will have been done. Now, that's a very important myth. Many of us believe that one too. But against that background, it becomes difficult as we chip away at our daily little lives, selling shoes, selling tires, teaching class, to try to find any damn thing that means anything. So our search through Nietzsche will not be a search for dogmatic answers to that question, but to follow his quest and ours for a form of self-creation under circumstances and with a background of myths that do not make it seem likely that we will have a happy result. So the end of my first lecture is that our interpretive efforts here, too, are bound to fail.
Lecture 2, Nietzsche on Truth and Lie.
one of the paradoxes I raised in the first lecture, and this will be a specific form of it, and that's a rather famous charge in philosophy. In fact, this is the charge of relativism, and one of the things that professional philosophers do in order to display their professional credentials is to respond to the relativist and to the skeptic. Nietzsche has been accused of being a relativist. One form of this accusation is a kind of mislabeling, in my opinion it's a mislabeling, of Nietzsche's view about the function of truth and lie. He opposes that to true and false. Truth and lie, the function of that within philosophical discourse. He has an account of that we're going to discuss. One of the ways that philosophers have mislabeled this position is perspectivism. And the reason I hate that label is, like relativism, it makes someone think that someone, in this case Nietzsche, or someone else, might hold the absolutely ridiculous view that every view was as good as every other view. That is a complete straw person argument. No one has ever, or does now, hold the view that every view is as good as every other view. So whenever the specter of relativism is raised, by someone for you, either in the popular press or in a university setting, the first small thing that should come to your mind is there aren't any. So the refutation, in a certain sense, is bound to miss at least one point, namely that you're not arguing against anyone. Now, it could be the case that my audience today, or the audience that will watch the tapes, I will find someone in the United States or across the world that will hold the view that every other view is as good as every other view. But if I do, it will be very idiosyncratic, and in my experience so far, no. Nietzsche is not a relativist, and I think perspectivism is also an unfortunate term to describe Nietzsche's style of thinking, because perspectivism calls up the idea that, well, I'm right from my perspective, and you're right from your perspective, and everybody's right from their perspectives. And I also don't believe that that's a view that anyone can hold or has ever held. I think, and this is the way that I will try to discuss Nietzsche's paradox in terms of relativism, is that Nietzsche was opposed to what might be called the dogmatism of not only the Western philosophical tradition, but the Western theoretical tradition in general. It's dogmatism in this regard, believing about its beliefs that they were good not only for them and their tribe, because after all, Western civilization is a big word. It's a strange word. There are big words and strange words, but after all, that is just a very large tribe with very large armies and lots of televisions. It's a large historical project, but still it's a tribe. Big tribe. I think Nietzsche considered it dogmatic to hold that your beliefs or the beliefs of your tribe were binding on all. That is the way I want to present Nietzsche's perspectivism. In other words, he didn't believe that all beliefs were equally good, interesting, or whatever. In fact, I'm sure he considered some of his own beliefs to be far more interesting than, for example, the beliefs of John Stuart Mill, who he referred to as that blockhead. Or I think he found his views more interesting than the views of the English utilitarians in general, about whom he said, no human beings want to be happy, only the British want that. So I think he thinks that his views were more interesting than those. And I think where the dogmatism for Nietzsche came in was when you search for views that and then develop your beliefs and then think that they should be binding on all. This is not a criticism that you shouldn't have beliefs or that all your beliefs are no better than anyone else's. It's just the further belief about your beliefs that everyone else should believe the same damn way. So it's a meta-belief, if you will, a belief about your beliefs. In fact, I think that it's perfectly consistent to believe a wide number of things with a great deal of passion and then believe about those beliefs that you could be wrong. I hope that's not a further paradox. I do not think that it is. It seems to me perfectly consistent to believe something passionately, to believe it in a very deep way and have a belief about that belief that, well, you know, I could be wrong. So the dogmatism that Nietzsche's after runs very deep in our theoretical traditions. I can't overestimate this. It's a dogmatism that has continued throughout what might be called the project of the West, and it's even built into the Socratic pursuit when Socrates asked the question, what is X? And what fills in the X are those famous Greek ideals: virtue, excellence, beauty, goodness, and so on. Now, Nietzsche had the highest respect for Socrates, and as I just said, as I said before, Nietzsche considered him to be an exemplary person. Coupled with Plato's construction of him, they in a way were an ideal for Nietzsche. But the dogmatic part of Socrates was that Socrates wanted, for Nietzsche, Socrates wanted an answer to the question, what is X, like what is beauty, goodness, truth, excellence, that wouldn't be good for just Socrates or good for the Greeks, but once discovered had to bind everyone. In other words, it wouldn't be enough just to believe it, which seems to, you know, what Nietzsche calls the sort of gay, happy theorist to be enough, to just find a belief that you can live with and believe. No, the theoretical enterprise of the West is imperialistic in a way. It's got to find a belief that others then have to believe, and that he considered dogmatic. This, by the way, you may notice, is not, in my view, a relativist position at all, because it's not inconsistent with the view that you think your beliefs, precisely because they're your beliefs, are superior to some other beliefs. In fact, I take it to be banally the case that if you didn't think that, they wouldn't be your beliefs. In other words, somebody comes up to you and gives you some other ones, and you go, oh, hell, those are better than mine. Then they will be yours after you've heard them out, right? So it seems fairly natural that you believe your beliefs. The dogmatic assumption is everyone else should believe your beliefs. And this is not relativism. There have been some modern philosophical names attached to this position called fallibilism, and yet Nietzsche's too interesting in a certain way to be called that either. In other words, I want to present Nietzsche not specifically within that philosophical context, but I do want to present him as addressing it, which he does. And anyone who's ever addressed any issue in philosophy knows that the irritating thing is how the simplest questions can turn into philosophical ones. Sometimes philosophers realize that what we do is ask a series of rhetorical questions that come up whenever people are very frustrated. In other words, we ask questions like, what the hell does that mean? You know, just generally in a fight, a domestic fight, a rhetorical question. You know, like, I can't do the dishes now. Someone goes, what the hell does that mean? Well, the philosopher takes that rhetorical question and just places it in a foreign context. Someone goes, there's an object, and you go, object? What the hell does that mean? Well, I mean, in the other context, the remark had a home and a meaning, and so it means that the person's pissed, I guess, or upset, okay? In this other context, though, what does it, does it mean? This doesn't seem to have any purchase. About those sort of metaphysical beliefs, Nietzsche was no metaphysician. In fact, he thought that was, in a way, a very pompous thing to be, to try to answer those kinds of questions in a way binding for all. Now, I call that a kind of imperialism, and I didn't use that political term without thinking about it for a while. It's the kind of imperialism, this dogmatic tradition against which Socrates saw himself fighting, is the kind of imperialist tradition we might have in some of our educational institutions when we have an African-American student who speaks eloquent rap street language talk. And I'm not trying to say that's all that African-Americans speak. Some of them are neoconservatives that garble around as bad as others, paleoconservatives. Some are just as unfortunately stupid as their Anglo-American or Anglo-Saxon counterparts. No, but I mean, I'm talking now about, someone who says ain't and repeats themselves, rhymes and things. Well, in a way, it's just imperialistic to think that that is somehow less profound than the Cambridge accent that discusses in detail the problem of relativism. It is not only a class and a racial bias, it's just stupid. Because, as William James once said, the trail of the human serpent is overall. There are many forms of life, many cultures, many ways to look at things. And Nietzsche at his best expresses in his work that diversity and that complexity of the many ways to interpret, to speak. Now, imperialistic in this educational sense means that we want you to leave our institutions of higher learning talking like we talk and writing like we write. And we divide through by the issue of whether you think at all, because all the evidence we have for that is what you've said and what you've written. You may be not thinking at all, or thinking very bizarre thoughts, or you may be on some hallucinogenic drug. Who knows what's inside? But if you leave there writing like we write, talking like we talk, in short, obeying relations of power, then you're educated. You certainly, and certainly Nietzsche saw this as conformity and not connected with truth. So before I tell you what, Nietzsche doesn't give us a positive theory of truth. I'll give you two things quickly. One is the standard philosophical refutation of relativism. I'll give you that quickly, because there's not much point in taking a long time to deliver a banality. The second thing I'll give you quickly is the current, I guess, most widely accepted theory of truth in philosophy, which, again, because it's a banality, I won't take long in presenting, because it's just uninteresting. The refutation of relativism, which is taken to be the view, as I said, that any view is as good as any other, which could be restated as any proposition and or statement is as true as any other, right? Your views can be turned into statements. I believe that X. All of those are as true as any others. Well, here's the philosophical refutation of that view which I have already said no one holds. Socrates, in fact, comes up with this refutation. Namely, let's take the view that all statements are as true as any others. Therefore, you have a statement like this, let's say, that we take the strong relativist way of stating that, which is, there is no truth. That's the strong relativist way to state it, if there were any relativists. There is no truth. And then the philosopher asks, well, if there's no truth binding for all, no truth for the philosopher, since that amounts to the same thing, for most, for the mainstream of the tradition. There is no truth. What's odd about the sentence, there is no truth? Well, we know what's odd about it. What's odd about it is that there must be one, namely that one. The sentence, there is no truth, must be true. This is how philosophers refute things. Because if it's not true, then there is truth. So it looks as though the relativist is involved in what philosophers call a self-referential paradox. Namely, the relativist can't state his or her position because in stating it, they must appeal to the notion of truth, which their position attempts to undermine. That's the Socratic, and still a standard refutation of relativism. Well, there is another thing, and in the dialogues this works perfectly, because Plato's writing them, so he gives Socrates his lines, and the interlocutors their lines, so Socrates wins a lot of the debates that way, which is the same reason that certain political figures who are in power now do well at a lot of press conferences. When you know both the questions and the answers, dialogue, discussion, and debate simplifies greatly, rapidly. The relativist could always just say this about someone if there were such people. Again, Nietzsche perhaps was supposed to be scandalously one. The relativist could always say, homie, don't play that. In other words, no. When I said there was no truth, I was just trying to irritate you. I don't play that truth game. I don't talk that way. I talk about interesting, beauty, good for life, importantly more right than you, and so on. And that would create another interesting, diverse, and fascinating conversation. I don't know how many of you have seen the movie Liana by John Sayles, but this power to argue and get at the truth is also absolutely, I think, throughout the Western tradition, coded in a certain way and identified with males. It's not accidental that all the so-called great philosophers are male. But there's a great scene in the movie where a woman loses an argument to her husband, who's a professor. And when the argument's over, she goes, well, I don't care if I lost the argument. What you said's true. You're still wrong. And if you in the scene, she's right. He is still wrong, whether he knew how to argue better or not. You see? So there's something that Nietzsche, there's a kind of dogmatism in here that Nietzsche wants to root out the origins of. A kind of dogmatism, sort of control over the instruments of what will count as true and false. What will count as true and false. That's very important to get at. Now, the banal theory that I promised you that philosophers now hold about the truth is Tarski's theory of truth. It's the redundancy theory of truth. When I state it, I expect some laughter because this is a great product of the modern philosophical imagination. Snow is white if and only if snow is white. Snow is white if and only if snow is white. It's the heart of Tarski's theory. It's the redundancy theory, namely a thing is the case if and only if it is the case. Well, what's odd about that theory of truth, you may notice, is that it's not really a theory of truth at all, now is it? It's sort of a deflationary remark about how we use the word truth. And we do use it in ordinary context that way. For example, if I ask someone to hand me a Coke, and they hand me a salt shaker, that confuses me. Or if I say, that's the Coke, and it's a lizard, they'll say that's not true, by which they'll mean it's not a Coke, it's a lizard. But this incredible theoretical breakthrough should be not incredible at all, but totally deflationary and remind us that truth in the more mundane sense is just what all of you thought it was. It's what is the case. That view of truth is not exactly what Nietzsche is attacking either, because it's so deflationary that it's almost in the spirit of Nietzsche, if you will, almost, because it's a deflationary theory. It's not some grand theory about how our sentences hook up with the world, or how our great Western texts, Milton, Shakespeare, hook up with our deeper selves and humanize us so that we all vote Republican. It's not that either. It's not that either. See? A mundane use of the word truth. So I think it's very unsatisfying to view Nietzsche as being either a relativist or a perspectivist. What he's interested in are those relations of force and power that would cause a species like ours to develop distinctions like true, false, and then to observe, as he does throughout several works, how a discourse of true, false is deployed, how it is used, what it makes possible and what it makes impossible. And so for me, those are much more interesting questions. How is the discourse of true, false deployed? Nietzsche, the closest remark that he ever delivers to a theory of truth, I'm about to read you, is, and I think this is, again, hyperbole, but it's on the right track as opposed to some other remarks one might make about truth. This is Nietzsche. This is a famous quote of Nietzsche, so I'll give it to you. It's from an essay called On Truth and Lie in the Extra Moral Fence. As we get to later lectures, you'll find out that Nietzsche is going to develop not only criticisms of the criticisms and genealogies, something I'll have to explain, genealogies of how we use words like true, false, truth, lie, but of how we use words that are, in some sense, closer to us, like good and bad, or good and evil. Okay? But in this essay, Nietzsche says the following: what then is truth? A mobile army of metaphors, metonyms, and anthropomorphisms. In short, a sum of human relations which have been enhanced, transposed, and embellished poetically and rhetorically, and which after long use seem firm, canonical, and obligatory to a people. Truths are illusions about which one has forgotten that is what they are. Metaphors which are worn out and have lost their sensuous power. They are like coins which have lost their pictures faces, and which now matter only as metal, no longer as coins. That's taken to be one of Nietzsche's outrageous statements about truth, is that it's metaphoric. It's a sum of human relations deployed in many fields of force. In short, mutually agreed upon fictions, which after long use seem obligatory to a people. And I mean, this is, I take it to be one of Nietzsche's stronger remarks about truth. I think it can be, we can make that clear with the history of our own country. There are certain things which, after long use, have become obligatory for us to believe are true. I have heard, and I've heard it ad nauseum, and until, well, ad nauseum. Let me say it in my West Texas way. Until I want to puke, I've heard it. That the United States is a democracy. Because after long use, after herd-like obedience to this word, we've come to believe it. The most dangerous thing in some ways that threatens our democracy is the belief of the overwhelming majority of our citizens that perhaps in some sense we do have one. If we question deeply what a democracy is, a government in which the power really does come from a people or whatever, we question these worn-out metaphors and looked by, in other words, tried to look for their origins in power and who deploys them, it might become interesting to see that this is an illusion about which we have long since forgotten that it is one. This is the power of Nietzsche's genealogies is to look at how important words to us like truth, good, evil, and in the case I just used democracy, not in order to destroy these words forever, to destroy their employment, but in order to point out how they become worn out after long use. And certainly, compared to the vibrancy of the word democracy, you know, it's earlier, as he said, earlier when the word was used in the dawning of the bourgeois revolutions, when it was used with such sensuous power, with such effect, you know, with town meetings and public spheres, people fighting things out, vigorous like that, at least as we idealize it. Perhaps that was an illusion too. But compared to that, our current democracy does seem, to borrow the metaphor, to be like a coin without a face, a metaphor that has worn out and lost its power. Now, many of you are going to go, oh, it hasn't lost its power. Hell, everybody's becoming a democracy. The whole world is, which may just simply mean, in Nietzsche's terms, that nihilism, that threat that I mentioned before that comes along with modern life, along with the spread of the commodity and work as the relation that all humans will be subjected to, it may just simply mean that that will win. That will win. And if it's called democracy, it will just be a herd-like lie, something we say to one another so that we don't stand out at dinner parties. I mean, you don't want to stand out when someone, well, we don't live in a democracy, I don't think. And you start giving reasons. So you stand out. It makes you feel uncomfortable. So this is part of of Nietzsche's take here, is that truths become comfortable through long use. So through long use, it becomes comfortable to say, well, we're a democracy, and of course Shakespeare is a great writer. And by the way, Shakespeare is a great writer, I think. I haven't been picking on Shakespeare. I have been, but I like him. I didn't think I'd ever live to see a culture where Mel Gibson would be Hamlet, but I did. But I did, you know. I mean, you all did. I mean, most of us probably went. I went to see it. Very amusing, very amusing. In any case, let me dispatch with this charge of relativism. Nietzsche does have a view of truth and how it's deployed, and he takes our traditions, the Western ones, to be dogmatic on the issue. In fact, to return after the little sidetrack down democracy, which was really supposed to just be a clue for some things I want to discuss later, to discuss the way in which this has been a masculine use of truth. One of Nietzsche's most famous, Nietzsche's known for all his sex, let me just say this right out front. Nietzsche's known for tons of sexist aphorisms. I mean, it's an interesting phenomenon that so many women theorists, brilliant ones that I know, love and read Nietzsche, in spite of the fact that his text is filled with the most virulent sexism. I mean, Martin Downey would never say this stuff. I don't know if any of you remember him, but things like, when you go to women, always take a stick. I mean, even Martin didn't say that. Nietzsche did. But again, Nietzsche would imply, and I'm not trying to get him off the hook for that. I think Nietzsche may have been making explicit some things that are implicit in theoretical settings like the university as well as in everyday life. But in any case, Nietzsche had a very intriguing question for philosophers. What if truth turned out to be a woman? What then? In other words, Plato, my friend, Kierkegaard, my friend, what if instead of rational argument, that truth were more like gossip in that small fabric of conversation which has held the world together forever, What if it turned out to be that subtle, complex weaving of narratives and stories and myths, and what we sometimes refer to as old wives' tales, 90% of which turn out to be very interestingly right, you've noticed. Generally, it's an old wives' tale that if you've got a bad cold, a little shot of whiskey and lemon juice will help. Well, great that it's an old wives' tale. It just shows how smart old wives were, right? Because it will help. But Nietzsche's challenging question to philosophy is, what if truth turned out to be a woman? The underlying thematic being this. What if it's not what you guys think it is? A lecture where you outline 5 propositions and then argue for them. And make points. Win arguments. See, all these sort of battlefield metaphors. Deploy your arguments. Attack their position. Win your point. What if truth didn't turn out to be anything like that at all? Nietzsche asks rhetorically. Of course, the best parts of Nietzsche are all rhetorical poetic, in my view. I will look at a systematic argument of his later, but I'm not doing that now. Just trying to kid people who are a little too serious about the word true. Maybe not too serious. I'm quite serious about it myself. The problem is that I'm not serious about a theory like snow is white if and only if snow is white. The reason I'm not serious about that is because I already knew it. So did all of you before you got here. Obviously, that doesn't do anything interesting. So the perspectivism of Nietzsche's, the so-called perspectivism, is more a reminder to us to guard against the dogmas of our own tradition. And the dogma here that I have examined is this one about belief. That our ways, our here means our tribe's ways of proceeding, are our own. While they are our own, and we may very much cherish them and believe in them, maybe we cherish them and believe in them long after we should have abandoned them. That's another issue. Our cherished beliefs can be believed without the dogmatic and extra belief that everyone else ought to believe the same damn way that I do. And this is a hard lecture to deliver because it's difficult especially when you're talking to undergraduate students at a university, because when they write in their notes this, they go, well, why should I believe what you just said? That only unsettles professors who are easily unsettled, because you really want students who ask that question about what you're doing. I mean, it is a very uncritical way to begin a course by just saying, well, hell, you ought to be interested in this just because you grew up in this tradition and you know you should. So if you get a course in Dante, Shakespeare, Eliot, or whatever, and you just start off doing Eliot, Dante, or Shakespeare, it's just a dogmatic assumption that, that every intelligent person ought to know this. Why? Why? Well, I mean, that unargued for assumption would have to be investigated. You'd have to ask and raise the issue of what makes this text important. Why is this important? So when I began that little invitation to follow me for a few lectures on Nietzsche, that's what I was trying to do, was to argue that it had some popular importance, and not to argue by giving you a demonstrative argument with premises and a conclusion, but to try, in the spirit of Nietzsche, it would be more like inviting someone to dance rather than it would be like convincing someone that your conclusion is true. For me, that's the metaphor for approaching the text of Nietzsche. Is Nietzsche, in a way, invites you to a new human dance. He doesn't hit you over the head with a new four-premise argument with a conclusion. In fact, he wants to remind us that that style of proceeding itself belongs deeply to a certain culture, localizable, certainly localizable. I mean, even if it were the whole planet, it would still be just one tiny little planet and one tiny little solar system and one tiny little piece of time and so on. So what haughty animals we must think we are, that we know what the truth is. Nietzsche once said about the New Testament that the most profound sentence in it was when Pilate goes, "What is truth?" He says it negates a lot of mythology in the New Testament. It's not mad at Pilate. Pilate raises a fundamental, what is truth? Is the Christ the truth? I mean, I don't know, not sure. There's a little Pilate in everyone, right? A little bit of that. Nietzsche's brilliant at bringing out these moments. Okay. Now, let me connect the issue, and I hope that I can do this briefly. Let me connect the issue with truth and falsity, about which I don't want to say much more, because someone's going to stop me a minute and say, is this what you just said true? See, and then I'll be back in the paradox again, right? And of course, I won't be, because I'll say, yeah, I think so, I hope so, I hope it's interesting. Anyhow, if you want to talk about that for long, well, homie will stop playing, because he's done philosophy a long time, and I know how that goes. I know how you're going to challenge me, and then I know how I'm going to answer. So I'm not going to play that way. We'll talk about something else, more interesting and better for the species than that debate. So let me try to connect now my remarks about Nietzsche's so-called perspectivism, his so-called relativism, both of which I have rejected as ways of approaching him, and discuss what I do think is an important insight of Nietzsche's, and that's his denial that facts can determine our interpretations. In fact, Nietzsche suggests over and over again, and this is a very similar claim to the one we have just discussed. Just as we discussed that truth and lie are somehow constructed rather than found. In other words, truths are constructed, not found like nuggets of gold in nature. In the same way, we don't decide between competing interpretations on the basis of bare facts for Nietzsche either. It's a very important point. The bare facts cannot make us decide between two interpretations. Let me try to give a quasi-scientific example, and then I'll try to make Nietzsche's position clear in another way. The quasi-scientific example is this. Many of you are familiar with the cultural dispute between evolutionary biologists and creationists. Those are two radically different theories about the origin of the human species. I think you'd all agree to that, right? Two radically different theories about the origin of the human species. Now, how in the name of God could you settle that one with the facts? Because those theories, as it were, are interpretations that construct what you will count as a fact. What gets to count as a fact is going to have to count as a fact within the framework of that theory. So, for example, and this cuts both ways. I'm not in here to bash creationists. I don't even think there is such a thing as creation science. It's oxymoronic to me, but I'm not going to pursue that. I just want to use this example for a moment. What possible counter-evidence could convince a creationist that the world wasn't God's creation? Could you find some special uncreated thing and hand it to them? And go, this is uncreated. See, here's a fact. Your theory's wrong. No, because whatever you find, if it's a dinosaur track, and they want to argue that, God created everything just like it is, and here's this dinosaur track, and they've got no other explanation. I've even heard people say that the devil put them there to fool us. You see, because facts can't overthrow a view like that. Do you follow me? Because the interpretation sets the context for what's going to count as a fact. Now, I'm not going to get the evolutionary biologists off the hook here either. Because if they run across a duck-billed platypus, and you've got all these evolutionary trees and stories, and this damn thing, it doesn't walk like a duck and quack like a duck, it quacks like a duck, it has a tail like a beaver, and it swims like a fish, lays eggs like a frog, flies, and all this crap, and they just go, here's its branch. That's the same thing, don't you see? The theory's got to put it somewhere, it goes there. But that's just the same thing as the creationist with the thing. I mean, the theory, the interpretation is going to construct what will count as a fact within that interpretation. Now, this is not the strong argument that there are no facts. You see, that's again, if you argue this at this point with many philosophers, they're going to say, oh, well, then you don't believe in facts. No, I don't believe in bare facts. Things we bump into the world without any notion of what they are at all that decide what we ought to think. There aren't any such things. Because the reason there aren't is because we are socialized into communities, we learn to speak languages, and along with that process come many semi-articulated theories we've already developed by the time we're 6. You'd have to be almost a child to be close to the realm of bare facts. You know what I mean? It would not show that you were developed, mature, or intelligent. It would just show that you were so stupid or so not that children are stupid. Actually, they're young, pretty, and all that stuff. I got a lot of them. They're also irritating. But anyway, that wouldn't show that there are bare facts. If you think there are bare facts, it just shows how poverty-stricken your imagination is in the number of theories you hold about the world. Because if you hold a reasonable number of them, and all of us do, whether we can articulate them or not. In fact, one of the most insidious forms of interpretations are the ones about which we have forgotten, as Nietzsche, to paraphrase Nietzsche, that they are interpretations. We now think that that's just the way it is. But no, facts come to us, and they do come to us, through the nets of interpretation. Through the nets of interpretation. And facts do not overthrow interpretations directly. Enough facts within your interpretation can wear it out in a certain way. In other words, certain interpretations can sort of outlive their usefulness for life, for the species, can become unfortunate ways to continue to interpret. This process, however, is not itself rationally discussable. By that I mean there's no scientific account of that. It just happens. I mean, it just happens that there was an Egyptian religion that was around for what, 2,000 or 3,000 years, and today no one believes it. That Christianity's been around a long time, and in 1,000 years no one may believe it. Because like with individual human lives, with planets, with nations, with religions, with gods, with whole universes, they just wear out and go away. And as the poet Yeats once said, human beings are in love, and they are in love with what vanishes, which I think is a beautiful sentiment for Nietzsche, to be in love with what vanishes. In any case, on all 3 points, Nietzsche has many interesting things to say. I don't want to just read them seriatim. I want to try to reconstruct and gloss them for you. Many interesting things to say on the construction of truth as fictions, and I don't want you to take that in this strong sense. They're just made up. No, truths as the products of communities, things that it was good for life that we believe, in short. Interpretations as our topic of discussion rather than the facts which are constructed by them. And then I also, during this lecture, wanted to lay to rest some of your doubts about, well, is this relativism or perspectivism or any view is as good as any other view? And if you believe this, won't you start building universities that instead of Shakespeare and Milton, you'll have articles like Jane Austen, the masturbating girl. It's one that it's always quoted in the press as an example of one of these new feminist, deconstructive, deconstruction feminist, relativist, Marxist, neo-wild things that's going on at all the universities, corrupting all your children. Aren't you scared? Hell, aren't you scared? I wouldn't be. The challenge to traditional interpretations is itself a tradition built into our tradition. To be absolutely ruthlessly critical is a tradition built into our tradition.
Lecture 3, Nietzsche as Master of Suspicion and Immoralist.
Lecture 3 will be on a topic I richly enjoy because I have, in a way, made suggestive remarks about Nietzsche, but I hope they've also been substantive, at least in this regard. I understand that there's much debate on these contentious positions concerning the rather untruthful origins of truth. By that I mean its origin within the human community. The contentious contention that relativism and so-called perspectivism are not threats, but rather challenges to our creative and interpretive imaginations and powers. Also, I've tried to make the brief but substantive case that facts do not occur independent of their interpretations, that facts are implicated in interpretations. In this third lecture, but I'm going to try to do the following. I'm going to try to highlight one of Nietzsche's most systematic arguments, and here we will see Nietzsche again involved in a kind of paradox. He will be trying to show us the immoral origins of morality in the same way that I briefly but less systematically indicated he tried to show us the untruthful origins of truth. So this section I will be discussing Nietzsche. As a phrase that Paul Ricoeur used about Nietzsche was that he was a master of suspicion. So I would like to contrast at least one aspect of what has been called Nietzsche's style, which I will discuss briefly before I get into the substantive argument. One aspect of Nietzsche's style that Ricoeur's phrase master of suspicion captures brilliantly is that many of Nietzsche's various arrays of considerations are not intended to be demonstrative or to have you necessarily adopt his position. In fact, one sometimes feels in that odd position, talking about Nietzsche, that you may recall from a movie like The Life of Brian, where people think that Brian is the Messiah, and Brian screams out, it's a Monty Python movie, he screams out to the crowd, "Don't do everything that I do. Don't say everything I say." And the crowd goes, "We won't do everything you do. We won't say everything you say." And this is a bizarre feature of that paradox that we discussed in the beginning with Nietzsche. It's part of what I call the Nietzsche effect. So rather than view him in that way, it's nice to look at him as a master of suspicion. Rather than doubt or skepticism, some of what I'm about to present now of Nietzsche, after a brief discussion of his style, is Nietzsche as master of suspicion and immoralist. And what he wants us to do is to, as it were, suspect along with him the origins of our morality. This will not necessarily call upon us to abandon any specific moral position, but rather to look at its origin critically in order to suspect it. And suspicion is not necessarily a bad thing, either concerning theories, governments, or relationships with other human beings. Suspicion can be quite healthy. It, after all, is an attitude extremely appropriate to a truly inquiring mind, you know, as opposed to merely jotting down the familiar canons of knowledge. Suspicion is a quite powerful exercise. So Nietzsche is, in that sense, a master of suspicion. When I get around to that part of Nietzsche, I will be discussing, and I will get around to it briefly after we're talking about his style or styles again for a moment. I want to return to that just for a moment because it's very important. After that, though, after that brief thing, then I will discuss on the genealogy of morals. That is perhaps Nietzsche's most systematic work. And in this book, on the genealogy of morals, he proceeds with a genealogical method, which I will contrast with a properly historical one. And then we will look at some of the fruits of this method. Namely, but for example, this method, in this case, will be applied to the origins of our morality, both in ancient Greece and through the Christian tradition. And we will look at at those origins of our morality, and as I say, the suspicion that Nietzsche will want to raise and on the genealogy of morals is that our general moral fabric has itself a rather immoral origin. This won't be quite as simple as it sounds now. I'll work through that in a moment. But I can't resist a few remarks about Nietzsche's playful style, and here I want to mention some of the new Nietzsche, Nietzsche's return, and some of these dangerous characters that lurk around the university now, deconstructing canons and letting women write about masturbation and having African Americans hold courses in their own culture and these outrageous things like that. So I think we'll talk a bit about Nietzsche's style or styles. There's a famous discussion, and you'd have to know a little bit about German philology and scholarship to really appreciate this. When German scholars do the complete text of someone's work, they don't leave much to chance. They dig through a lot of writing. They get the complete works. So there's a rather famous scrap of Nietzsche's writing that I can't help but discuss briefly that will do two things. It will remind us of a little bit about Nietzsche's tricky style, because without his tricky style or styles and ways of presenting, perhaps this issue I'm about to talk about wouldn't have come up. And it's also another way to remind us about the undecidability, perhaps. By undecidability, I mean, of interpretation, I mean, how it is impossible to find a way above the plane of interpreting communities in which to judge interpretation, as it were a God's eye view on them. I'm denying that we have such a view. Or what philosophers have sometimes called the viewpoint from the standpoint of eternity. Or what I prefer to call the view from nowhere, since there ain't no there. There ain't no there. And there's no viewpoint like that. Well, among Derrida, what a slip. Some people appreciate that. Among Nietzsche's, among the fragments of Nietzsche's work, they found a slip of paper, and on it was written the following brilliant, perhaps brilliant aphorism. It might have been Nietzsche's most brilliant aphorism. It says, I have forgotten my umbrella. So the issue arose, should this be included in the complete text of Nietzsche? Is this an aphorism that should be numbered and put in the Will to Power, for example, or left as an unnumbered aphorism? And in general, it raises the issue of how should it be interpreted. Is it part of the complete text of Nietzsche? Well, if the complete text of Nietzsche means in the straightforward sense that some buffoons think everything he wrote, then of course it should. But if a text is this special canonical thing that captures the truly lasting and enduring legacy of Nietzsche, then one might want an argument why I Forgot My Umbrella should be included. Right? I mean, you'd expect to have such an argument. Well, this problem wouldn't come up with a normal writer. I mean, otherwise it would be just right, fragment, throw it away. This is a fragment. But because Nietzsche writes in fragments, aphorisms, in various styles, you've got to pause for a moment before throwing away, I have forgotten my umbrella. Now, how would one go about solving this puzzle about whether to interpret the slip, I have forgotten my umbrella, as part of Nietzsche's text or not, part of his complete works? How would one bring his works to completion in that way? Well, a famous argument here is in Spurs, Nietzsche's Style, a book by Derrida, where, believe it or not, he writes a small book on this one fragment. Now, the interesting thing about Derrida's joke is this. By writing a whole book on this fragment, he has surreptitiously, sneakily, included within the text and the overlapping history of interpretations of Nietzsche this otherwise undecidable fragment, which has now become a fragment of his text, which is now part of the history, you see, of the interpreting of the text of Nietzsche. So there's a little joke behind the joke. It's a very clever book in many ways, but I want to get around to what I take to be its point. And it also should support what I made last time as in too contentious a way, namely that there are interpretations. It's not that there are no facts, but that interpretations set the range within which facts can be appealed to, as well as truths and canons. In fact, you may have to interpret the whole history of your civilization before you should decide what should be a canonical text. In any case, the issue that Derrida wants to raise there, and I will raise briefly before I get on to Nietzsche and the genealogy. Derrida wants to raise in the spirit of Nietzsche, the question of the undecidability of interpretation. The central point that he makes is this. What is style in writing? We talk about a writer's style. Well, it's a writer, something like this, a writer finding her or his own voice, unique way of, as it were, writing. It's already odd because they must be selecting a voice from among that finite ensemble of possible narrative voices in a culture. Even when, as a brilliant writer might, such as Nietzsche or James Joyce, they extend the bounds of those possibilities. Not narrow them back to Shakespeare, extend the bounds of possibility. So Nietzsche was one of those writers that did extend the bounds of possible writing. Style is a creation, as you see, of this kind of singularity. In Nietzsche's styles, which should be in the plural actually because there are many, Nietzsche's styles open the problem of interpretation in a radical way. Because, as Derrida argues, if there is style, there must be more than one. If there's interpretation, there must be more than one. This point is systematic and theoretical. Style is only style to the extent that we can distinguish and differentiate it from another style. Interpretations are interpretations only to the extent that we can distinguish and differentiate them from other interpretations. So the very idea that there might be only one way to write the truth, only one interpretation, one last and final canon, one last book, is a nonsensical idea. Good books don't lead to the end of writing. They produce volumes of writing. Plato's writings didn't end writing. For God's sakes, they write about Plato every year. They write 25 more dissertations. Good books create more writing, more conflict, more canon confusion, not less. So that's a point I want to make to reinforce the very important idea. And what we're dealing with here are interpretations. And that it is in the conflict, not the confluence of interpretations, that we can see, as it were, the life of a culture and of a people, whether they are what Nietzsche calls decadent, in other words, on their way out. It's a nice way to gloss what he means by decadent, on their way out. And before I give some of Nietzsche's quasi-positive mythology, life-affirming, as I've been using it, means on your way in and up. Life-denying, decadent, on your way out. Okay, look, that's West Texas gloss, but it'll have to do till we get on to the more positive theoretical work. Okay, now this is a systematic argument, and I don't think that I can finish it within the compass of just this lecture. I may have to return to it. But I wanted to start with that one last note to pin down that point on interpretation. The point being this: there can't be a single one, or there's no interpretation, and there can't be a single style, or there's no style. I mean, if a computer wrote everything, there wouldn't be a concept of style. It's all just computerese. There's no style, it's just computerese. There's got to be more than one to be style. There's no interpretation if there's just one. There's got to be more than one. So this is a systematic point. Okay, now we're on to, thank God some of you are going to say, we're finally on to one of Nietzsche's texts where he does make a systematic argument recognizable to philosophers. That means he takes a theme, he pursues it through a series of essays, he sticks with it, he stays fairly serious about it, because it's a fairly serious subject. What he wants to trace is the origin of our moral values. This is not a discourse in ethics, it is a genealogy of the entire range of Western ethical discourse. So this isn't a utilitarian theory or an Aristotelian theory, communitarian theory, Kantian theory, deontological theory, none of those. It's an exercise in, as it were, going into their genealogy, their origin, in order to see what are the conditions for the possibility of all those theories and evaluations. It's a different project. It's not that all those other projects are worthless or whatever. Nietzsche's after something different. And what will come out of the genealogy of morals, which we're on now, we're beginning to start, what will come out of it won't be a new moral theory, but a suspicion about moral theories. Just a suspicion about them. Okay, now let me tell you what I think that the genealogy of morals, what is its method? And I think for a change with Nietzsche, we can actually discuss method for a moment, because we have now a precedent for discussing the method of Nietzsche and the genealogy. A very well-known French thinker, Foucault, has raised genealogy to an extremely high methodological level in a series of brilliant studies such as Discipline and Punish, The History of Madness, and in many other studies. So let me try to identify, along with Foucault, some of the elements that are genealogical as a method and oppose them to a more historical approach. One would think a historical approach is what you'd want if you were looking for origins. Well, let me try to separate the two briefly. I'll start by trying to give a brief account of what a genealogy is. A genealogy attempts to uncover the formation of an entire discursive practice. So in that sense, it is not within that discursive practice so much as about it. In other words, it wants to uncover the conditions for the possibility of that discursive practice. Let me try to give an example here without using Nietzsche's right now. One might take the following interest in certain medieval texts, like the Malfucarium, which explains the conditions under which male prelates get to burn women, which they did by the thousands in the medieval period. Well, one might not want to know whether the women really were witches or not. To me, that would be an outrageous kind of question. To me, I lived after that time, see. But I might want to know this. What were the conditions for the possibility of forming a discourse within which people even thought they could have a true-false, good and evil distinction about women being witches and making the male organ fly around the room and decapitating prelates in the dark and mating with animals? Who in the name of the world could have possibly thought they had the conditions for that kind of discourse as one that at the time was viewed as rational? I shouldn't say at the time, since the Malfucarium is a text upon which has been praised in many circles, not too long ago, as a basis for certain legal texts that we read today in law school. But anyway, it's another little thing you might suspect. The question here is, what are the conditions, not are these sentences true or false, because in a certain way, this is not a historical question. It's not like one wants to interpret them sympathetically and historically to understand them. One might not want to do that because you see them filled with too much blood and barbarism to stand to do it. This might make you too sick. But you might want to know a deeper question. What are the conditions that form the discourse? And I don't want to make it sound real textual and sort of a deconstructive literary. These are not just discursive practices, right? Witch burning isn't just a bunch of talk and writing. It's burning humans. Foucault was always willing to distinguish between a discursive practice, which was purely discursive, and the practice itself, which would be actually burning women. And I think that's a distinction, as long as you maintain it in a rather commonsensical way, worth maintaining. Sort of like the distinction between chair and electric chair. The distinction. Not all distinctions are bad. I can live with that one. I want to distinguish chair from electric chair. Text about witch burning from witch burning, okay? Well, so one of the things that genealogy will do is to uncover the formation of a certain kind of practice. What it wants to do, too, is to attempt what might be called a reversal of perspective. Now, in the way that Foucault uses it, which I even prefer to Nietzsche's, to be honest, Foucault uses it in the spirit, and here I'm going to quote Whitman. Foucault uses the genealogical method to do this. Foucault, like Whitman, doesn't come to sing songs for accepted victors only, but for slain and despised persons. Nice quote from Whitman. I like that quote. In any case, Foucault's genealogies want to reverse perspective and allow us to see, or attempt to see from the standpoint of those upon whom the practice was inflicted, what the practice might have looked like, to reverse it, as it were. It's like a Gestalt switch. It's not supposed to be a mystical thing. It's a method. It's like when you're writing a history of the working class and all you're reading are bourgeois historians, you might decide, oh, hell, I've read Studs Terkel. I think I'll pick up a book where some actual workers talk. Historian friend of mine, Larry Goodwin, told the story about the first book he wrote on the populist movement. And he realized that all the other books so far that he read in history on the populist movement in the United States didn't have one damn farmer in any of them. He thought that was odd. He said, I think I'll write a history about farmers that has some farmers in it. Sort of ridiculous thing to expect, like having a democracy without citizens. In any case, we expect a lot of ridiculous things now. Yeah, genealogy has a reversal of perspective built into it. Now, this distinguishes the genealogical method, this third point, besides reversal. The third point distinguishes it from both Marxist, in the orthodox sense, which no one, I guess, is worried about now, history, and from other kinds of history writing, is that we don't look for a singular subject in the manner of great histories, you know, history made by great men, that tradition. On the other hand, we don't look for collective subjects either, namely identifiable and specifiable groups with agendas. Instead, what we look for in a genealogy is for the deeper relations of what is sometimes called macrological power or force to force. Small, very hard to trace relations of forces to one another. And this relational perspective is very important for writing this kind of history. Much easier, in fact, to characterize after reading one than to do so abstractly like I am now. You don't look, in other words, for the subjects of the history, but for how the various conflicts and forces and real antagonisms played themselves out. And in the course of that, in fact, certain subjects will emerge, collective and singular. Anyway, the fourth point, and this one, of course, comes from Nietzsche, and Foucault accepts it too, and it will be made use of in the genealogy, and it will return to an earlier point of mine, is that one must see the truth of such accounts or the accuracy of their interpretations as a kind of choice one has made. In other words, you don't just accidentally write a book called the illiberal education. You have to make a choice and then pick out the anecdotes you want to make your point. I mean, after all, don't historians do that really anyway? Genealogists want to do it self-consciously, with more reflection, in other words. I mean, I've got to even say this about some histories with which I'm very familiar and friendly. E.P. Thompson's History of the Working Class is not really interested in much that goes on in the drawing rooms, because he's made a choice, has decided on a certain approach. Once he's decided on the interpretation, my earlier point about facts returns. That means it's not the case there are no facts. It's just that the frame and the interpretation is going to decide for you pretty much what they are. It's going to help you decide what counts as one. There aren't any anecdotes in de Sousa's book, Illiberal Education, about the overwhelming success of programs about that relate to the fates and affairs of women and minorities. And I don't take that to be accidental. I think he made a choice. He didn't want any of the good stories in there, but the bad ones. I think that was just the product of a kind of choice. The genealogist, in writing the genealogy of a certain practice, makes a choice. In other words, takes a perspective. And one of the things I like about the method is this, that I like to know there's a perspective there up front so that I don't have to wait for the hidden agenda to slap me in the face later. It's what might be called the problem of interrogating Supreme Court justices. One would like to know in advance so one won't be surprised later what their perspective is. One becomes profoundly dissatisfied if you're told they have no perspective. It's the same dissatisfaction one feels when one hears a white male saying, "I am not a racist." It's a self-refuting remark, one you wouldn't feel compelled to make unless, I'm not gay, I'm not a racist. New forms of certain things come back. Oh, well, I'm not a racist. Always that. Wouldn't that relax you if you were an African American to hear that? Oh, don't worry about me. Not very relaxing. Okay, all this is to set up genealogy and the process and project of suspicion. Well, in the genealogy of morals, now we're into the argument, and I don't think that I can finish it in one lecture, but we will start Nietzsche's argument in the genealogy of morals. Sorry about that. Nietzsche wants to trace the origin of our values. In other words, what are the values of these Western values? Not going to go into, this isn't an ethical theory. He wants to know what is the value of our values. Now, the question here, and I'll have to address it much later, is, well, what do you mean by value? And I have said rather vague things like value for life. And I'll have to fill that in later with an account of Nietzsche's own myths and other things, and I will try to do that later. But for now, I'm after purely negative game. In other words, now I just want to shoot my targets. Later, I'll build some clay pigeons of my own. Right now, I'm just shooting targets, okay? This is the negative part of the argument. Nietzsche wants to trace what is the origin of our values, the value of our values. In evaluation, interpretation, will are everywhere. You know, we value things all over the place and differentially. And there are classic theories about ethical evaluations that surround, no matter how complex some of these get, they surround issues of good and evil. And that's one of the ways that Nietzsche draws the opposition within the West, the opposition between good and evil. I hope not too esoteric, since if you don't have that one down by the time you're about 6, horror movies don't make sense. You've got to have that sort of a rough cultural idea, you know. He wants to know what lies behind these evaluations. The procedure that he follows in this text is to make use of certain modes, forms, and kinds of psychological reasoning, certain modes, forms, and kinds of historical investigation, and importantly, he wants to look at the texts, the crucial ones that have helped to structure our understanding of whole bodies of discursive practices and the ways in which these evaluations have come to be made. The schema, as it were, of the book is as follows. We're going to look at the general question of the value of our values by looking at our morality. Our morality we're going to look at in its true and original home in religion. You know, we're not going to take for granted that morality grew out of the Enlightenment and a set of procedural legal rules, but that morality grew out of the fertile, embodied, substantial, rich soil of religions. By religions, I mean important things people believed about their purposes, whether they'd live, die, and so on, and where they'd go afterwards. You know, the kind of, ticked-off questions that Job asked God, you know. Why'd you mess with me? And what's going to happen if I die? And you and the devil have really, mucked with me, and I want to know why. As you know, God's answer to Job is kind of rough. It's, shut up. I'm big, I'm mean, get off of here. I can do worse. If you've seen the movie Hellraiser, you know it's true, too, right? These are horrible movies. Don't go see all these movies. Hellraiser's a terrible movie. Specifically, Nietzsche wants to go to a religion that he takes to be crucially important in the moral development of the West. And I think that so does William Buckley. He and Nietzsche agree. Christianity. So Christianity will be one of our focuses. I want to say about Nietzsche's suspicion of Christianity that I don't buy the entire suspicion. I have a distinction I want to make, and it's a little bit critical of Nietzsche. For me, I like to make political distinctions. I prefer them to theoretical ones. For me, I want to distinguish two kinds of Christianity, and I'm not talking about Catholic and Protestant, although James Joyce thought those were interesting to distinguish. Does anyone remember what Joyce said when he ceased being a Catholic, and some British reporter asked him, well, have you lost your faith, sir? What's the problem here? Now that you've stopped being a Catholic, are you going to become a Protestant? To which Joyce responded, I've lost my faith, not my reason. Which, for you Catholics out there, I think that's a great remark. I've lost my faith, not my reason. In any case, I like to distinguish in Christianity between two kinds of religion. One represented by Billy Graham and the other by Martin Luther King. A name I suppose I can use a proper name, properly. Yeah. It's not slanderous to either one. But I like to distinguish between people who lead their people out of bondage and then people who are busy playing golf with the Pharaoh. It's a rough distinction between religious people, but some forms of religion have more of an interest in golf games with the Pharaoh. Others seem to have more interest in leading their people out of bondage. That's a distinction Nietzsche doesn't pay much attention to. I would like to. But for now, let's just get polemical, broad, and look at the Christianity in Nietzsche's way as a form of life, and look at it in relation to first. For Nietzsche, there's Greek life, and it represents a certain thing to him. Nietzsche was trained as a classicist, and in spite of his acute intellect, I have to argue that he always remained a little too in love with the Greeks. A little bit. Nietzsche was trained that way. He always remained a little bit too enamored of them, although he was one of the people that helped to demystify many aspects of their life. He wants to look at the schema of values of the Greeks and how they became Christian values, which Nietzsche argues later become decadent and life-threatening and lead to a third kind of evaluation, which is really, as it were, the dead end that he sees civilization headed towards. And this is that threat I mentioned earlier of nihilism, that threat I mentioned earlier, the threat of nihilism. Not as a personal belief, but as something that could be the fate of a culture. Now, I ought to tell you that there are some contemporary theorists that believe this is all already over, that our culture, and this is why I've given the title of the course, Nietzsche and the Postmodern Condition. Some postmodern theorists have written in collections called What Do After the End of the World. They write essays, what do we do now that the world's over? Now that there aren't any humans left, what do we do in our word processors now? Sort of a new question, theoretical. Well, to find out why people write weird things like that, it's good to go to Nietzsche and trace this, the development of these values and of moralities from the Greeks through the Christian religion and on to this situation of nihilism that Nietzsche will discuss. Well, one of the ways that I like to do this is to try to warn you right away that if you read The Genealogy of Morals, and I hope you do, all of you, it's a good book. You should read it. It's fun. You have to read it. There are lots of good books, if you do read it. Watch out for a sort of invidious binary in the text, masters and slaves, master morality and slave morality. The reason you should watch out for this invidious binary is that for Nietzsche, these are metaphors that tell you something about the origins of these value systems, and ultimately you will find out that for Nietzsche neither are satisfying. In other words, they're not positions he would adopt now, and they're part of how our culture's moved. He will identify the Greek ideals with master moralities and the Christian ideals with slave moralities. Hardly surprising, now is it? Because even if you see a Chuck Heston movie about early Christianity, you notice what you could hardly help but notice, that the origins of Christianity are among the classes of the despised, the oppressed, and the slaves. Hard to miss. Jesus isn't hanging out at the Kiwanis Club. He hangs around with hookers and cheats and frauds, charlatans, all the time. Only time he ever bumps into religious people, he just pisses them off, kicks over their tables, makes fun of them in their synagogues. Well, I mean, that's a fair reading of the New Testament. That's not outrageous. Just read the damn book. Again, through long canonical use, you can lose the ability to read. Nietzsche said one bad thing about Christianity is it can make you forget how to read. It'd be great to read the New Testament and pretend you'd never heard anything about Jesus. It'd be a lot of fun. Because you might find a totally unrecognizable character. I mean, he had one real close woman friend. She's a hooker. I mean, that's not interesting to you? It is to me. It wasn't the wife of the vice president, the current vice president. It was a prostitute. And I'm not here to stone her because I did agree with perhaps one of his profound remarks, Jesus's, in the New Testament. That's if you're without sin, you can cast the first stone. And that generally would stop a lot of stonings, I think. This is not a sermon, but it's just a piece of advice. Well, Nietzsche, in Genealogy of Morals, contrasts the master morality of Greece with the slave morality of Christianity, and then follows it through to its next phase. One of the reasons he could do this so brilliantly, I think, is because of his background as a philologist. Nietzsche's background as a philologist, okay, there's a place for it. Nietzsche's background as a philologist warned him that certain words that were important in evaluation underwent very interesting semantic shifts between the Greek period and the Christian period. So, for example, the Greek word for excellence, arete, which is as close as we can come to saying it in West Texas. Arete might be another way. The Greek word for excellence comes to be translated in the Christian medieval period as something different, and then by the time we get to the King James Bible, and this is important, I want to just skip sort of to the King James Version, because now we get for excellence something like, trying to think of the exact word here, the movement is from excellence to virtue, piety. sometimes as narrow as piety, virtue, piety. Well, let me try to give you a sense for the difference, and then that Nietzsche wants to draw out here. An excellent Greek on the model of the master set of values that the Greeks held was someone like Odysseus, a great example from Quito, a nice example of an excellent Greek. He was excellent because he was, in a sense that today we wouldn't understand at all because of the division of labor, he was well-rounded. Odysseus could tell a lie well, which is a virtue. To know when to lie and to who and about what is a virtue to the Greeks. It's a powerfully smart one. For example, if a god questions you about if you messed around with something, it's very nice to be able to fool him. Odysseus could build a boat, drive a furrow straight, sing a song, fight in a battle, throw a discus, many other things. There's a lot to it. Very well-rounded, interesting. Noble values. In short, these noble values were what Nietzsche calls active powers that, as it were, would see what they wanted to act upon and then act upon it. And those were, for him, noble values. And he calls them master morality. However, they are naive. He points that out later, and I'll get around to that when I try to explain. Now I want to make the quick move from that idea, that Greek ideal of excellence, which is well-roundedness in many areas. Well, if you think of that and then you think of something like virtue, don't you see that the semantic terrain has almost reversed? Because certainly in the Victorian period to be virtuous meant to deny one after another all those aspects of your active powers which were celebrated in this earlier use of the word. Namely, I won't do that, it's a sin, I'm virtuous. I won't do that, it's a sin, I'm virtuous. I won't do that, it's a sin, I'm virtuous. I won't overeat. Sex, out of the question. No. Just say no. Just say no. So Nietzsche's point was that this transformation from a master to slave morality was life-denying, not life-affirming. Life-denying. And it was life-denying in this first, quite ordinary sense. Namely, that the active powers that human beings wanted to realize become inwardized, turned against themselves, and become a series of just say no's to various aspects of the things that make us human. Things that are ignored by theorists, academics, philosophers, literary critics, and others. Topics we ought to discuss, like how good's our food, how warm's our house, how much fun do we have having sex. We don't talk about that much, and yet that's the fabric that makes a life that flourishes. Not whether Shakespeare's in the canon or not, or whether Mel Gibson plays him or not, but whether we're healthy and well and feel good and, like Odysseus, can do many things and enjoy a whole bunch of them. That was, at least, this is the movement that Nietzsche wants to trace. Now, these life-denying values of Christianity, he's not simple-minded on this, and his criticism of Christianity is not simple-minded. So I want to end this lecture on the genealogy and then pick the genealogy up in the next lecture again with the following remark. Nietzsche didn't think that the movement to what he sees as the slave morality of Christianity and its life-denying aspects is entirely negative, because it made the human race more subtle, more devious, more mendacious. Oddly enough, until Christianity came along, human beings, according to Nietzsche, weren't nearly tricky enough, weren't nearly clever enough, mendacious enough, creative enough. No, the Greeks who, just, well, I lied to a god, I did this, and it's... No, Christianity goes, I love you, in this very strange way we'll examine later. But not until it comes into the world, as Nietzsche sees it, do human beings actually become these sort of subtle, mendacious, tricky people with deep subjective problems, strange consciences, and guilt with all its many wonders is born into the world. And we'll discuss that next time when we return to the genealogy of morals.
Lecture 4, The Death of God.
this lecture, I want to pick up on my discussion of the genealogy of morals by Nietzsche, and return to our argument concerning the value of our values, the origins of our ethical judgments, and so on, and look at the question of, as I've stated it in the opening lecture, the paradoxical situation that our morality may, oddly enough, have an immoral origin. And so this is the argument to which we'll return. One of the points I didn't make about the genealogical method in the last lecture I want to make now, and it's very important. When we look genealogically at the Greeks as a type, or Christians and Christianity, Nietzsche uses a kind of typology where we don't look for who speaks in a document, but for, as it were, what motivates the speaker behind the document. So the hermeneutic question of who's the speaker and is he honest isn't really what Nietzsche wants, but to see what kind of type would say something like that. See, the standard philosophical approach to a text would be to look at the propositions and then to determine if the argument is valid, sound, and then if the speaker is sincere, and so on. Nietzsche, rather than looking at that, looks at the question, what kind of person would make an argument like that? What type of person would evaluate like that, rather than to look at the evaluation? That's another way to look at genealogy. You know, rather than to look directly at the evaluation, you look at the kind, characteristic, or type that would make it. So when I make a remark about master morality, it's about a certain type that speaks in these various evaluatory words. Or about Christian morality, it's about the type, or what human type speaks in these texts, okay? So, and again, that's part of the suspicion of the method, of what it causes us to suspect. Well, we get on to some rather strong claims. The account of, as I say, of Greek ideals is that they are active, noble, you notice these various valorizing terms, but also they are somewhat childlike and naive. These are terms that imply that there should be more sort of a mendacious spirit in human beings. More malice wouldn't be bad here. In fact, throughout the text of Nietzsche, there's something like, and I don't want to trivialize it, but there's something like what Mick Jagger calls sympathy for the devil. That all really dialectical and intelligent human beings will have a sense for evil and some sympathy for the devil. Or they will be just a little stifled and boring. And I think that's not wrong. Just a little sympathy for the devil won't hurt. In any case, let me look at a famous argument, if I can, here it is. In the first type that we've looked at, the Greek type, we will give it a name. We'll call it the active type, or the master morality. And here we have what I've called active force, which prevails over reactive forces. And reactive forces here would be things that stand in the way of the will realizing what it wants. Okay? Well, that's not much of a problem from that position in Greek society where myths, and by the way, we are in the realm of myth here. These types are, after all, not really sociological accounts, but in a certain sense, mythic accounts. In a certain, if you put enough weight on myth, and I want to put a heavy weight on that term. But anyway, this is the active type. One of the faculties that the active type is noted for is the ability to forget. And this is, again, part of Nietzsche's ongoing polemic with what might be called mere historicism, people who just wander idly through the relics of the past in search of a cultural treasure or whatever. In other words, for Nietzsche, the active person is willing to forget. And he contrasts that with memory, which you need in Christianity in order for the redemption story, for example, to make sense. You need to remember the sufferings of the martyrs. Remember. Memory plays an entirely different role for the master morality, the way Nietzsche puts it. They're strong enough to forget. So if insulted and you hit the master in the face, he hits you back, and that way he honors you, and then he forgets it, see? Because, first of all, if he turns the other cheek, he shames you by saying, well, you're not, good enough to even fight with me. Rather, you hit him, he hits you back, and then you both forget it. It's the West Texas version of master morality. He hits you, you hit him, and then you've treated each other with dignity, you forget it, and then you forget it. But you don't turn the other cheek and then remember it. Mendaciously remember it. Ah, yes, you hurt me now, but later. There's the secret that will come in with Christianity. The but later. Now, I want to make this, start with a typology, and then to read a brief portion of the genealogy where Nietzsche thinks he's uncovered, as it were, a text that's at the very heart of Christian morality for Nietzsche in this typological sense. The Christian type, Nietzsche says, is reactive. He calls it a morality. And in this type of morality, reactive forces prevail over the active ones. And here, you want things, but there is, as it were, principles and rules that stand between your will and fulfilling the will or the desire. And the extremes that we know throughout history that this is achieved are unbelievable, but their achievement has always had some perverse opposite character. And I'll try to use just one example here. And that's the monk who is going to think about the pleasures of the flesh no more. So the monk sleeps naked under a cloth that's rough, and as he denies that part of being human, of being a biological animal, as he denies it, does his body become less or more eroticized, I wonder? After years of sleeping under this rough blanket naked and denying the flesh, oddly enough, what comes in precisely is a new, sublime, and elevated form of the erotic. Everything is eroticized about the blanket and the body of the monk. No longer this straightforward sort of Greek physical act, but now an entire eroticized body. I mean, try to explain that the Victorian era produces novels like Wuthering Heights. I mean, the point is this, you know, the denial of that power in reactive power doesn't mean that people really just say no and things become de-eroticized. No, Christianity perversely eroticizes the world in a brand new way. And you know, in Wuthering Heights, I mean, the moment that you sin was the moment of sort of that Nietzsche thought was interesting about Christianity, was that to break through and to sin gave a whole new dimension for him to human interest. It made the human being a more interesting species, sin did. Before that, we looked a lot like primates doing that, you know? And afterwards it becomes this act filled with meaning across the whole terrain, subtle glances. Of course, all this may be gone now, right? It's just stuff you meet in the mall, same old thing as the Greeks, maybe, who the hell knows, or less. But anyway, during the Victorian era, you can imagine, you know, that a glance, a touch, a glove, you know, you read Kierkegaard on The Diary of a Seducer, and even though it's, all the book is about him just thinking about it, and not even mentioning anything, the least bit pornographic, it's just, my God, you can't get that involved over one look, can you? And yes, you can. But perversely, it was this morality that, as it were, pushed those active release of those normal human powers into this reactive mode so that they had worked devious and roundabout ways that did not de-eroticize humans, but eroticized us in a new way. And then, of course, made us have about it. And then to take those lies inward in the form of guilt, where, oddly enough, the weak revenge themselves upon the strong, again, just in terminology, this way. You know, you are, for example, under the master morality, you want something, but you really are just not up to getting it. So in the Greek scheme, you just don't get it because, and for the simple reason you weren't up to it. You couldn't handle it, couldn't do it. Now the Christian will take that same inability and turn it against the active type and use it as a reproach. But the things they can't do, their limitations, become virtues. Now they're virtuous because their limitations, their faults, their inabilities to get the things they want now are valued highly. Whereas the active type, who previously was valued highly, who goes ahead and acts out, is considered immoral, and even worse, turns the punishment inward in the form of guilt because the morality is general. So he goes, I did what I wanted. Oh, I feel awful about it. And Nietzsche finds that mendacious and perverse. I did what I wanted to do. God, I feel terrible. I did what I was inclined to do. Oh, I feel awful. Well, see, for the Greeks, the way that Nietzsche presents them, that's unthinkable. You can't imagine Odysseus later going, oh, God, I blinded a God. I feel terrible. No, his eye knocked it out. Wow. Let me tell you a story about it. But no, that would be too straightforward for what happens after Christianity, where reactive powers make the world a more subtle place, more erotic. In fact, open up whole new fields of interpretation. In fact, it's interesting to note that the first thing that the devil does in the Bible is to teach Eve to interpret. God's given a rather straightforward command. Milton makes a lot out of this. God said, don't eat anything off that tree. It's a myth. You all know this is a myth, so chill out. Don't eat anything off that tree. Well, what does the serpent say? He says, well, maybe God's testing you. Maybe God really wants you to eat it to prove that you're a worthy creature. So he starts thinking, well, that's it after all then. Let me think and interpret this. And so it's with the devil that interpretation is born within the inside of the text of itself. The devil says, interpret. Think, interpret. Don't just listen to that. I mean, of course, that could mean more than one thing. Well, of course, so could everything else. Anyway, now, the Christian morality then, when Nietzsche says it turns itself against life, there's one level at which I want you to understand this where I think it's just pretty obvious. Sort of flat-footed critique. At least the kind of Christianity I was brought up around the Baptist church, and I don't think it's not consonant with most varieties. Things like thinking critically, having a whole hell of a lot of fun, enjoying a whole bunch, taking certain substances, getting real drunk, letting yourself be a free spirit, being free of malice and the envy of other people and stuff aren't cultivated very by Christianity, all the things that Nietzsche associated with the other morality. Now, admittedly, the Greek way of doing this is too straightforward, too childlike, certainly not nearly as interesting as things will be later, in his view or in mine either. Now, Nietzsche makes here, and I'm going to read, I think, a famous passage, and a justly famous passage. Perhaps in this passage, we see his most negative moment of the critique of Christianity. And so we'll look at that, and it's in, and I'll read it briefly. And it's in the first essay of the Genealogy of Morals, in case you decide to read the book, in section 15. And I'll read. I haven't read to you much, but this passage is so beautiful in Nietzsche, I can't pass it up. And moreover, I've talked about his style so much, and this is a great example of it. So I'll read you this, and then toward the end of the talk today, I'll do one other little piece. Okay. Nietzsche here is discussing Christian values of love and faith, love, and hope. And I'll start with his rhetorical question. What do I hear aright? They call things the last judgment. They call things their kingdom, the kingdom of God. Meanwhile, however, until then, they live in faith, in hope, in love. In faith in what? In love of what? In hope of what? Do you see how this genealogy of suspicion is going to start to work now? He's going to examine that. In love of what? These weak people, someday or other, they too intend to be strong. There's no doubt in that, because someday their kingdom too shall come. They term it the kingdom of God, of course, because, after all, one is so very humble in all things. To experience that, one needs to live a long time, beyond death. Indeed, one needs eternal life, so as to be eternally justified in the kingdom of God for this earthly life in faith, in love, in hope. But how justified? Dante, I think, committed a crude blunder. Very few people but Nietzsche would say Dante committed a crude blunder. Let me just tell you that right now. Dante, I think, committed a crude blunder when, with a terror-inspiring ingenuity, he placed above the gateway of his hell the inscription, "I too was created by eternal love." At any rate, there would be more justification for placing above the gateway to the Christian paradise the inscription, I too was created by eternal hate, provided a truth may be placed above the gateway to a lie. For what is it that constitutes the bliss of the Christian paradise? We might even guess. Now, a genealogist isn't going to guess. They're going to look for a text. We might guess, but Nietzsche says they have an authority to tell them about it. And Nietzsche doesn't pick out Jimmy Swaggart or some second-rate authority in Christianity. He picks a text from Thomas Aquinas. And, you know, arguably, I think Thomas Aquinas knew something about Christianity. That's my view. I don't think Nietzsche picked someone out of the mainstream of the tradition. I think he picked a very important figure. According to Thomas Aquinas, the chief blessing here in heaven will be like this. Thomas Aquinas, the great teacher and saint, says, the blessed in the kingdom of heaven will see the punishments of the damned in order that their bliss be more delightful to them. In place of the Greek athletes, we have martyrs. Surely you understand that this is drenched in more blood than the simple Greeks could ever dream of. I mean, the trick of genealogy is not to see that as an argument, but to make it raise a whole host of suspicions in your mind about people who want to be nice, be good, be kind, love, cherish you. You've got to suspect that area of discourse. And this kind of genealogical argument, and I just gave you what I take to be a powerful sample of it, is supposed to make you ask this question. Isn't that kind of love a mask for a kind of hate? Isn't that kind of faith a mask of a kind of power? Now, don't think that because we call this a slave morality, it has no power. As Nietzsche once said, Christianity a mistake? A 2,000-year mistake? No. It does have power. I mean, it does have power. Don't think this is shallow critique of Christianity. I mean, this is not denying its power, for God's sakes. It appeal to love as a mask for hatred, in its appeal to compassion as a mask for power, and in its deferred way of insisting upon having its own way. In fact, now I will return to a simpler example that Nietzsche wouldn't have appreciated. But it's that after this, you should at least suspect when a television preacher, I don't want to be sued for libel here, but when a TV preacher goes, I love homosexuals, I'm trying to do the voice too, but I hate their sin. After you've read Nietzsche's Genealogy of Morals, you may suspect that statement. You may just go, I suspect that's not the case. I mean, after all, for a lot of people, being gay is what constitutes them as people in a certain way. It's part of their identity. You just don't go, well, I love them, but I hate that. It's kind of, I love Michael Jordan, but don't like basketball. Well, there might be reasons for that, but it's hard to know what they'd be. I don't know it myself. In any case, this hermeneutic of suspicion that Nietzsche's drawing out is that Christianity, while presenting itself as a religion of love and compassion and tenderness, is a mask of hate and fear and another form of power. The Greek form of power was a form of power too, that presented itself as an ideal of excellence. But it was, don't you see now that the metaphor more straightforward really applied? In other words, Odysseus would go, well, it's like reading Aristotle, right? It's not a big secret to anyone that Aristotle's views represent the views of the gentlemanly upper classes of Greece. It's no surprise, because Aristotle says in the Ethics that, well, I don't teach ethics to people who aren't well brought up young Greek men. I mean, why the hell bother, because the rest are, then you know who he's talking to. And that it has a charming honesty that one can find naively throughout Aristotle's encyclopedic intelligence. I mean, it's really charming. This, on the other hand, is a form of power that is subtle, important, very interesting. Now, the possibility, however, looms in this scheme that the triumph of these reactive forces will, as it were, overdo the job. Do you follow me? It's one thing to say no to certain instincts, and life-affirming or not. But it's quite another to push that process to the edge at which life is threatened in a profound and fundamental way. To deny them beyond a certain point begins to be a danger for the species. Now, people keep going, well, you sound like some damn sociobiologist. No, the way Nietzsche's using these terms, life-affirming, life-negating, have to do with our fate as a species in being able to recreate ourselves. And in the writing of these myths, he's, of course, trying to recreate himself at some level, obviously. And retelling them is an effort at recreating something. I mean, God knows what it'll be by the time we're through, but it's an attempt to do that. Well, the two things that he says, and again, keep that passage in mind, that characterize Christianity are resentment, and the term there means this double move of love-hate, the resentment of the weak of the strong, but the resentment plays itself out for the strong as well in the form of guilt. So Nietzsche has an extended analysis of resentment and guilt as being fundamental to this, as it were, substructure of Christian discourse. Now, Nietzsche takes this whole argument to be very destructive of all ethical theories in the Western tradition for this obvious reason. That whether you're talking about Mill or about Kant, clearly these theories are rooted in that tradition. Especially Kant's, I mean, for God's sakes, it's just a very high German theoretic account of the Golden Rule in a certain way. I mean, it's very complicated, but that's its essence, is that his parents were good pietists, and he, by God, is smart enough to justify being that, theoretically. And he is, by the way. In any case, these are the two factors Nietzsche sees working here in the reactive type, resentment and guilt. And the ideal for human living they posit, he says, is not an ascetic, not aesthetic, but ascetic ideal. Namely, the ideal of someone who just says no. An ascetic ideal. Not too much of anything. Oh, no, no more dessert for me. No, I'd rather not tonight. No, I can't do that now. What these are mechanisms or ways of making our bad conscience, our guilt, bearable. This ascetic ideal, you know. It's an ideal so we can make these things bearable to live with. You know, I started earlier on, I made the remark that we could only deal with so much reality. Well, on this topic here, again, we can only deal with so much of this critique till somebody wants to say, shut up. I go to church, I won't hear any more of that. Shut your damn mouth, it's ruining it for me. Well, I will in a minute, but not yet. What the ascetic ideal does is it makes this bearable, but it also expresses finally a will to nothingness, to just simply not have to will anymore. This is where the specter of nihilism arises. And it doesn't arise so much, while it arises with the origin of Christianity, it does not become, as it were for Nietzsche, a problem on the agenda of the world and of our culture until what Nietzsche sees as the decadent period of Christianity. I mean, a period that I think we could understand we might characterize this as a sort of decadent period in Christianity, still lagging itself out. In this decadent period, what will happen is, Nietzsche thinks, is that we will see an expression of the will to nothingness. Simply the refusal to will anymore. This is where Nietzsche's worry, his fear, which I have named nihilism, which he names nihilism, has become a real cultural possibility. And again, I'm going to refer to a film. I'm using films instead of referring to other texts because, as you know, in our culture, films are texts, right? And very important ones. A lot more people, a lot bigger impact on the objective culture, let's face it. Take a movie like Heathers. Beautiful expression of the will to nothingness played out almost like an active will. In the movie Heathers, the young rebel wants the whole high school to commit suicide together and sign a mutual note about it, and it'll be the Woodstock of the 90s. I like that. That's cute. That's in the spirit of Joy Division's famous line in one of their albums, referring to Nietzsche. There's no turning back the last man. In other words, the last humans are already here. There's no turning back the next step. So today, for example, and now I will, in sympathy with some of my friends I know who teach in theology, I should say, that their problem today, formulated at a high level, would be not the disbeliever, which was the older problem you discussed in theology departments, not the non-believer. Their problem today is the non-person. In other words, to find someone for whom belief or disbelief might mean any damn thing either way. It's not that you can't find people that won't go, oh, I believe, because you will. But to find someone that believes, believes like Kierkegaard believed or St. Paul believed, really believes. So their problem isn't finding some silly, tricky little argument, but finding some human being somewhere to make it to. This is the nihilism that makes Nietzsche relevant to the current situation. What Nietzsche actually sees as the end of this is that what it centered around was God, and yet modern conditions, which I have characterized as the advent of capitalism, mass communication, what Max Weber said were called the disenchantment of the world. Disenchantment. I don't want to make that sound too strong, because the enchanted world of the Middle Ages, if you got a toothache in that enchanted world, it was unpleasant. So there are good things about modernity that I appreciate, like penicillin and other things. So don't get too carried away with this enchanted, disenchanted distinction of Max Weber's. Nevertheless, though, Max Weber called this modern world disenchanted, and Nietzsche's trope for that, and this is the name of this lesson, is called, what a thing to call a lesson, the death of God. This is one of Nietzsche's most notorious, as you know, parables, and I'm going to use it and hope that I get a chance to interpret it to bring to an end this sort of Nietzsche as a moralist point. In any case, I want to, before I do that, I want to make two quick points about what I've just said. Both the Greek ideal, and don't think these are very limited ideals, they structure all the things we still value, to the extent that we're still human and still value things. The Greek ideal, and then the Christian ideal, from which our other theories grew, say crucially important for all other theories, for all other ethical theories. One other way Nietzsche sees these, and then I'll get on to this passage, is this way. Nietzsche talks about a reversal of values. That's from the master to the slave. Now, or from the active to the reactive human. That's the reversal. And the reversal, as I say, it has a double edge to it. It makes humans more mendacious, more interesting, sexier, more sinful, interesting. One more example might help there. I want to make this point clear. Augustine's Confessions. I don't know how many of you have read this, but Augustine's Confessions are magnificent, and I think it's a wonderful book. Augustine feels more guilt and has more excitement over stealing a pear than any of us would feel if we stole $7 million. Augustine in the Confessions evokes sin in the most marvelously embodied way, because he stole a stinking pear. We're a long way from that historically, folks. That is far distant. And now, my scary thing I'd like to say is I'm about to read this parable about the death of God. It's supposed to be shocking, and yet I feel like I'm at a time and a place in culture when we're far distant from our ability to be shocked by that at all either. What Nietzsche took to be most shocking, I think today, is just grist for a certain commodity, system, certain way of advertising. And today, world spirit may very well be just advertising. Nevertheless, let me give you the famous parable, Nietzsche's Death of God parable, and I'll use it to bring this kind of suspicion to an end, because with the death of God we have, in Nietzsche, and it's going to take a long time to explain it. I'll do that in the next lecture. We'll talk more about this parable. We could have spent 8 hours interpreting just the parable. First of all, a parable called the death of God can't be atheism. right? Because to the bourgeois atheist, it makes no sense to say God died because there wasn't one, so he couldn't have died. So that doesn't make sense. The death of God is about the drying up of a horizon of meaning and of a whole form of human life, and about Nietzsche's both fear and exhilaration at what might come next. And we still, to a large extent, live in the interregnum between worlds, if you will, or between paradigms. Not many people in the history of the world have faced that, lived in periods like that. So Nietzsche, in that sense, is also a prophetic thinker. So I'll share with you, just so you can scandalize your friends, hell, if nothing else, Nietzsche's famous parable, and it's from the Gay Science. The one I want to share with you is the parable from the Gay Science called The Madman, naturally. And as a madman myself, sometimes a professional madman, I enjoy this passage a lot. The Gay Science, this is 125, Aphorism 125. And of course, these are some of Nietzsche's fragments he's best known for because they're filled with hyperbole and wonderful invective. And so this one, I enjoy this one. The Madman. Have you not heard of that madman who lit a lantern in the bright morning hours and ran to the marketplace? Please follow Nietzsche's every line because none of this is accidental. The madman lit a lantern and ran to the marketplace, okay, and cried incessantly, I seek God, I seek God. Well, you can imagine that in a mall, right? The cops are going to come and pull you out because nothing in a mall is that serious. It's not designed to be, folks. Anyway, as many of those who do not believe in God were standing around just... See, you all thought Nietzsche was just a simple atheist. But now let's follow this. As many of those who did not believe in God were standing around just then, he provoked much laughter. Mall again, right? Oh, God, get the sky pilot out of here. Did he get lost, one said? Did he lose his way like a child, said another? Or is he hiding? Now they're talking about him. Or is he hiding? Is he afraid of us? Has he gone on a voyage? Has he immigrated? They yelled and laughed. The madman jumped into their midst and pierced them with his glance. Whether it's God, he cried, I shall tell you. We have killed him. You and I. All of us are his murderers. But how have we done this thing? How were we able to drink up the sea? Who gave us the sponge to wipe away the entire horizon? What did we do when we unchained the earth from its center, from its sun? Whither is it moving now? Away from all suns? Or are we not plunging continually, backward, forward, sliding in all directions? Do we not hear anything yet of the noise of the grave diggers who are burying God, even so close to them? I'm adding the text now. Even as close to some of those grave diggers as we all sit today? Don't we hear them? They're digging at all? Is not night and more night coming on all the time? Do we not smell anything yet of God's decomposition? God's too decomposed. God is dead. God remains dead, and we have killed him. Now there's a change. Okay, now, the mall people are a little quiet now because this is more interesting than they thought it would be. Okay, quiet now. And God, and now he goes on. And here's the part I want to introduce my next series of talks with. How shall we, the murderers of all murderers, comfort ourselves now? What was holiest that the world has yet known has bled to death under our knives, and who can wipe the blood off of us? What water is there that can clean us now? What festivals of atonement, what sacred games shall we have to invent? What new myths, what new ways to live shall we have to invent? Is not the greatness of our deed still far too great for us? Must not we ourselves become gods simply to be worthy of it? Here the madman fell silent and looked again at the listeners, and they were silent and astonished. At last he threw his lantern on the ground, and it broke and went out. "I come too early. My time has not yet come," said the madman. "This tremendous event is still on its way, still wandering. It has not yet reached the ears of man." Lightning and thunder require time, and the light of the stars requires even more time. Deeds, too, require time, even after they are done, before they can be seen and heard by many. This deed is still more distant from some of them than the most distant star, and yet they have done it themselves. It has been related further, Nietzsche again, it has been related further that on that same day the madman entered various churches, and there he sang his requiem to a dead God. Led out and called to account, he is said to have replied each time, "What are these churches now, if not the sepulchres and the tombs of God?" What are these churches now, if not the sepulchres and the tombs of God? Well, there's the famous death of God parable for what it's worth or not worth. It takes a lot of interpreting, but it's a very, very, for me, a very exciting and interesting, challenging, powerful, and serious moment. And philosophers are very seldom ever really serious. You can tell that from Socrates. And sometimes the best part about them is they're not too serious. But that's a very serious moment for Nietzsche. And it's also a moment that I think that I'd like to bring down to earth just a bit, because this is still a deed quite distant from us, and it may take quite a bit of work to pull it closer. But it's really hard not to catch a sense for that. Coming from the university I come from, where we have one of the world's great cathedrals, Duke Chapel, and we have a beautiful stained glass painting of various saints, martyrs, apostles, and Christ. But most important, and I want to return to Nietzsche's first line about the marketplace, our madman went to the marketplace to tell the news, because it's in the marketplace where the news, in the new era of the world, in the new world order, it's the marketplace where the news needed to be spread. Okay? In any case, in Duke Chapel, it's a beautiful chapel, and I mean it's the best imitation you can get this side of Europe. Built in the 30s, I think, 20s, 30s, right? 20s, 30s, something like that. In this chapel, you wander through, and for a moment, your sense of reverence is almost there. You almost can remember some of those feelings when you were very young and you thought, just maybe that was right or whatever. But you wander off the edge of the chapel, and usually it's very cool in there, and they're playing Bach, and it's just a nice place to go in the afternoon meditate. But as you wander off, then there are the barons of tobacco, and all of the barons of tobacco, the Washington Duke family, all buried in state. Not cardinals, not saints, not martyrs, no Thomas Aquinas, no St. Thomas More, but George Washington Duke and his family, the buyers and sellers of America's first international commodity, tobacco. The fortune upon which that church is erected and to which it is dedicated. What is that magnificent church now but the tomb and the sepulcher of God? This always seemed to me a striking example from a local perspective. I mean, you need to visit the chapel if you come to Duke, and you're welcome to do so. I will bring up a few themes from the genealogy again, but by the time we've reached this moment of the death of God, we already have a strange change in the discourse of Nietzsche's text, because now the challenge will be for me to present what I have only so far indicated, and it's indicated in the parable. What new games, new festivals can human beings, insofar as there is any life that remains, what could be invented now to make up for what has already been destroyed? And that's the challenge we'll have in the next classes, is to see, first, what does Nietzsche offer us by way of any new myth like that, and more importantly, What myths could we construct ourselves? What games? What holy festivals? What interesting books? Fascinating arguments and new ways to live, other than the pathetic, tragic, stupid, banal array of ordinary, everyday, bourgeois, stinking life. Surely we can do better than that. Surely. So that's the project that we will head out on, you know, because we don't want to end with a thought that always seems to me ghastly, and especially after reading Nietzsche. It's that to imagine someone looking at your tombstone years from now and it says, Bill Riley, you know, gives the dates. It's always comforting to me as to visit graveyards. I like it. It says, sold tires. Now, I don't know if any of you sell tires, and I know people are driven to that and worse, but still, that would be a great salesman, wonderful friend, nice chum. To experience that horror, just that horror, may require some effort from us, but I want us to experience it so that we might think of some new games, some new ways to live.
Lecture 5, The Eternal Recurrence.
This lecture is on a very troubling thesis of Nietzsche's, the eternal recurrence. Before I discuss Nietzsche's idea of the eternal recurrence, I want to do a little bit of what I promised that I would do last time when I recounted the parable of the death of God, and that's to interpret it a little bit more. One of the nice things about parables, and I'm going to compare that parable to some other parables, one of the nice things about parables is that, in a certain sense, if one is to read them at all, engage in reading them at all, parables require interpretation. They quite literally can't mean what they say quite literally. And if you notice, in many traditions, the attempt to communicate through a parable is the attempt to communicate a truth that, as it were, could not possibly be communicated in another sort of more linear form without, as it were, the aid of a story. You may, for example, notice that Christ in the New Testament uses parables far more often than he uses demonstrative arguments, far more often than he presents position papers, far more often than he testifies before Congress, far more often than he gives news conferences. And perhaps it's because that the tradition of the parable is one in which the listener is forced to tap into their own autonomy and their own self-creation in order to engage the parable at all. So something similar is true, and I think of the parables that, and parable, as you recall, I've droned on and on about Nietzsche's many styles, but the parable is again a style that Nietzsche uses to convey a kind of truth, a kind of new way of looking at things without, as it were, the direct communication which I think that he rightly believes views like his cannot receive. And it's not as though, and this is why I've been so reluctant throughout to present Nietzsche as a philosopher. I've been equally reluctant, I hope you've noticed, to present him as a literary figure, which seems to me, if I said being presented as a mere philosopher was degrading, to be presented as a mere literary figure, especially in a culture like ours today, you know, considering the people that go on book tours, it would be even more degrading. So I don't want to view Nietzsche's text as merely philosophical or merely literary, but to try to view Nietzsche's text as in some way exemplary and as in special. And the way that I indicated that early on, and I'll mention it again now, is I said in a certain way, and I did use this example from philosophy, Nietzsche wanted to impossibly play Plato to his own Socrates, to invent himself as such a character that would stand out above the other texts within which his were produced. And this act of self-creation it also occurs in literary figures, or the attempt is made, and I can think of two examples, Proust and James Joyce, where the attempt is made certainly to take the stuff of one's own life and to recreate it in a mythical space that is much larger, as it were, than what someone might call the pathetic, embodied ruins of any singular life. Because at one level, all our lives end in a dirty little tragedy in some corner anyway, in some sense. So this attempt is, in a way, is an attempt to write in such a way as to live beyond oneself in an act of self-creation. And I think Joyce and Proust are fair comparisons in some regards to Nietzsche in this way. Okay, I ended, as I said, I was going to say a little more about the death of God parable. So let me say something first, very flat-footed and ordinary about it. There is a sociological dimension to the death of God parable. And by that I mean that the death of God for Nietzsche is a trope or a metaphor that signals some, perhaps still on its way. You notice, if you listen to the parable carefully, perhaps still on its way event. One that has still, it's already happened, but it's still on its way in the sense that it is yet to become understood in all its dimensions, in its fullness. In the same way one might say that a very bright child is a project on the way to something, but it's still not fully developed, and all the ramifications of what that child will eventually be have not become apparent. So in something like that way, you could begin with the sociological observation that something profound has shifted somewhere in the 18th, in the transformations from, say, the 14th through the 18th and 19th centuries, and Nietzsche being, as I say, paradigmatically the philosopher of the 20th century, even though he died in 1900. So this event will be, the sociological remark is this: Nietzsche certainly isn't the only one to register a profound shift. I've already mentioned Max Weber's account of the disenchantment of the world and of how the world is becoming secularized. And I think that we don't want to overplay this, because we all know that the embodied and impassioned pull of religion is still very important throughout the world. Obviously, it becomes important in many places in the world. Weber's point was that religion, when it became one compartment of life, and the best way to understand that in modern society is there are 5 days when you work, and there's a day when you play, there's a day when you have to do jury duty, a day when you have to vote, and then a day to go to church, and our lives become, as it were, fragmented and compartmentalized into these spheres. As that happened, which Weber saw as a process of secularization, as religion became, as it were, shrunken to this one day a week observance, okay, regardless of individuals. You could feel like you're doing it every day, but it's awfully hard, as I think a rather minor rock and roll star said, it's awfully hard to be a saint in the city. It's very difficult to be a Christian under those cultural and social conditions. Better than Bruce Springsteen's Saint in the City is Martin Scorsese's brilliant film Mean Streets, where one of the characters has for a hero St. Francis of Assisi, but what does he do? Well, he runs a little numbers, hangs out with a few minor hoods, and tries to get by in the city. And Scorsese wants to highlight for us this process by which this otherwise exemplary character cannot realize himself under those conditions. So sociologically, something has changed that has, something in society and about society has changed in such fundamental ways that the conditions required for God to live and thrive, whatever. As I say, if you're just a flat-out atheist, it's not going to be helpful because it won't make any sense. But then I find people who are just flat-out atheists to be boring, and it's a boring view about anything. I'm sorry, it just bores me. But so the sociological remark is something really profound has changed in the world. Weber called it the disenchantment of the world. And even though it's old-fashioned to mention his name now in the new world order, Marx also noticed a profound change from the feudal to the capitalist mode of production. And he talked about the way that all fast frozen relations in feudalism, all these fixed systems of thought and inquiry, and there were systems of thought and inquiry, and worldviews in the medieval period were being rapidly torn asunder by the new forces of production and the new developments and technologies under capitalism, which Marx praises in the manifesto as being, in that regard, progressive. He says all those ancient feudal ties of blood and all these old ancient feudal relations, they had to be mercilessly ripped apart And then Marx points out correctly they were mercilessly ripped apart. So, in fact, the whole tradition of sociology is born from the attempt to understand the transition that was widely felt, not just by intellectuals, but by people in their ordinary lives, that had occurred between one massive way of producing and organizing life and another. One final example of the transition, and I'm going to take this one from science, is the production of, I saw this in a history of astronomy class once, the production of a new star map in which for the first time it had retained those round circles and things we associate with medieval maps, you know, Earth, and the Earth was still in the middle, and then there were these things around it in perfect circles. And it had retained all that, and the stars were dotted out in the heavens, but it had no border. In other words, now, you know, ooh, you looked up in the sky, and it wasn't just sort of pinholes of light. It had, as it were, gone beyond that. More stars than that. In fact, undecidable in the sense that not enough to count now, so I'm leaving the border off my damn map. This is not going to get burned by the church, because here's the map. It's just like they want. But I'm not going to put a frame around it. It can't be inframed. And so this change, and I've tried to evoke it there, but in sociology it's clear that whatever political position you might take regarding this change to what I will call modernity or modern life is marked by, in Nietzsche's text, by at least in part, by the parable of the death of God, by the death of a world in which people could draw meaning from that myth and sets of myths surrounding the holy, surrounding God. Well, I tried to leave us last time, you know, in a sense, upset, you know, about that, and in a position where the search to try to find meaning could have some meaning. And it's now incumbent upon me to try to present something that Nietzsche is very reluctant to present, and that's some positive answer to what you do for the search for meaning. Well, one of the reasons that he's reluctant to give a didactic, positive answer to that question, well, okay, I agree with you, Nietzsche. Things have changed. God is dead. We don't know where we're headed. The sky looks like it's getting darker. But I want to know the answer to this classic question raised by St. Paul, Tolstoy, and Lenin, namely, what is to be done? And believe me, I don't consider that a trivial question, and those three people I just named were not trivial human beings. It's a very important question. What is to be done? Well, Nietzsche, as I say, being the sort of indirect fellow he was, what he calls a decadent, someone born, as it were, between two worlds, in the same way perhaps as Socrates, Christ, and others were decadents, in that sense, born between two different worlds. As a decadent, he's not going to develop any kind of didactic answer to the question, what is to be done? So it's in that context that I would like to address his myth, if you will, or his thesis of the eternal recurrence, which is how he presents himself frequently. For example, in a text we will discuss later, Nietzsche's Zarathustra, Thus Spoke Zarathustra, he is presented once in that text as the teacher of the eternal recurrence, or the eternal return. There's always been a kind of scholarly question that philosophers ask, and other people interested in the reconstruction of his text and so on, about whether this is a thesis he holds to the way we hold to a cosmological thesis, you know, about the will this really happen kind of question. Well, the eternal recurrence is Nietzsche's, is for me, is nothing like that for Nietzsche. This is not a theory about the cosmos. I mean, it's not an astronomical theory. It's not a theory about karma or about the great wheel of becoming returning back again. I view this myth that I'm about to sort of gloss and explain the challenge of, I view it as a challenge to self-creation. It is, as it were, a question that Nietzsche poses to you in order to spur on your varying, and I hope various, projects of self-creation. The basic idea of the eternal recurrence is this. Nietzsche wants you to ask yourself this about your own life. What if it were the case that everything that has occurred would necessarily occur after a certain span of time again. Let's say in about, just, give the myth a little sort of pop feel, a little USA Today feeling. Let's say it's the year about 3000 they rounded off, 6000 BC and 3000 AD. For people who think that this talk of Christianity isn't that important today, you might look at a calendar sometime. But anyway, that 9,000 period, let's say that then the whole show starts again. And it replays itself, not as some of us would wish, with all these new and interesting variants, but everything happens again just as it happened before. In other words, it's almost the opposite of that Steven Spielberg nostalgia in Back to the Future, where we can go, to the future or the past and change and alter our lives and so on and do the things we should have done. Peggy Sue got married. There are tons of objects in our culture that promise us that we could go back and do things differently, or that we could go forward and fix things that are going to happen and so on. Nietzsche asks a horrifying question. Are you leading the kind of life that once it's complete, once you're dead, that you'd be willing to lead over again and over again and over again and over again, infinitely? Are you leading a life that you could stand to lead again and again and again and again and again? And Nietzsche considers this a horrifying question and an absolutely striking challenge. This is not an ethical theory. It's not a thought experiment in a certain way like some ethical theories present where you go, well, let me see, would I do that again, that certain act? No. Are you leading the kind of life? Are you the type of person? Are you creating, as it were, the persona, the character that you want to play in a drama that will occur over and over and over and over again without any change? And that is, for Nietzsche, a challenging question to our, ideas of our own self-creation. Because the specter I wanted to leave you with last time is a specter familiar in bourgeois society, and it accounts for a lot of job switching, and it accounts for a lot of these misdirections, where we go, well, I drive a cab, but I'm a writer, like I said last time, or the person who dies at 80, well, I sold tires well. So, the question Nietzsche asks is, do you want to sell them well infinitely? And it doesn't matter whether you were a worker like that or Donald Trump. Do you want to live that glitzy, dumb life again and again and again and again and again? So the myth, as it were, of the eternal recurrence is a challenge to your self-creation to live a life so interestingly, so beautifully, so perfectly lived, that you would be willing to say yes, as Nietzsche says, to fate. To say, I love fate. I love the place where it's put me. I love even my vices, This isn't about going back and fixing that up. No, I love even my vices enough to want to repeat the performance that I did this time again and again and again. And, of course, you can't avoid the sort of theatrical nature of this challenge, because it's like the challenge to write about yourself or to make of yourself a character like Hamlet. By the way, let me clear up something in an earlier lecture. I loved Mel Gibson's Hamlet, and as a film, to clear this point up, as a filmed version of Hamlet, it is head and shoulders above the other filmed versions. Because instead of filming a stage play where everyone acts like this, and how you do in theater where you have to emote, in cinema you have to have action and people have to talk normally and sometimes quietly. Well, as a film version, Mel Gibson's Hamlet actually is better, in my opinion. But the point about Hamlet is this. See, Hamlet's an exemplary character because people feel compelled to do what? To act the character again and again and again and again and again. And they're going to be acting it again and again when we have laser discs, and God knows, who will play it next. I mean, the next, Kyle MacLachlan may play a Hamlet for a version directed by David Lynch, where Ophelia is just a tiny little person who comes from a land where the birds sing a pretty song. We don't know, who will play it next, but we know this, that exemplary character has been played again and again and again. And Nietzsche asks us to ask about our own lives. Are we living them in such a way that... And by the way, Hamlet does have a few faults. I mean, if you've noticed the plays, he has more than one, I think. But he's very interesting. In any case, Nietzsche's question is your life of that kind that you'd be willing to repeat it over and over again? This question Nietzsche finds horrifying in part because the world has changed in such a way. And among its changes are the everyday, and I've got to mention this tension between Nietzsche and the everyday, what I call last time, sort of the everyday, boring, crappy world of the bourgeoisie, where you're bought and sold on the marketplace every day. I mean, that's where the madman goes, is to the marketplace to give his news. You better go to the marketplace to give your news or you won't get heard. Right. But in any case, in that sort of boring workaday world, at its best boring, Dickens tells us what it is at its worst, but at its best boring, under those conditions, can you find a way conceivably to live that you'd be willing to do again and again and again? And as I said, I think Nietzsche has more in mind here than changing jobs. You go, well, Nietzsche's right. By God, I've just been in insurance too long. It's like that Monty Python skit, the guy who wants to become a lion tamer. He's in accounting. Of course, Monty Python, they consider accounting to be an illness, right? I mean, you go to therapists and doctors to be cured of being an accountant. And so in one skit, this guy says, well, I think I'll be a lion tamer. Problem is, he doesn't know what a lion is, and so John Cleese shows him a picture of a lion. He says, oh, God, no. And he says, well, maybe you should take it step at a time and go into banking next. And he went, yeah. Right. Well, now, Nietzsche's challenge is more than to change jobs from accounting to banking to even being sort of the captain of a little skiff for a year on your, on your savings or whatever. It's to live a life that is in some sense, and I don't want to even, I hate to use the word art because it trivializes it, but in a way to live a life that's like a work of art, like Hamlet in the sense that you'd be willing to play that part again. Yeah, I did well enough, I want to play it again. And that includes all the things that Nietzsche knows about the pain of life, which I hope I've tried to make clear through some of the examples I've used, including those moments. Would you be willing to play the part again and again? So the way I've always seen the eternal recurrence is not as an ethical theory so much as a challenge to fashion a life for you that's worth living. Now, to understand this, you need to see that Nietzsche is using a myth here of the eternal recurrence precisely because he's done what I have earlier argued that he does. He's rejected the dogmatic tradition of philosophy where you attempt to answer the question I attempted to answer in my first series of lectures and failed, namely, what is the best kind of life for human beings? Nietzsche thinks there is no general answer to that question, but he thinks it's a supremely important question. But he doesn't, by general answer, that means there's not one answer that I can find and then I give you the argument and all of you go, oh yeah, that's right, that's the best one, we'll all do it. No. This myth this challenge takes place in a different narrative and with a different kind of challenge. And in a way, it puts the burden upon the reader, the interpreter, as it were, to ask the question, well, could I love fate that much? That wherever it's put me and whatever it's put before me, I'd be willing to play this drama of self-creation that I've already either attempted or escaped from over and over again. Now, I think that it is a powerful challenge. I think the more we think about it, the sort of more horrifying it becomes. I mean, in a way, this is why modernists, and this modernists now I'm referring to both texts written by the so-called modern writers and modernist cinema people such as Woody Allen are so sort of freaked out by death. I mean, it's both a perplexing and frightening thing to die, but it's also a kind of nice thing because now the hypochondria is finally over and it's been proven that you were right. I mean, Woody both is afraid of death, but then in a way it will justify him because he's been a hypochondriac, all his life, and he takes aspirin and he talks about death and he reads books about death and he sees all these Ingmar Bergman movies about death and death. But part of that is the very fascination with it because when it finally comes, then you won't be around to see it. Oh, by God, you thought I was a hypochondriac, but look, I died and I said I would. Well, hardly surprising, but at least you're justified, stand justified before that belief. So there is a a fascination with that. And in bourgeois culture in general, Sartre once said that if you were going to tell a dying person one thing that would make them happy, and I think this is why we built it, not why, there were many reasons why we did, and a lot of them had to do with valorizing capital. But one reason why nuclear weapons and the specter of an apocalypse was so attractive, utopian, and fascinating, and I mean all that seriously. This is a joke because, look, Hollywood made thousands of movies about apocalypses, and people, oh, the missiles of October, I want to see that documentary again, and this blew the world up. And the giddiness of apocalypse and all these movies is sort of based on a point by Sartre. If you could tell a dying person one thing that would make them happy, it's that everybody else is dying too right now as you die. And when you die, you're all going to die together. You're going to have at least that one communal experience under capitalism of all going out at once. And you'd go, well, geez, I got to die, but old Bob down at the office, so, I mean, he's not ready. He's going to, you know. So Nietzsche, though, Nietzsche's challenge is in a way scarier because death won't even stop this process of self-creation for Nietzsche. See, because you'll just, if you do something really badly and die and people forget about it, that won't happen because you'll have to do it again and again and again and again and again. Now, again, Nietzsche doesn't hold this as a view about the cosmology of the world or that things actually will occur again and again. But if one, you might ask yourself this question, if I viewed my life as a part, as a persona, and I was trying to create myself in a more conscious way than I am, because in a certain sense we're all trying to create and recreate ourselves all the time. I think that's why a lot of people now, lots of people now, stay in graduate school until well past their midlife. So that you can continually be creating yourself and, you know, oh, well, I'm taking anthropology this month, and this month I'm into strong. Well, this is to give you a patina, a pathetic patina of self-creation. It's beneath contempt. But anyway, it's another story. Ooh, boy, I came in. I'm really in a good mood. I don't know why this is sounding so nasty here. It's supposed to be challenging and life-affirming and fun. In any case, I don't think that there's, I think that the question Nietzsche wants you to ask is this. Engaged in my own self-creation, could I do this? And then my point was going to be that we are, in fact, engaged in acts of self-creation with varying degrees of consciousness that that's what we're doing. Nietzsche had the misfortune of being supremely, acutely, perhaps pathologically aware. And I mean, I'm certainly pathologically aware, in my opinion. I think all the great theorists and philosophers and literary people, practically all of them, were delusional in one or another important sense of that word. It's okay. God, what a boring species would be without people who are delusional nuts, if you will. Really boring. But Nietzsche was acutely aware of his own self-creation. And of course that's what comes out in these very hyperbolic style in the aphorisms. And when Nietzsche calls himself, you know, in one book he gives it the title, Behold the Man. And the book has titles like, has chapter titles like, Why Am I So Clever? Why Do I Never Make Mistakes? You know, he responds to himself by saying, I have never bothered with questions that are none. It's beyond question that I never make mistakes, and I'm very clever. So, Nietzsche is acutely, almost insanely aware of his own self-creation. A process, as I say, that we all undergo, but under conditions where we're not nearly so aware as Nietzsche was. Ernst Jones, the biographer of Freud, and I'm not sure this is a compliment about Nietzsche, but Ernst Jones, Freud's biographer, once said of Nietzsche, says, well, Jones didn't. Jones said that Freud said, so we don't know if it's true or not. But Jones said that Freud said about Nietzsche that he knew more about himself than any man who ever lived or was ever likely to live. That's someone addicted to self-reflection about their own self-creation. So it was Freud's judgment that he knew more about himself than anyone who ever lived or was ever likely to live. So what sets the eternal challenge, the eternal return as a challenge, is not just to do the same things you've done, but to be consciously aware of the way a creator is of their creation, about yourself, see, with no God to be the creator of you as fallible, finite, and you can always, I mean, what an excuse. I mean, you actually hear it in the death house sometimes as the last, remark trying to sway the judge. You'll go, well, don't execute me. I mean, God made me this way. What the heck? It's a nice excuse because if you're familiar enough with theodicies, there's some truth to it, of course. If God knew everything he knew about Charlie Manson long before Charlie Manson did, and he went ahead and let Charlie do some awful things. If you don't know about that serial killer, I know about a lot of them. I can't get into certain serial killers in giving lectures in Washington, D.C. because to name some of them is libelous. No, anyway, leave that where it is. In any case, so you can hold for a moment here while I get myself together. No, I'm kidding. In any case, this challenge to create oneself is a magnificent one, and it bears, as I say, striking resemblance to artistic creation. However, the level of self-consciousness involved is perhaps even greater, because when you create a fictional character like Hamlet, the artist can, as it were, distance himself from that creation to a certain extent, and always has the alibi of saying, like actresses and actors do, well, I just created that part. Jodie Foster talking about playing a prostitute when she was 12. Well, I just created that part. Well, I bet she did. She probably didn't have. But in any case, an artist can always distance themselves from their work. But if you're Nietzsche's very special kind of artist, and your work is yourself, your own subjectivity, then the split and the distance is much more intimate and narrow, and the creation is your own self-creation, then the challenge is extremely risky. Because if you write a character in a novel or a play and you don't like the character, you can edit it. But if you write a character for yourself in an ongoing way, you can't just simply edit it out, because it is you, your subjectivity, that's at issue. So for these and a host of other reasons, I think that Nietzsche's challenge concerning the eternal recurrence is a fascinating one. Another motto that grows out of this notion of the eternal recurrence is Nietzsche's motto that he was in love with fate, or loved fate, the love of fate. Because for Nietzsche, there is something also fateful about where you find yourself. I mean, Nietzsche believes that you find yourself, as a matter of fact, growing up in certain communities with certain, linguistic possibilities, historical possibilities, social possibilities, and so on, about which you have no choice. Heidegger's sort of yucky way of saying this is that you're sort of thrown into the world. Another way to put the same point is, if you've ever seen this game Class Struggle, a Marxist dice game, you begin by rolling the genetic dice, okay? The high roll, if you roll high, you get, first of all, the order in which you roll helps to tell you, something. You begin rolling with the whitest male rolling first, on down to the darker males, and then you go down, and the last person to roll will be the darkest female in the room as you roll the genetic dice, and then they tell you what class you're born into. And so the throw of the dice, so you may go, well, that's a silly. No, I mean, it's the throw of the genetic dice does put you in certain positions and conditions of life to begin with that you did not choose. And for Nietzsche, that's a threat and an opportunity, both. The flip side of that crisis is an opportunity. And that's that whatever your condition, this kind of act of self-creation can be undertaken, and in fact sometimes spectacularly so, when you're thrown into the worst conditions. And I can't help but bring up now my favorite politician in the United States today, and so I can do it in this time in a flattering example, and I'm sure many of you don't like this politician. He's a local politician, and that's Jesse Jackson. And I think Jesse Jackson is in many ways an exemplary human being, and in this strong sense, that coming from where he came and to engage in that act of self-creation, which the media now goes, oh, well, he puts on a mask, he plays a part. Well, how long have they been around here, I mean, how long have they been around the United States? I mean, is that supposed to surprise anybody? No, it's the quality of the performance. It's how intimately it's knitted in with self and against what obstacles that's given it its drama. And of course, the current sort of derision about that self-creation of Jackson, that ongoing process, the derision about it now doesn't surprise me historically, because I was around when Martin Luther King was derided, made fun of. Of course, the moment that he was dead and the myth could be closed off, he was safely blanched out into the general culture, where now he becomes a figure for McDonald's advertising, and the picture of Martin Luther King, you know, at one time the sort of communist, dangerous, bizarre, scary civil rights leader. It's hard to even go back there in history after all this work of social amnesia that has been performed upon us. But now that he's blanched out, safe, secure, in short, dead, then the general culture can tell new myths about him. But I can guarantee you this, if, and this would be, for me, tragic, if anything ever happened to Jackson, it would be a few years, but then the next thing you know, we would have pictures of him. He would be whiter than when he was alive. This is, just let me, this is for me a humorous note. I noted as the years went on how Martin Luther King got whiter and whiter. After his death, I mean. The pictures of him, and this is actually noticeable, became whiter and whiter. I saw him speak once when I was young, and he was an African-American man. He was very dark. He was, well, black. Yeah. And as the photographs of him over the years, now the one used by McDonald's, there's just a hint of skin tone there. Well, anyway, this long digression is only to give you one of my heroes of self-creation today, someone I really admire, who's engaged in an act of phenomenal, not only self-creation, but recreation. And through a whole bunch of mistakes, as you know, and accidents and misfortunes and stupidities, in order to recreate himself again at another level. And for better or worse, you know, my own feeling, looking at it from the outside, because I don't have his subjectivity, but looking at it from the outside, hell, who knows, it might end up being a life worth living twice. The eternal return challenges us with the notion to live a life worth living over and over again, not twice. I mean, that's the best example I could find today, and that's a life that might be worth living twice. Thinking about the great majority that toil anonymously day in and day out, it's hard to imagine a life living even the first time, not to mention twice. So the eternal return in Nietzsche, the eternal recurrence of everything, is supposed to be frightening, and also it's supposed to be a positive moment in Nietzsche. It is a positive challenge to engage consciously and self-reflectively in something you do anyway, which is in the constant act of rebuilding your persona, yourself. This is not, and Nietzsche is far too complex to believe that this is the advice to stop wearing masks and be who you really are. Well, you know, if you check the philological history of the word persona, you'll see that that's not interesting. And I'll make a comparison here with David Hume, the British philosopher, the empiricist. When Hume goes in search of the self empirically, and he knows as an empiricist that he has to find the I, the self, the subject, empirically, he has us do an experiment. We are to look for it and find ourselves in this inner space of our mind. Where is the I, the self? And Hume performs this experiment in a treatise of human nature, and damn, there isn't one. You don't know what color your self is, what weight it is, and so on. Not your bodily self, but yourself, that thing that continues through all the changes in your body and hair color and weight, height, and so on. And Hume, with the rigor that belongs to his thinking, goes, it's a fiction. There is no self, no I, no substantial individual beneath all the surfaces. We've looked for it, it's not there, it's a custom, a fiction, a habit. Just habitually, you know, the way we behave with one another. We have driver's licenses and lawyers to take care of continuity. There isn't such a thing. It's a convention, a habit, and so on. Well, so that people wear masks is not only interesting, it's interesting because beneath the masks there isn't something called the self. So that makes one become concerned in Nietzsche's way that the various masks, shapes, and forms that one does wear and choose in order to become what one is, to use Nietzsche's phrase, in order to become what one is not to become an authentic self. but to become the best and most interesting self that you can create. And it's not, in that sense, it does not belong to the dogmatic tradition of philosophy, because God knows what variety of selves would be created if people had the opportunity and the vision and the will and imagination to create themselves in this radically self-conscious way that Nietzsche challenges us to do in his myth of the eternal return.
Lecture 6, The Will to Power.
I'd like to wrap up my remarks about self-creation, self-invention, and the challenge of the eternal recurrence by saying that we need to remember that this has to do with what I mentioned later in the lecture, the love of fate, loving the place you found yourself in history. And sometimes that's a difficult thing to do, and for me that's a quite personal remark that has to do with my own self-invention, is to try to love the place I've found myself in history. Like many other people now, I find that difficult. Nietzsche, on the other hand, thought it might be difficult, but it was a challenge that we should attempt to meet. In this next set of remarks, I'd like to address the will to power, and of course that gives me a chance to address something that I probably should have talked about in the opening lecture, because in a set of lectures on Nietzsche in which we want to reach an audience, a very wide audience, we need to dispel some of the myths about Nietzsche's text and concerning Nietzsche. And one of the most prevalent, and certainly it's a widespread myth, you can find it in many places, is the myth of the connection. Well, I want to first say it's a myth, and then I want to argue the danger and risk in Nietzsche's text, that, because I use myth in a strong sense, that allows it to be possible. I want to discuss for just a moment the relation of Nietzsche's work to fascism. And the reason I want to do that is because the first sort of Americanized reception of Nietzsche involved the use of Nietzsche's text for propaganda purposes by various National Socialist Party hacks. Unfortunately, it belongs to the nature of propaganda even by the good guys who do counter-propaganda, as if we knew who good guys were after all the events that occur. I mean, this isn't going to turn out to be a defense of the fascists or anything. It's not. I hope it doesn't turn out to be a defense of any parties. You know? I wish them all equal luck. In the words of Nietzsche, whatever is shaky should be pushed over. Something is shaky. On a shaky foundation, his advice is to push it over. You know, if it's not on a shaky foundation, then when you push, it'll stay there. It'll be okay. But if it's on a shaky foundation, push it over. In any case, the counter-propaganda also involved Nietzsche, and the British, in their efforts to combat Nazi propaganda, also participated in, just like the Nazis were valorizing certain remarks of Nietzsche's, then the British were at the same time demonizing those remarks, and that couldn't help but affect the reception of his work in England. And since in the United States, as I may have earlier remarked, we're so in love with British intellectuals, we know they couldn't be wrong about anything just because of their damn accent. You just use that accent, and American academics begin to swoon, and they go into almost orgasmic reactions to what's being said. We knew that this British reception of Nietzsche must mean that he's, like the philosopher of fascism. Well, there are elements in Nietzsche's text that open up onto the risk of a hideous new project in which, against a technological world, we try to reinvigorate it through blood, steel, and a new human being, the famous Overman, which I will discuss when I discuss the text of Zarathustra. That such a sort of clever interpretation could then be used for propaganda purposes is clear. It was clear that it could be used that way. I don't think, to be fair to the text of Nietzsche, that this use is one that can in any sense be authorized under older, fairer standards of interpretation. However, I should say that those are the very standards Nietzsche himself attacked, older, fairer standards of interpretation. But by those hermeneutic standards of interpretation, the older, fairer ones, it would be fair to point out that Nietzsche always viewed himself as a good European rather than a good German. He just laid tons upon tons of abuse upon those narrow nationalists who were good Germans and always talked about the Teutonic forests. Once Nietzsche said, well, back to the forest with them then. You know, they're just boring the hell out of me. I hope they go live in the forest. They're that sort of the way I feel about a lot of the rhetoric in the United States on the right today is, oh, it's so good, well, just go live in the big, go from coast to shining coast and Bangor to shining Maine or whatever the hell you want to do. But no, Nietzsche just scorned this German nationalism. It's hard to imagine that someone so sensitive, that the event that finally, as it were, tripped Nietzsche off into madness, another topic that we'll talk about in the lectures that remain, the event that finally tripped him into madness was someone beating a horse with a whip. Someone that sensitive, with that sensitive a nature in a certain way, it's hard to imagine would have done well had he lived long enough as a great propagandist for that gang of petty bourgeois thugs that took over Germany and became the Nazi Party. So I think that was a dangerous misunderstanding of the text of Nietzsche. However, and this is the admission that I think is necessary to show the risk of the text. However, once you've introduced processes of radical self-creation and redirection, left them wide open, and then argued for the strongest possible misinterpretations, you know, the ones that are the most creative, interesting, and new, clearly you've opened yourself up to the possibilities of violence, death, madness, and many other things as well. So that's the admission on the one hand, not that it needs to be admitted. I mean, we live in the 20th century, one of the most barbaric, perhaps the most barbaric century in the history of the world. I mean, if there was a central fact to our century, it would be murder, killing of people by their people. So, to take before the bar this one rather literate, cosmopolitan, quiet little man who wrote these rather exciting texts as some causative factor in that much larger process, I think is overkill of a very high order. In any case, his text does open onto the danger of fascism, but as I said, that for me is not an objection, because dangerous and insane risks are taken in his text in other directions as well, and that many texts have risks, many interesting texts, many interesting bodies of work have risks and many uses. The standard, though, Americanized pop line that Nietzsche was for the German Superman in Blonde Beast is just simple-minded. And so that's not a criticism. It's just, it doesn't mean that there aren't lines in his work that are like that, but it's simple-minded. And that should be enough to move slightly past that. It's a simple-minded way to look at Nietzsche. It's far too simple-minded. And that's not, as I say, to get out of the trap that Nietzsche's text is full of risks. However, an odd thing has happened in the return of Nietzsche in our own time is that while at one time he was used for ideological purposes in the National Socialists and the movement of fascism, according to Bloom and other paleo-conservatives of the current period, the return of Nietzsche in the 60s and then what I might call his re-return in the 80s and 90s has been scandalously anarchistic left-wing Nietzsche. So obviously this is a text that can produce many differential political effects, because the Nietzsche denounced by Bloom is the person who argues for strong multiple interpretations, for recreating, canons and destroying older canons of knowledge. The Nietzsche that said that if things are shaky, push them over, that Nietzsche. So, it's hard if one wants to place simple moral blame upon a body of text to go, well, Nietzsche was responsible for fascism, and damn it, now he's responsible for its opposite number, anarchism. Why wasn't he just a damn good liberal like John Stuart Mill? Well, he thought Mill was a blockhead, I mean, why wasn't he just a middle-of-the-roader? I mean, that's the politics that seems to dominate the current period, sort of middle-of-the-roader, mainstream. Well, to quote my friend Hightower from Texas, there's nothing in the middle of the road where I come from. except yellow lions and squashed armadillos. And so I'm glad that Nietzsche's text isn't in the middle of the road, and it does allow for multiple political uses, and some of those I want to talk about now in terms of the will to power. And I'm going to have to return, in order to do that, to my discussions of genealogies. Before I do, I want to leave one more note on Jesse Jackson in the lecture. I mean, I'm not his campaign manager, it's just an interesting example. But I have been asked, well, if he has, this real courage of self-creation, why doesn't he, run for a real job like mayor? That would show real courage. Well, my view of that, and I don't know if it was Nietzsche's, and I don't care, my view of that is it doesn't take real courage to be a mayor, a governor, a senator, a president, real courage to be the head of a bureaucracy, real courage to be the president of IBM, but it does take real courage, as you know if you live in the Washington, D.C. area, to sleep under the bridges at night. It takes a lot more courage. So I'm not sure that running for mayor is something that we should particularly valorize as an act of courage. I mean, in a certain way, it takes far more courage to be a pimp than a politician, even though in many other respects the jobs are similar. Okay, enough of that for now. We'll return to that later. The will to power. Well, first let me say that the will to power is the name of a text of Nietzsche's. I shouldn't say by Nietzsche, because the will to power was pieced together in a way that makes us suspect the text itself by his sister. And I've already, denounced his sister somewhat for dressing him up, for marrying one of these good Germans, and for the uses she made of her brother's persona after he lost his mind. Well, she was one of the editors that helped compile these fragments of the will to power. Since then, however, Kaufman and others have worked on this compilation, but by now it's almost useless to go back and pretend there's no such text, because as in the case of a much shorter text, namely the fragment I discussed, which was I Have Forgotten My Umbrella, which has now become a text of Nietzsche's through this radical process of interpretation, so now too is the will to power, a much larger, more complex text, become a text of Nietzsche's, even though he never compiled it in that way or put it together in that way. The will to power is, in fact, I'm not sorry that it did, because the will to power contains a host of suggestive, fascinating, and interesting views, among which is Nietzsche's famous view of power that I will be discussing. It's impossible to discuss it, however, without connecting it in some way to the genealogy, the process of genealogy that we discussed when we talked about the genealogy of morals. Because one of the things that genealogy was supposed to do is to show us that, as it were, what shapes discursive practices and actual human practices are certain relations of power which create the conditions for the possibility of certain sentences being written and certain practices being carried out, then calls for an account of what those relations of power are like. And in the will to power, Nietzsche gives us an account of force, as it were, or power, that is very interesting. For Nietzsche, power won't be the simple power of domination of one self over another, and the reason it can't be that linear self over another self kind of power is because, as you may have guessed already, for Nietzsche, as for Hume in a certain way, there is no essential self. There are only, as it were, a kind of multitude of personas that, when a life is well lived, will have the coherence of a character. In fact, isn't that what we say about someone we know who's rather advanced in years and we want to valorize them? We say, God, oh, Bob or Aunt Sue was really a character. When you say that, you've said something Nietzschean about them. They've put together those various selves in a way that makes them really a character, and that's not a bad thing to say. Well, anyway, the reason that for Nietzsche power can't be simply the power of one person over another, it can't be that simple, is because selves aren't that simple. And also because power is not just, as it were, horizontally applied in models that we might think of like the Marxist theory of exploitation or other theories of power. Power isn't just applied, as it were, across the horizon of the social body. By that I mean, by that rather wild phrase, I mean it's not as though power is applied merely to the external manifestations that break the rules of the current existing order. Power is also applied, as it were, vertically across the intensity and within the subjectivities of people. One way of putting this is that, in some sense, we internalize relations of power within ourselves that allow many of the external relations to function. Now, to give a West Texas example of that is that each one of us has to have a little cop inside us, a little tiny policeman inside, that keeps us from stealing, because there aren't enough cops on the outside to keep us from doing it. And yet there are many things we want that we don't have the money for, and under conditions where we carry out our will and valorize ourselves, we might otherwise take them. And given the rate at which people who steal things are caught, which means much less frequently than you'll be caught at work trying to take a long break, it kind of makes it rational to want to steal certain things, because it's easier to do than getting by with laying off work for a while. Under those conditions, it becomes clear that power also is, in a sense, an intensity within, something that you bring against yourself and against your own self-project in a way that's been characterized by certain French theorists as micrological power, or sets and effects of power, rather than macrological power. So if I talk to you about the police or the state, or even in Marx's sense of the power of the marketplace, these are macrological views of power, and Nietzsche provides us with a micrological view. And that micrological view has to do with tiny intersees of overlapping effects, very difficult to characterize, very subtle effects of power, almost unnoticeable. In fact, they sometimes pass not for power at all. This is what a genealogical analysis is supposed to show. Sometimes they don't pass for relations of power at all, but rather for things like a good conscience, or clear mind, or fair rules, or even fairness itself. Those discourses, as self-evident as they may seem to us today, are also structured by power. And I think that to make Nietzsche's analysis of power come alive for us now, rather than a sort of long account of it, I'll give a little bit more of the sort of theoretical complexity of it, then I'll give a real example to give it real bite, okay? So let me give a little more of the theoretical version of it. For Nietzsche, power is always in some sense relational. It's not as though power is a thing that we can find in the world, but it is always a complex relational set of intervening and interacting effects. It's not always the best question to ask, what are the causes? In some cases, it might even be, although it sounds oxymoronic, it might be best to say quasi-metaphorically, or maybe metaphorically, that power sometimes gives off effects where we have in what amounts to an absent cause. In other words, what the analysis really should look at are the effects, and bracket out what might otherwise in a normal analysis be called the cause. Instead, these multiple effects, these relational effects, and to use some more terminology which isn't French, it's modern American lit crit terminology, these overlapping economies of power, of influence, of persuasion, of control, these macrological ones, are not subject, as I say, to simple linear analysis in any one of the various modes that we might be used to it. You know, analyses of, in particular, ordinary analyses of political power. These can, let me see if I can cash this in with what I think is a very interesting example, and at least I hope it's a good example. And it should lead to the next thing I want to discuss, which is Nietzsche's view of history. I'm going now to refer to Michel Foucault's brilliant work, Discipline and Punish. And if you haven't read it, please read it, because it is a strange artifact, and it would not be possible without the influence of Nietzsche. And to discuss Foucault's Discipline and Punish will have us enter the terrain of the politics of reading Nietzsche, which I want to get onto now, which, as I said, might be a banal topic, but it's one I enjoy, so what the hell, I'm going to talk about it some. But Michel Foucault is someone who's made great and systematic use of parts of Nietzsche, the genealogical method and Nietzsche's sensitivity to these macrological relations of power. Now, for me, the best work by Foucault, as I said, is Discipline and Punish. And in that book, what Foucault is interested in is to do a genealogy of the forms of punishment and how they changed, if they did change, and in what ways they changed, between this period I have characterized as feudal to this period that I have characterized as modern. So Foucault starts his book with older forms of discipline and punishment. In fact, the first section is on the spectacle of the scaffold. And it begins with as gory a description as one could wish of an execution in France. Huge audience. Bring out this guy. I'm just going to gloss it. Don't want to read all that stuff. It'd turn this damn thing into a horror movie. But anyway, you have this huge audience for this execution. You bring out the guy. He's drawn, quartered, molten lead poured into here. Horses pull on him. The crowd is in an uproar. They scream and is tortured by pull, pull, pull. Finally, they drag him up, and a prelate of the church comes up. The man still can speak, and he confesses that he's done wrong and courageously states that now he's paying his price, his honor to God. And then they burn him, after using sulfur and so on. Well, you read this section in Foucault and you recoil in horror from those old feudal relations and how barbaric they were. And Foucault does his best to make it come alive for you, the conditions of possibility for those practices. The arbitrary rule of kings, the necessity to give the crowd its spectacles, its festivals of atonement. And it's important that the criminal there, atone in a rather spectacular public way for his crime. Well, toward the end of this long and rather barbaric chapter in feudalism, which in this sort of feudal setting, Foucault begins to mention how the spectacle of the scaffold begins to die away under a rather strange condition of reversal. I hope this will make Nietzsche's genealogical idea clearer, too, as I use the Foucault example. The spectacle of the scaffold begins to die away. And one of the reasons that Foucault suggests for this is that who turns out to be the hero of the spectacle? The legislator or prince who condemned the man, the prelate who forgave him, or the suffering, wounded, courageous body of the victim. Imagine the crowds, who they will eventually begin to pull for, as it were. Well, the insinuation by Foucault is this form of exercising power across the social body begins to undermine itself through a strange reversal, where the victim being slaughtered becomes, as it were, the center, the important focal point of the ceremony, and begins to win the sympathy of the crowd. And of course, that's not the idea of discipline and punishing in that period or in this one. It's hardly the idea, right, for the punished party to be the star of the show. Now, you may say, well, we've gone back to that in a way because we do all... There's one sure way to get a mini-series, and that's to be a serial killer. That's true under conditions that I will describe before the end of this lecture as postmodern. But right now we're going from feudal to modern. Under postmodern conditions, things have grown so bizarre that I'm not sure how I will use Nietzsche to help analyze them. But in any case, now I want to go from this feudal spectacle of the scaffold to the modern methods of discipline and punish. The horror sort of evoked in us by what Foucault does there is the horror simply at a past form of life in the way they punished people. Now, of course, what happens after that are there these great prison reforms in the 18th and 19th century. Utilitarians, for example, like Bentham, were very involved in prison reform and in ending this scaffold business and these public spectacles. No, they wanted clean, they had programs like Bush's, clean new prisons that were sort of humane, but enough of them. So Bentham and Foucault makes brilliant use of this. Bentham, the great utilitarian, interestingly enough, also came up with a great architectural design called the Panopticon. And it was a building where from the sort of top of the building, I wish I had a drawing of it here for you, but from the top of the building you can kind of see everything that goes on down through it. And each one of the cells facing in on them, where the prisoners are, have the peculiar characteristic that you're isolated so that you cannot see the other people, but as the guards walk through in surveillance, they can see you quite easily. And this was very important for the device itself. This is the surveillance aspect of modern power. And this is quite micrological. To give you an ordinary example of how modern power works in that way, you may be a perfectly honest citizen, a straightforward person, but when you walk into a department store, frequently you're being filmed and watched. And it's so ordinary, so micrological, so beneath the surface of your consciousness and everyday effects that you don't think about it. But you're being filmed and watched and surveilled as you walk through the mall, or as you walk through a department store, or as you drive through the city, the sort of omnipresent helicopter. It's not a paranoid delusion. You see them all the time. It's just that you forget because of their ubiquity. See, powers like that. It's sort of ubiquitously running here and there. It becomes easy to forget what structures our own power. It becomes easy to remember about the past, how barbaric it was, and sort of distance ourselves from it. Well, anyway, Bentham's Panopticon was, as Foucault argues, a principle and not merely a building. It was a general principle of surveillance. And it's been crucially important for the shift to new forms of discipline and new forms of punishment. Bentham brilliantly shows that it's no mere building by arguing, oh, by the way, this same design for this Panopticon building would be absolutely appropriate for schools, workhouses, and many other socially utilizable, socially utilitarian benefits. I mean, schools could be built this way, right, so that all the students are working and you can see them and they can't see you easily, and so the principal can be at the top and looking down upon the thing. And Bentham thought, what a wonderful device, this Panopticon, this sort of one-way visual presentation of all the surveilled people. Again, to return to my example, you never get to see the face, do you, of the person behind the one-way glass in Macy's who's doing the filming of you as you walk up and down the aisle? Hell, who even notices anymore, right? You don't even notice. Hell, shouldn't it be outrageous, to sort of this earlier generation of Americans? What the hell are you doing filming me? I don't steal. I'm an honest, God-fearing, tax-paying American. I don't want to be on your damn film, surveilled, watched, filed, numbered. I don't want that. But the ubiquity of this kind of surveillance is just obvious. Also, we've now found out that the telephone is quite a strange instrument to pick up, since God knows who's listening and recording what you're saying. And now the possibility for multiple interpretations reinstitutes itself at a much higher level, because you may in fact say on the phone, I have forgotten my umbrella. It might click off some strange computer by some strange government agency saying, this person's one of those weird interpreters of Nietzsche. And you may only be telling your Aunt Susan that you forgot your umbrella. But you'll already be in a huge bank of information, pre-interpreted in some basement in this city where they are going over it, providing analyses, the companies and the agencies that provide the analyses and so on. Power micrological like this very well may be beneath the level of everyday life. By that I mean in everyday life we may just walk past it. I mean, I know I do for sure. In a department store I don't. Well, sometimes I stop and wave at the little guy. And sometimes when I hear a click on the phone, I stop and go, oh, I'm sorry you have this job of listening to all these boring. Have you ever commiserated with a surveiller? He's going, oh, I'm so sorry you don't have anything to do but to listen and open my mail and listen to all these phone calls. And if you ever get lonely, please call and let's talk. This is a nice strategy to adopt. But anyway, the power of Foucault's argument is supposed to be to show that what has happened is not that we've gone from one thing that appears to us, to our sensitive, liberal, utilitarian instincts, as barbaric, to something less barbaric, but to a new mode of discipline and punishment and surveillance, which is itself an incredible effect of the expansion of power, not of its contraction, across many areas of life. Across many areas of life. The sort of spectacle of the scaffold is over. But we still execute people. We just do it behind wall after wall of secrecy. You know, wall after wall of secrecy. They're still executed, but it happens in a space where we, in principle, can't look. Now, I know that people have run for, say, the governor of Texas and argued that we should put these things on TV, you know. Hell, if we're going to execute them, show it on TV. And, you know, it didn't work out as an idea, and he lost the election. I think if he had sold it to the networks first and then tried it as a political idea, he would have had something. But he didn't try that. Well, the serious point being made by Foucault is not that that old barbaric power of the past has been broken and liberal democracy has won everywhere. No. It's that power has shifted, it has expanded in its intensity, and precisely by becoming even more hidden, macrological, every day in a certain way, sort of seeping in every day, it has become, as it were, even more sort of totalizing, territorializing, if you like, more and more of our lives, in subtle but profound ways. So I guess that I wanted to use that example in particular because now we begin to wonder about even Foucault's analysis, if it isn't a bit old-fashioned and we're not in yet another space. Because Foucault is still, to my mind at least, somewhere on the borderline between a modern account of power and one that I would characterize as postmodern or after the modern. And it's going to be difficult for me to characterize that in spite of the title of these lectures, which is Nietzsche and the Postmodern Condition, because no one yet knows what the postmodern condition is, because it is not a condition we're in yet. It is a trajectory. As Nietzsche said of the death of God, it is perhaps an event on its way. I wanted to use Foucault's, the example of Foucault, however, to try to show you what genealogies do, how they reverse our perception. So in the case of the feudal period, they show us the reversal that occurs on the scaffold when all of a sudden the person you're tearing apart becomes the hero. And that's not surprising through, you know, when you see through their courage and stamina, they become the hero of that spectacle. The spectacle begins to disappear. We don't, like, I can't be the hero. Well, similarly, the stories we tell ourselves about our institutions are sort of, now, our institutions under sort of modern, liberal, democratic societies. The stories we tell ourselves is that they are based on legitimacy, consensus, and so on. And Foucault's book warns us that that may be the discourse within which we discuss them, but what makes that discourse possible are the macrological powers of discipline, punishment, and surveillance that undergird that liberal discourse. And again, like as in the case where Nietzsche quotes St. Thomas, one could hardly quote a better source than Bentham, who was a social engineer or a reformer in the tradition of, you know, many others we've encountered since. And this panopticon device to show that a reversed look at this discourse of democracy and so on shows that beneath it are these macrological effects of power. And I would like to say about them that they are differential and highly complex. And I mean, I don't know if the Foucault example is enough. One might have to do more still to make this come alive. Let me see if I can try another way to do this. Well, let's take, for example, a situation where it seems as though the only force that's being recognized is the force of the better argument, namely a university setting. That's one I'm familiar with, so I'll take that as an example. Argument within that setting seems to proceed free of power. Knowledge seems to be produced in a way that is interest-free. That's the ideal of research in a way. Interest-free knowledge. Knowledge free of the effects of power. If Nietzsche is right about power, wherever there is knowledge, it will be an effect of power. That will not mean it's not knowledge, folks. In other words, understanding that knowledge is an effect of certain power won't mean that it isn't what is really knowledge. Yes, it will be. But it will be to see, as it were, the other side. It will be a reversal. It will be to see that that knowledge effect is itself an effect of certain relations of power. Now, in the case of the university, the institutional powers are quite subtle. In other words, it's very rare that, especially at a university, and this is more common in high school, where you can simply take unruly students and throw them out into the streets. University, you don't get that opportunity quite so often, that thrilling opportunity to just take a student you don't like and say, get the hell out of here, don't come back. But there are other ways, and they may seem childish, but sometimes power is childish. There are other ways to discipline. One of my favorite is grading. And it starts very early in our lives. Our first system is highly complex and if you want an account of structuralism, this is an interesting one. In kindergarten, the way we sort of discipline our kids is they do their rows, and it's really red, and they stay in the lines. They get a happy face. You know, if it gets a little out of the lines, they just get a sort of straight face. They really just draw all over the thing in chaotic Nietzschean wildness. They get a sad face. You know, if they don't turn in the work at all, they don't get a face. No face. And I noticed that as you go out throughout school, that this same topography of discipline continues. In elite universities, we still go A, and the fact that we've substituted a letter for that happy face doesn't mean the message is different. In other words, they've been socialization. Power has already instructed them that A is a happy face. And you get an A and you see a happy face. A, happy face. B, and guess what you get? C. And if you, for God's sakes, in an elite university, if you flunk somebody, you won't see their face. You may get a letter from their attorney, but you won't see their face. Okay? My point here is that the structural disciplinary way that that's done, believe me, if you're grading in the humanities, the difference between a brilliant paper on Plato and one that's completely insane is not an easy distinction. If you think it is, you don't teach that. I mean, I admit that in math courses, you know, there we can let a sort of traditional view hold sway for a moment, but when you're grading a paper on Plato, for God's sakes, or Shakespeare or Proust, it's hard to know the difference between a brilliant insight and a piece of garbled lunacy. And this is exactly, to return to my political moment, this is exactly the problem we have when we listen to many of our current official leaders speak. So we don't know whether this is really a piece of powerful political rhetoric or a garbled line from a David Lynch film. You know, sometimes I expect to see one of the currently elected high executive officials just walk around going, in the land I come from, the birds sing a pretty song, and stuff like that. You know, that weird David Lynch dialogue. We don't know, you know. It might even be an act of political genius for at least one person I have in mind here to do something like that. Sort of free him of his image, or whatever. In any case, what I'm after here is a topography of very subtle power. Because it looks as though my power to give that grade is my power. But what happens if I decide I'm not going to play that game anymore and I'm going to just give all my students A's that complete the work and otherwise F's? I'm not going to do this gradation, this topography anymore. I can't. I've tested that one empirically. They won't let me do it. No. You have to have a spread. Now, here's the interesting thing about power today. They don't tell you what the spread is exactly, because macrologically, they're disappointed that you haven't been, as it were, already conditioned to know that. So they're sort of disappointed in you that you didn't realize all along that you needed that spread. Just like if you opened a Macy's that you happen to be the manager of and didn't get that camera installed, your supervisor would go, well, I thought you knew we always use cameras. You know, you were a pretty nice fella, but we always use them. We don't want to interfere with our customers, no. But we always use these cameras. It's for the good of the rest of the customers. Because if there's a lot of shoplifting, the prices will go up. Of course, that'll be an act of God. No human will actually raise them. That's economics. No humans do it. They're sort of acts of, they're the only things left that probably are acts of a dying God. Economic acts. But anyway, these forms of power that Nietzsche sets our sights on in the book The Will to Power shows power in quite a different light than normal political theory, because these are situations within which power and knowledge and principle are intermingled. For example, when I earlier said there was, paradoxically, Nietzsche argues there's an immoral origin to morality. Paradoxically, there is rational knowledge itself has its origins in relations of power, which themselves, in my view, cannot be rationally defended. That is their origin does not mean that what they produce, again, to make this point again so you don't take a simple-minded mistake out of here, that doesn't mean it isn't real knowledge. The universities and many other things, research institutes and all, produce real knowledge, what we today call knowledge anyway. I call it information. I'll return to that later. I don't want to call it knowledge. I want to call it information. But the conditions under which they produce it are these subtle conditions of power. Grading is one example. Grading is just one example. It's one of my favorites, though, because it's one of the times in life when you see what an incredible effect you can have by making a happy face. You can make someone happy by just... Now, someone's bound to say, well, of course you do, because those grades depend upon what they do later in life in their jobs. Well, that just feeds back into my earlier argument, of course, because the rest of your whole stinking life, you're going to be looking from a happy face from someone, 8 years in the law firm, and you're looking at all the old lawyers that forgot all the law they ever knew 20 years ago, and you're waiting for one of those SOWs or whatever to give you another happy face. Well, the challenge of Nietzsche, the sort of left Nietzsche that I want to evoke, is to at least be aware of these interseas of power, to at least be aware of them, and to be willing to challenge their boundaries. Because it is not a pretty life to always be in search of a happy face, and it is not for your own good. For God's sakes, remember when my father used to spank me, and the first thing he would tell me is the same thing they'd tell me at school. I'm going to do this for your own good. And I always wanted to say, well, damn it, why don't you spank yourself then? Because you could spare me the favor. If it's for good, do it to you. I love you, Dad. And if it's for good, do it to yourself, because we want you to have the good. Don't do it for my own good. Don't do me any favors here. Oh, well, we don't think you'll work out with our firm. It's for your own good. Oh, well, thanks anyway. But I'll sacrifice for you. Modern power presents itself as what I would like to call, and I mean this especially where it's least obvious. We know what modern power has looked like in the East Bloc and in the Soviet Union, and it was no surprise to anyone. They were totalitarians. What I would like for us to recognize is that we are totalitarians as well. It's a horrible... But till we see it, we won't have a chance to be really radically democratic ever. I mean, okay, a little biblical scholarship here. Easy to find the mote in your brother's eye, difficult to see the one in your own. Very difficult. So this account of power reminds us that the totalitarian is not the other. Sometimes we meet the enemy, and it's us.
Lecture 7, Nietzsche as Artist.
In this lecture, I'd like to discuss Nietzsche as artist, and also, I don't know if it's on what we might call the course syllabus, but Nietzsche and his political uses. And the two are deeply interconnected. I have said that I don't want to treat Nietzsche as a mere literary figure. And when I say Nietzsche as artist, I have in mind this strong project of self-creation, which is to make of one's own life a work of art. Very difficult thing is to sculpt oneself. It's much easier to sculpt in stone than to sculpt in that invisible, mysterious material of the self. So Nietzsche as artist is a complex figure, and Nietzsche as that complex figure has had complex and multiple uses within social and political discourse. And I suggested one last time when I discussed the work of Foucault. And also I tried to indicate how Nietzsche's view of power as macrological as, in a sense, horizontal, cutting deeply into what used to be referred to as subjectivity, but which today would be referred to more accurately as the terrain of advertising. That account I tried to make clear last time, and I wanted one last example there before moving on, and I think that this one may have some political edge to it as well, and it has to do with the description, with whether we accept in a certain way descriptions that are offered to us by a culture that I have now begun, or I will now begin, to characterize as postmodern, or at least as a trajectory towards a culture that is postmodern. I mean, a pure postmodern culture is, for me, a strange and bizarre and unthinkable thing, because it would have completely effaced subjects. So the subject of subjectivity would have dropped out, as well as the subject of things like Nietzsche would have dropped out as anything other than, as, say, the labels for beer advertisements or whatever. So we don't have a pure postmodern culture in any respect now. We have one between modernism and postmodernism. We are in what Gramsci called an interregnum, about which he used as a word to describe periods in history where things are changing rapidly and people don't know what's going on exactly. And I think that's the kind of period we're in now. And about interregnums, Gramsci said, in them many morbid symptoms appear. And so it may be that Nietzsche here could help us as a symptomatologist of some of our more modern sort of morbid symptoms. One of them that I'd like to mention has to do with psychoanalysis and therapy, since it's well known that Nietzsche has been praised as a great forerunner of psychoanalysis. The original project of psychoanalysis, according to Freud, was that the id, or the it, the unconscious, unreflected parts of ourselves, become reflected parts, become the I, the ego. That was Freud's project for psychoanalysis. Well, since Freud, I think we can understand that we're in what is now a mass culture which is thoroughly commodified. The role of that culture is what might be characterized and has been characterized by the Frankfurt School as psychoanalysis in reverse. Namely, that the parts of us that are reflected, self-consciously creating, become unconscious. Just sort of psychoanalysis in reverse gear. That the moments of lucidity and clarity we thought we had about ourselves are now to be filled in with stories that we pick up largely from the mass culture. Therapy now belongs, for me at least, to that terrain. And I have in mind all the various programs, projects, self-help books, 12-step plans, 10-step plans, fad diets, happy books, how to find your true self books, and so on. And I'd like to compare Nietzsche here with another theorist about whom I have a very high regard, and that's Kierkegaard. Kierkegaard's account of the self is in interesting ways like Nietzsche's, although more desperate in some respects. He may even be a more radical thinker. We may have to do a course on Kierkegaard eventually. But for Kierkegaard, and I think this might be true for Nietzsche as well, given his view of the self, the search for an authentic self is doomed in a sense to fail, because the self is these correlation of selves, of narratives, of stories, that, as it were, have to have a sort of origin from the creating aspect of you, rather than to be simply picked up as narratives from the mass culture. So if you've finished a 12-step plan devised by one of the lumpen intelligentsia, and by the time you reach the end of it you go, now I finally know who I am, you're in deep, deep doo-doo, because what you've precisely lost, according to someone like Nietzsche or Kierkegaard, is yourself, to the extent that it was even a constructed and interesting self. There's a simple Kierkegaardian reason why these pop therapies will not work. They cannot cure despair, because the self is a relation that relates itself to its own self in despair. The self, to the extent that it is at all, is a despairing relation, a deferred despairing relation. Now, Nietzsche puts a happy twist on that. It's a deferred, well, not happy, he's not happy about anything. He puts a twist on it that the self is a risky relation to itself. But my God, you can't be cured of what it is you are. And the person doing the curing isn't cured of it. I mean, you don't get cured of what it is that constitutes, because if you got cured of that, it would simply mean you don't have that any longer. The threat of a postmodern culture is not to have that deferring relation of despair at all, but simply some bland, banal smile at the end of a 10-point program and a nice 3-minute anecdote for Phil Donahue or Sally Jesse Raphael. A culture that picks its meanings up in that way is beneath contempt and beneath the level of civilization, I might add. Sorry, my view it is. It's beneath contempt. You cannot be cured of that despairing relation which constitutes what subjectivity is without being cured of something far more important, namely that very project, risky, dangerous, tricky project of subjectivity. So if you're out there looking for 10, 12-point plans, diets that will make you happy, exercise until you drop and cannot think, whatever various things the culture is offering in that regard, remember that it's the very object of this mass commodified culture is psychoanalysis in reverse, to give you some other story about yourself than the stories you're developing. Now, that if you think you're mad, see, that may not be much comfort. You know, I'm mad, I need help, I'm insane, and I'm happy. Well, sorry. Actually, madness becomes, at this point, I think, and in a culture like ours, maybe we should return to a sort of a feudal view of madness. In the feudal period, the mad were looked upon as having brilliant insights of wisdom, because they would say things that were outside the bounds of normal talk. And their sayings, as you may know, and this was true even in Greece, their sayings were frequently considered to be profound and absolutely worth your attention. And it wasn't until Freud that we again began to pay attention to these mad ramblings and interpret them as though they might contain something worth understanding. Something worth understanding. So there are far worse things than being mad. And one of them is to be in a culture that is mad and to consider yourself sane. That's worse. To be involved in a consensual hallucination of normalcy is much worse than being mad. So maybe I would like to valorize madness in this way. I mean, in the plays of Shakespeare, which I will now briefly discuss, because I didn't mean to imply ever that I didn't enjoy them. Has anyone ever noticed how frequently Shakespeare makes use of the fool to deliver the wisdom? Dialectically and brilliantly, Shakespeare will have the fool sort of skip onto the stage and deliver the wisdom. Even in Hamlet, the gravedigger who plays the fool in Hamlet is dead. See, Hamlet's a dark play. Yorick is the king's jester. He's dead already, but the gravedigger does a nice stand-in for him in the scene. He delivers some of the real wisdom of the play. Throughout Shakespeare, we have these fools, madmen, jugglers, jesters, clowns, delivering the real wisdom of the play. And it's perverse to see a culture that then takes some of this Shakespearean wisdom, you know, or whatever, from the canon and sort of perverts it. I mean, I remember studying Shakespeare, and they gave me this quote to remember from Polonius, you know, "To thine own self be true." This could be the first line of every 12-step plan or therapy. "To thine own self be true, and it follows as the night the day, that thou cannot then be false to any man." Of course, in the context of the play, you realize that Polonius is a bureaucrat, a politician, a windbag, a blowhard, shallow, stupid, and his wisdom is, as I said earlier, just exactly the banality of a common mind. But yet, grade school, we teach this. See how smart Shakespeare was? Yeah, he was smart enough to show that that wasn't wisdom. That kind of commonplace crap wasn't wisdom. He was that smart and more. Well, anyway, Nietzsche, in search of other self-descriptions and in search of new myths to replace the dying old ones, myths that we could, as it were, participate in and perhaps enjoy and enhance life, rather than, you know, in the case of many of these therapeutic approaches, put an end to the struggle of subjectivity by putting an end to our own subjectivity. One of the fascinating and, I mean, absolutely uninterpretable books of Nietzsche's that I intend to discuss briefly is Thus Spoke Zarathustra, which is about 4 or 5 things at once, at least, as a text. One is a rather extended and humorous parody of the Bible, the New Testament. Sorry, I mean, it's a rather, it's the Sermon on the Mount is parodied by having Zarathustra, the religious seer and sage, give his Sermon on the Mount to a group of cows. Right. Making the point, I guess, that certain kinds of wisdom aren't appropriate for certain kinds of audiences. Whatever, I don't know. But in any case, Zarathustra constitutes this beautiful parody in that way. On the other hand, it is beautifully written, and it is an exemplification of what Nietzsche calls the gay science. Rather than talking about the gay science, Zarathustra is a text that is supposed to enact it, as it were. Sort of enact the gay science and say, well, in the act of self-creation, free beings, these so-called Ubermenches, which I hate that word because of all its associations, Superman, Well, these free beings, new creating beings, will write texts like this one, Zarathustra. Exciting, interesting. Well, at one level, it's that too. It's a sort of self-indulgent text, and it's certainly one that I enjoyed more, and this isn't, I don't mind admitting this, that I enjoyed more when I read it when I was 18 than when I reread it years later. It has a certain adolescent fascination for us. It has a certain kind of adolescent fascination. That's true of a lot of the texts of Nietzsche, and I don't want to put that down. The reason I don't is because one of the fascinating things about these multiple kinds of texts by Nietzsche is that adolescent fascination effect that it has for youth and creativity and interest. T.S. Eliot, in a famous critical piece on Hamlet, said that Hamlet was a failed play because Shakespeare tried to express in drama these overblown adolescent sentiments that could not be, correctly placed within the form of art. Well, that's true, but hardly reduces the interest to us of the Hamlet character. It hardly is a critique of his dialogue with himself that he's an adolescent. For me, it's not, and if it's a flawed play, then we wish to God more flawed plays were written that were that interestingly flawed. So I think Eliot was a bit of a prig about this as he was about most things. In any case, the Dance of Zarathustra is not a 10-point plan. It's not self-help, and you won't find your authentic self reading Zarathustra. You are supposed to, A, have a good time reading it, B, get a laugh out of it, and C, be challenged by it to try to see if you can remember enough of your own adolescence, perhaps to either scribble something down or do something a little wild. Several and multiple effects can come out of reading this text. Many and multiple effects can come out of reading it. I mentioned that one parody scene where Zarathustra's wisdom, his famous Sermon on the Mount, is given to a group of cows. There's another particularly humorous part that I like. It's in the opening when, as in many religious myths, of which Zarathustra purports to both be one and a criticism of one and a joke about them, all three. Zarathustra, like many religious myths, begin with the prophet, the seer, the person of wisdom, separated, sort of like Jesus in the desert, then he comes back and begins his mission. Buddha under the tree, long time sitting, gets up, starts his mission. Well, Zarathustra's all alone, except for his eagle and his snake. I don't know what they mean. They're just characters in the thing. I mean, they could mean a lot of things. He's got a snake around his neck and an eagle. He goes down, and the first person he meets as he goes to share his idea of the death of God and the birth of these new festivals in this wonderful poetic book. And the first person he meets is an old hermit in the woods. And the old hermit, and he discussed religion and gods and things. And Zarathustra, he asked Zarathustra to, give his gift to everyone and so on. And Zarathustra goes, no, I can't give you a gift. In fact, if I keep talking to you, I will probably take something from you. And then he leaves. And then he thinks to himself about the old man. He goes, can it be this old man hasn't heard about the death of God? And you're going, well, geez, that's a hell of a way for a myth to start, the old man in the forest stays there, I guess, throughout the rest of Zarathustra. And he goes into the marketplace and begins to, say the kind of weird, hyperbolic, bizarre things with which Zarathustra is filled. I'll share a few of those with you. I don't want to do a detailed reading of it. It's too complicated. It's too intricate, and so I'll just give you a little taste for it and hope that you will read it at some point. So I say that the best point to read it, many of us have passed. And that's in terms of enjoyment. Read it when you're 17 or 18 and just, wow, you know, really like it, enjoy it, and get off to it. That fascination effect, I'll call it. But one of the scenes I like a lot is when he encounters a Buddha-like figure in it. And you expect sort of a vicious polemic against Buddhism, and you don't get one at all. Zarathustra leaves and says, that old man is very wise, talking about now this figure that is a trope or a metaphor for the Buddha within Zarathustra. He says, that old man is very wise. If I were into sleep, this is the way he understood Buddhism, if I were into sleep, which is how he understands the annihilation of the self and nirvana and stuff, he says, no one teaches sleep better than that old man. And if I were into it, say, if I were a person into sleep and being into sleepiness, nobody is a better teacher of that than him. And that's the famous book I've already referred to, where he ends by saying, blessed, in fact, are the sleepy, for they shall soon drop off. It's a nice, one of my favorite Nietzsche quotes. Blessed are the sleepy, for they shall soon drop off. Well, to return to the postmodern terrain, Buddhism, as we now know, along with many other religions, are antiquated in the face of a telecommunicational network, which has more than replaced all the functions of traditional religion. More than replaced it, subjectively and objectively. And, I mean, Plato's cave, we don't need to see the shadows on the wall because the shadows are in our television, and we have televisions. It is a stupid strategy to think that you can turn them off. All that can happen is they can turn you off. You can't turn them off. Try to explain that remark, because many people around universities love to brag, I don't watch TV. Well, damn. Well, damn, that's historically crazy and unconscious. Don't you realize that that's something like saying after the invention of the Gutenberg printing press and then later the availability of cheap printed material to go snottily around saying, well, I only read things handwritten in Latin. I don't read these new books off these printing presses. These paperbacks, to hell with them. They're the devil's things. I don't read those paperbacks. Well, that's how I feel about intellectuals. I don't watch movies. I don't watch TV. As if you could escape an entire world whose culture is being shaped by this, and the subjectivities of millions of what will be culture and objective spirit, shaped by these new instruments and new forces. As if one could escape it by turning a switch. That's why I say you can't turn off TV. It can turn you off, but you can't turn it off. You can't make it disappear, but it can make you disappear. I mean, it's just not that relation. Nietzsche, of course, when he talked about nihilism in The Last Man, had no idea that nihilism would be technologically achievable and that it would not upset people as much as he thought. That the death of human subjectivity, that the end of projects that are our own, and the turn towards projects invented, packaged for us, sometimes by machines and not even by human advertisers or whatever, but just simply packaged by machine, along demographic programs written up by other machines, that would become the new array of things that are supposed to give us meaning is, as it were, beyond nihilism. You know, this is not a culture that believes in nothing. This is a culture that is rooted in the will to nothingness, in Nietzsche's sense, and at the same time is, in a certain sense, giddy about it. I mean, there's a certain giddiness to it that I don't want to deny. You know, a sort of giddy feeling that well, you know, if you took undergraduate philosophy and you read Descartes, you thought, oh, maybe an evil demon is fooling me all the time. And you just thought about it in Introduction to Philosophy class as a thought experiment that you might be wrong, and then you were going to regain your reason. But now the greater skepticism has arisen that this whole telecommunicational world is one giant consensual hallucination within which you, as a singularity, Bill, Bob, Susan, and so on, simply cannot find your way about at all. It's not an evil demon anymore that you just thought up. You look at the fabric of social reality and become skeptical about your everyday life and whether it has any meaning at all. And this is not some empty skepticism, you know, merely philosophical skepticism. It is quite general. Believe me, talk to your friends. You know, I mean, talk to people at gas stations, for God's sakes. geez, I don't know what's going on anymore. It's so weird. The most standard phenomenological or descriptive remark about the current social terrain, to which I do believe Nietzsche pointed the way in his remarks, is haven't things gotten weird? Which isn't an analysis, but certainly points the way towards one, you know? Things have gotten strange. You know, I can explain why people take crack now instead of LSD. I can explain that using this view that things have gotten weird and that we have a postmodern trajectory. LSD is superfluous in the 90s. Reality itself is so twisted that it's a waste of time. Why would anyone take acid in this culture to try to twist your mind? Hell, just watch TV for a few months. You don't need that. You don't need acid anymore. It's just silly. It's just silly. It's a redundant drug. It's unnecessary in a culture like this one. It's a redundant drug. Now, crack, on the other hand, has a certain rationality to it, from both the perspectives of the rulers and the ruled. For one thing, from the perspective of the rulers, the opium of the people, it turns out, is much better when it's real opium. So the opium of the people now is opium, and that's very copacetic for people who want to do crowd control. It's nice that the potentially rebellious crowds are stoned out of their minds, and crack does that. It doesn't give you this happy, I don't want to work, marijuana stone. It's just out, okay? And that's good for the rulers. On the side of the ruled, the desperate, crack, unlike LSD, doesn't enhance or freakify anything. It just sort of nails your head out of things for a while. Sort of jacks you out of this consensual hallucination. It's vicious and it's an ugly drug. This is no argument. I'm trying to explain how drugs... I mean, this is an important Nietzschean point, because Nietzsche thinks that intoxication, and this, I try to make it fit, I think it does fit. Intoxication has always been an important part of cultures. Certainly American culture. I mean, as many of you know, I'm a smoker, and that was our first, you know, big commodity in the New World. This isn't the first New World Order we've had. There have been other New World Orders before this one. Well, anyway, Zarathustra, how does it relate to intoxication? Well, Zarathustra is supposed to be an intoxicating dance with the creation of new meaning. The threat faced now that I'm trying to raise concerns the entire text of Nietzsche and the entire text of theorists, literary and otherwise, who still dream what perhaps now, and I'm not saying for sure, because this kind of theory can only be based on speculation, phenomenological description, and suspicion, and the little bits and pieces you pick up in your culture as you try to understand yourself. It is almost obvious that no coherent social theory could explain a situation like this one. You know, just seems, I think that's just obvious. You know, I don't know. Other people may see it another way, but I don't. The prospects that Zarathustra, and this is what I'm raising now, the prospects that Zarathustra could become a mini-series, and I know who to cast. William Hurt would be great as Zarathustra. The reason is that William Hurt always plays the sort of intelligent types, you know. So William Hurt would be great as Zarathustra. He even resembles the young Nietzsche in a vague kind of way. So, you know, especially if he dyed his hair and made him look shorter, which probably wouldn't be a problem. But anyway, the very fact that we live in an objective culture where one might make a mini-series Zarathustra and then have tons of Zarathustrians afterwards that dressed like Zarathustra and it adopted those values is already a sign that nihilism itself is in a certain way not a strong enough name for the threat faced by human subjectivity and lived experience, what remains of it, in the terrain of our culture. And so I guess now I've moved sort of beyond trying to describe this beautiful poetic text, which I would ask you to read and enjoy, and onto another terrain, a terrain that is far different, far different. And this won't come as a shock to younger people, because the search for meaning that I have been discussing is almost a joke of nostalgia among these people. I'll refer one more time to the movie Heathers. There's a sort of 1960s type teacher in that movie who says, "Oh, let's all hold hands and sing together." Well, all the young students just go, "Oh, God." Ugh. See, for them, that's no good anymore. Love, friendship, understanding, common bonds. have all been now deferred into encounter groups. You know? It's a long way from Wuthering Heights to Love Story by Eric Siegel. It's a tremendous historical distance. And yet it happens by degrees, so we barely notice. It's the way, maybe this is the way people have always lost their own self-projects. It's by degrees. You wake up one morning and you notice that the journey you were on, you're not on it anymore, and somehow by degrees you've become something alien to yourself. I think this is a quite general experience in our culture, that by degrees and almost imperceptibly we become alien to ourselves. And that this is experienced by some of us older types, described by paleo-conservatives as refuge of the 60s. It's described us as a sort of loss of lived experience, but by some of the younger, giddier type theorists of the postmodern, it's described as a kind of liberation. In other words, don't worry about alienation and ecstasy. Those things are over. Ecstasy is now the name of a designer drug for yuppies, and I don't want to hear about alienation because it's alienating to hear about it. We know that it's the case, but it's alienating for you to tell us about it. So it puts the critic in an unusual position in a society like that, because the critics of our society themselves are, of course, ordinarily commodified critics. I think that the best example of that might be shows like the old Martin Downey show, where you get a kind of populist, redneck kind of criticism, which is every bit as elevated as the McLaughlin group, and certainly you listen just as much. See, the McLaughlin group won't sue me for describing their show, because they just go, crucifixion of Jesus, right or wrong? Wrong, 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 maybe. You know? The right answer is right. And then you just go, that's public discourse. Now notice about it this. While it is public, in the sense of publicity, it's unilateral, it's quick, it's fast, it's factoid. It is totalitarian, of course. It's duck speak. You can't think that quickly. You gotta duck speak. I mean, this is why the breakup of the Soviet bloc creates great confusion, because we've been taught that duck speak so long that now we don't know exactly what to talk anymore. It's hard to go, well, those communists, traitors. We never thought about that in the first place anyway. It's just duck speak. Now that it's all breaking up, new topics for duck speak are hard to find, and I guess one of them would be, the Middle East. So, those people are different than we are. Yeah. By the way, that is a moment of the communitarian in a postmodern landscape, is when you create a pseudo-community by opposing it to another pseudo-community. I'll give you an example. Saddam Hussein, as many people in the Arab world knew, wasn't exactly a good Muslim. But we had to construct a certain kind of sort of Muslimic threat that would be palpable to people in our own cities and stuff, out of this person, and to create a kind of pseudo-communitarian consensus on the other side. Well, I don't like war in general, but we have to stop naked aggression, as opposed, I guess, to closed aggression. I've always, looked at it the other way. Naked aggression seemed preferable to me than well-dressed, three-piece suited aggression. But I'm a bit primitive about that, I suppose. In any case, what the postmodern condition is about is the drying up of lived experience. And I'll give you an argument I don't think I agree with, but it will set the stage. And I wanted this argument to be kind of fun in the sense in which Zarathustra's fun. Don't take it that seriously, in other words. It's just one of these postmodern French theorists, Baudrillard, and it was his account of the war in Iraq. And I'm not giving it to you as mine, but as a gift. Come to think of it, maybe I shouldn't give you this gift because I might take something from you. No, that's a joke. I'm just joking. No. Baudrillard was giving the following account of the war in Iraq. He said, it was in an interview in a German magazine, and this, remember, this is one of the postmodern theorists I'm talking about, not agreeing with. I'm saying that, in my view, there's a trajectory towards this condition. In the view of many of these people, we've already reached this condition of postmodern society, which I will specify in detail later, and connect to Nietzsche, because Nietzsche was one person who forecast the advent of a human-less, subject-less condition. Anyway, Baudrillard's account of the war was, the interview was called "The Enemy Has Disappeared." And Baudrillard said that the reason that the war had been constructed in Iraq as a constructed televisual event was that if anything was left in the world that was real, lived experience, it would be war. So that if this virtual society of a consensual hallucination could stage a phony war with phony experiences and have people respond to it phonily, the real war wouldn't be against the Iraqis but against reality, in order to kill the last remaining remnants of the real. That this society had already commodified reality to such an extent that they were down to the last few little niches of reality. And on the global stage, war looked like one, so it would be important to kill reality itself. Now, this is not to deny that Iraqis got killed and some of our citizens. But it's about the larger aims of the war was to kill reality itself, to make reality virtual reality and not real reality. A term that I now nostalgically use to refer to things like my own experiences and experiences of other human beings. When I even talk that way, I feel kind of nostalgic about it. But Baudrillard's argument went, well, look, you know, where did we see the event? We saw it on television, and, you know, who is this Hussein? I mean, didn't hear about him before, haven't heard much about him since. Who is it? Well, now they're picking it back up a little, sorry. Who is this fellow, and what is this? I mean, is this a you know, his point was deep and important, that from the moment it started, it was a CNN event that had its own, as it were, support built into it, of which the opposition was itself a part. And the opposition to the war itself became a part of the support of the war in the very necessity to pick up the icons, the general, bland, and stupid icons without which you cannot appear. So it immediately caught you up. And I remember the rapt attention that we all had on the war, which was a magnificent miniseries in that sense. CNN was an addiction, you know. And the Scuds at night were absolutely as virtual and as exciting as the rockets they shoot up at Epcot Center, those phony firework things. And you're going, oh yeah, but I really saw those Scud pieces hit. Well, I didn't. I saw them on TV. And I'm not being skeptical and saying Scuds didn't hit. I'm saying that the experience of that for us was virtual. And so I thought, well, Baudrillard, this is not what I'm saying. This is Baudrillard's argument. And he says, and it turns out they won because they proved war, like everything else, can be not a real experience at all either. It can become a virtual non-reality. A non-real war, an unreal war. Well, on one level, of course, I want to agree with Baudrillard because I don't call something a war where you started and the other side immediately retreats any more than I want to call something a boxing match when one guy takes a dive and the other guy keeps hitting him while he's on the canvas. If you take a dive, the match is over. Count 10, out you win, that's fine. But it doesn't continue to be a boxing match because you're hitting the person on the canvas. It's stopped being a boxing match then. It's become a spectacle. And one cannot overestimate the value of that as a spectacle, because it still dominates public discourse in the image of some of our leaders who have woefully neglected other things which are presented to us as our problems. If we could have anything other than a visual representation of those, a televisual one. In short, according to Baudrillard's argument, this saturated information network is pornographic. Now, what I mean by that? It's pornographic in this sense. It is the excess of the visual, you know, excessively visual. Now, this experience may be differential for women, but for guys who are forced to go to stag movies when you're being socialized to be a young man, and if you don't go, they call you funny names. The first thing you notice about stag movies is that they're just excessively visual. After about 2 minutes, you say, that's enough of that. I don't want to see anymore. It wasn't that pretty. Get it off. This is an obscene culture in that sense. I really mean that. It is pornographically visual, obsessive, and so on. So Baudrillard's argument was that the war had disappeared in the images of the war. The experience of the war had disappeared in the accounts of it. And I thought, well, surely that isn't true. This is me now. I'm back. That's Baudrillard's story. Now, I thought, surely that isn't true for the people who were over there, which is, of course, a good common sense thing to say. So I talked to one of the guards at my university who had served over there and was now back being a traffic guard. And it turned out that all she had seen was on CNN, too. She had been in her tent for the whole war, stacking various uniforms and things, and she said that No, she couldn't really tell me much about it. She asked me if I'd watched CNN. I said yes. She said, well, did you hear the briefings? I went, yes. She said, well, that's what I know about it, basically. So I thought, well, I've got to get better information than that, because now I'm getting scared that Baudrillard is right. It really wasn't one over there. It wasn't a war. So I got to talk to a student friend of mine's brother who was a pilot. And he went, yeah, he said, those gun sights we used, he said, were just like the ones, you know, I can't mention a brand name or whatever, but one of those like asteroid games. He said, yeah, he said, the planes, it was great, giddy feeling. He said, but did you see any Iraqis, any land, any people? No. He said, these planes, he said, you wouldn't believe the rush. And he began to describe to me the experience of the virtual reality of flying a plane very fast and shooting little dots of light through a target like in a video arcade, except at a much higher rate of speed. And at that point, I began to stop doing these empirical tests on Baudrillard's theory, and now I'll just leave it as a thesis for you. If anything was left that was real, it might have been war. And it may be the case now that even war is not real. And that's a horrifying remark coming from someone who was raised by someone like my father, for whom the Second World War was a, if not the pivotal event in his life. And perhaps some of our postmodern dissatisfaction anticipated by bizarre theorists like Nietzsche and Kierkegaard, perhaps to the extent there is dissatisfaction with it, perhaps some of that dissatisfaction is rooted in the desire to feel an experience again, to live a real experience again. Something that really occurred, that wasn't already packaged, explained, prepackaged, agreed upon, then given to you as your opinion without a possibility of doing anything but assenting. And you may go, oh no, they give us choice. Well, we all know what the array is and how infinite it is. It's like choosing green beans at the grocery store. How many kinds do they have? Say you want canned green beans. I'm a throwback. I like canned green beans. I don't like the ones that you put in the plastic pouch. I want the canned ones. And I get a choice. There are like 20 kinds. I've tried a lot of them. I open them, and they're all just really bad green beans. They're green, and they're beans, and they're this long, and they've got the same amount of water. And I've chosen, and that's true, I've chosen, and I want that freedom to choose, and I would fight and die for that freedom to choose the green bean of my choice. But what I don't have is the choice to select that autonomous radical project that Nietzsche put at the center of his writing and at the center of his attempt at self-creation. That's what the choice I don't have. I feel sometimes as though I'm plugged into a giant computer that will take every command I give it except the one that I want the most. The command that the damn machine blow itself up. It will do anything else I say. I'll type in food. Now it comes food. I'll type in, I want to give this talk in Washington. I can type this in, it comes out. But the one command I want is the command for the damn thing to just go boom. And all the little transistors just do glow. I think some of that archaic anarchism may lurk out there somewhere, I hope, that as I enter, now in this really strong paradox. Because without a postmodern culture, there would be no televised lectures on Nietzsche. I hope as I enter that spiral of information that I can, plant here and there tiny little moments of that kind of rebellion, which are planted throughout the text of Zarathustra in the forms of jokes, arguments that are both suspicious and suspecting, and moments of transgression and fun. And I hope that I'll be able to do that in the last hour when I will wander even farther away from Nietzsche. But that is in the spirit of Nietzsche, because he always valorized wanderers, nomads, vagabonds, jokesters, and tricksters. And I intend to valorize them as well. So I hope you're ready for the concluding lecture on Nietzsche's progeny. That lecture, of course, has got to be some kind of joke. He had no children, so what would his progeny be? Well, I hope this indication of what I mean by the postmodern condition will give you an idea about the icy glacial terrain in which these progeny are slouching toward Bethlehem, waiting to be born.
Lecture 8, Nietzsche's Progeny.
A last lecture on Nietzsche is quite a challenge, since one of Nietzsche's arguments are there are no lasts. There are no last interpretations. There are no last desperate moments. In fact, it's a little remark about history that I might begin this so-called last lecture with, is that the spirit of danger and catastrophe we may feel ourselves in today is in a sense profoundly ahistorical. I have a feeling that in a certain way perhaps every moment of history has seemed to at least some of its participants to be a profound moment of danger. And certainly if one looks back over the trail of history, it's much easier to see its barbaric ruin than its rational progress. In any case, I'm going to try in this last lecture, which will not, as I've just systematically indicated, be a last lecture or last interpretation, to evoke again that postmodern space to which the text of Nietzsche leads us and try to move us a bit beyond that by discussing Nietzsche's progeny. Now, Nietzsche's progeny, as I said, is already for me a joke because Nietzsche had no legitimate children. He's had many illegitimate theoretical children. And in fact, I think that in a certain way, if Nietzsche's text is in any sense a success, and by that I mean given its paradoxical nature, it was written to fail, but in certain interesting ways. I think that if it's a success in any other stranger sense, it is in the multiple and bizarre progeny which have taken the text up, used it, misused it, abused it, twisted it, turned it in 1,000 different interesting ways. And if I've succeeded in suggesting a few of those, I'll be more than happy to have so perverted something that was perverse to begin with. In any case, I'd like to close with a return to our postmodern scene and try to make a little clearer what I mean by that with something more than indirection. I've already indicated one of the things that marks off the postmodern or the postmodern situation from what might be called a modern situation is the televisual, telecommunicational network and the saturation of modes of information, surveillance, and control at a level and intensity where the quantity of them qualitatively changes the nature of our experience. That's as brief a way as I could describe the trajectory, that the very quantity of information, the very quantity of the images and their global scope, I mean, bonanza all over the world, television, ubiquitous and so on, that their very quantitative enhancement has changed our situation in dramatic ways. And to give this very broad point away quickly, let me say this. If, for example, and this is to leave Nietzsche for a moment and discuss not one of his progeny, surely, although a certain bizarre reading of a kind of anarchistic Marx is the progeny of Nietzsche. That's odd since Marx wrote first, but nevertheless, why should parenthood be that linear kind of thing? Child, I don't know. Anyway, nevertheless, one of the ways I'd like to characterize this broadly will be to discuss a certain sort of overview Marx might take on the situation. One way to think of the 19th century is to think of the massive forces of production, like steam, power, the factory, railways, and all of those massive new forces of production in the 19th century, among which one helped to create the very class to which I belong, the intelligentsia, namely the invention of mass ways of disseminating books, which create the possibility of mass markets of readers, and the possibility then to develop an expert culture of readers to talk to the other readers. See, there are conditions for the possibility of all of us being who we are and doing what we do, and sometimes they're as bloody and ordinary as economics. In this case, I'm though trying to make the point that in the 19th century, these massive new forces of production, one of their primary things that they were directed at was replacing manual labor with mechanical labor. This is obvious, an obvious point. one of the big stories of the 19th century was the extent to which the new technologies developed by capital replaced in massive quantities, in massive amounts, manual labor with the labor of machines. It would have been unthinkable. The technological accomplishments of the 19th and early 20th century would have been unthinkable without that large transference. So in a certain way, to look at that transference in the 19th century, Nietzsche's century, I've argued that he was ahead of his time and ahead of himself. In fact, maybe that's why he talked about the wanderer in his shadow, as that he thought in a certain way he had come in an untimely way. Well, maybe anything that's interesting may be untimely, I don't know. In any case, if we look at the 19th century that way, as that being at least one of the big stories, then certainly one of the big stories of the mid to late 20th century would be the incredible increase in the switch from technologies which concentrate on increasing the intensity and the power of manual labor to those which tend to replace mental, intellectual labor. By that I mean not just computers, but the whole array of devices intended to replace, for lack of a better word, human experience. Subjective human experience. Television is an instrument of production, in my opinion, designed, whether it was with this in mind or not, functioning, in any case, to replace, largely, subjective human experience. Computers designed sometimes for the direct technical function of replacing intellectual experience. In other words, things like adding, multiplying, dividing, subtracting. Really difficult now to get a child in the second or third grade to bother to learn to do that, and for obvious reasons. They have 3 keys they know how to punch. Why should they do that with their minds? Why waste that labor? Well, I'm not saying that in a cynical way, because it's like asking after you've built a steam engine why you should take a toothpick and knock over a mountain instead of using a steam drill. You know, I'm not saying our children are wrong. Maybe they should say, well, gee, you know, you invented all this stuff to replace intellectual labor, now you're asking me to do that? Give me a break. I mean, it'd be like asking you in the early 19th century to knock over a mountain and forget those new steam drills. This replacement, however, of, as it were, the other part of the human equation, if we think of the human equation as being something about humans as embodied and then humans as intelligent and subjective and rational, then we will see that, as it were, the advance of society has tended to replace both the human attributes that belong to mechanical skills, manual skills, as well as to intellectual skills. One of the reasons we value sport so much now is that the replacement of the laboring body required for the development of our society can be vicariously enjoyed when we see Michael Jordan dunk, and we remember, quasi-nostalgically, the beauty and the pleasures of the body. Although, of course, now deferred into an image. Because the secret of a postmodern society is that everything that was directly lived has moved away into a representation or an image. Everything that was directly lived has moved away into a representation or an image. So that we, as it were, enjoy the vicarious pleasure of a flying body. We hear the jingle, "Be like Michael, be like Michael." We participate vicariously in the beauty of the body, but this time as an image. As an image. This is a different, I'm arguing, a different trajectory for culture. That people that come after this time will be different subjectivities, if we still want to use that word. It will be debatable. It will be debatable. Nietzsche still lived and wrote in a time when the problem of theology was the believer or the non-believer. How to respond to the non-believer. The problems in theology and philosophy today, when they're posed at their highest levels, are not the problems of believers and non-believers, but of humans and the non-human. You see, until you have a certain subjective framework, the issue of belief doesn't even arise. The issue arises about, are the people to whom we address ourselves still human? And then it will be interesting again to discuss gods, their powers, magic, mystery, murder in the rain, and so on, once we've determined the deeper question about whether a society that first replaces sort of physical labor and then later begins to replace mental labor as it progresses does not efface the human entirely. I've argued that it already has begun to move it away into a representation or into an image. Well, this possibility is the possibility of what I would like to call, in the spirit of Nietzsche, nihilism technologically realized. That's scarier than Nietzsche's nihilism as a form of belief which would bring an end to this atmosphere within which the world was still mendacious and magical. This would be the technological realization of nihilism. Let me try to make that clear to you by explaining something that I think we all will know as a familiar example. There are great apocalypse stories in the, like in the Bible has a pretty good apocalypse story, right? I think it's boom, Revelation, and certain preachers really like to do that one, and it's exciting, and there are riders and thunder. The fact that apocalypse was technologically achievable and that we could set up all the technical necessities for it is now very old news, isn't it? Am I wrong about that? Or isn't the fact that we have technologically achieved the ability to construct a real apocalypse? I'm not now talking about a biblical myth, but an apocalypse on a high order. I mean, now that the Soviet Union's breaking up and that particular myth is fading into other myths and other stories and other narratives, this possibility may not seem as real, but it's important to see that people born into a culture in which apocalypse is now a technological possibility that will be carried out by faceless people in little silos and guys carrying little briefcases, punching little buttons, is an incredible distance from these intricately constructed myths in the Old Testament, and I mean in the New Testament. And it's a different kind of apocalypse because this one is a technological achievement. Similarly, I'm arguing that Nietzsche's nihilism was still a matter of the drying up of a certain kind of subjectivity and belief formation, and Nietzsche's hope was the creation of new ones, subjectivities, new radical autonomous subjectivities. And again, because he doesn't belong to the dogmatic tradition in philosophy, not necessarily or not at all perhaps subjectivities like his own. But a possibility that I think Nietzsche himself did not face was that nihilism, the belief in nothing, the will to nothingness, the end of subjectivity, of human powers, would itself become technologically realizable. So I hope that my example of the development of weapons of so-called mass destruction, which from our postmodern perspective I've argued already seems giddy and utopian. I mean, now we look back on that and we go see those old atomic war movies, and I've watched the audiences, and they just love the blow-up scenes. No kidding. They go, wow, boom, look at that, the trees are flat and all. And already to us, that's a nostalgic moment. It was perhaps our last chance to realize a decent end to our species, one that would have been worthy of it. Now we may just trot endlessly, solving one little technical adjustment after another to the finely tuned echo machines that we used to call our bodies. Someone asked me earlier, perhaps it was on a break or something, someone asked me about, what about the ecology movement? We live in an environment where its most famous spokesman is the McDonald's Corporation. I mean, the possibilities for radical subjectivities arising under these conditions become exceedingly bizarre. Now, you go, oh, well, this is too much. Okay, this is too postmodern. I'm lost now. I can't. Well, believe me, that again, the development in the late 20th century and the trajectory of it shouldn't be underestimated. It really shouldn't. And I don't want it to be necessarily, in fact, it cannot, because of other necessary conditions, be a moment of despair, since that's long over with. The example I gave of that was, we all know that existentialism, what we used to think Nietzsche was, right, an existentialist. Kierkegaard was an existentialist. Very shallow way to understand them, and that's been over a long time. Now, if you want an existentialist, as I said earlier, you'll see Bill and Ted's Bogus Adventure, playing Twister with death. And that moment's over a long time ago. I even had a professor who said the only reason it ever was so big is that a lot of professors found it to be a very convenient way to meet people and so on. Say, I've been worried about dying, so have I, and then you strike up a conversation. Like one of Woody Allen's movies, the joke was, can we go out Saturday night? And no, I'm committing suicide on Friday. Woody Allen says, well, what about Thursday then? Oh. Well, clearly the technologies that are coming, and I'll mention a few of them, virtual reality suits. You go, well, oh, wow, now he's flipped, virtual reality suits. No, they were actually developed for a quite sensible reason. They were developed for long space flights back in the days when NASA thought they were going to go on long space flights. Now we understand that there's no need to, because we can go to Epcot Center and experience one, so we don't need it for the consuming public. That's because we can already experience a long space flight at Epcot Center. Just like we don't need to go to Switzerland anymore. We can go to Busch Gardens, where the Swiss food is even more Swiss. We can buy a Swiss clock, and we can avoid all the problems connected with travel. And experience Switzerland, The thing is, I'm not even joking, because when you go to Switzerland, there'll be the same stuff, and McDonald's will be there too. The television will be on the same channels, and the Holiday Inn will be open, and the room will look just like the one does here, and so on. This postmodern space is not a dream of theorists. It is becoming our culture and way of life. I'm just describing it. I don't even know how to denounce it. This is not a criticism. Some parts of it make me feel giddy and kind of excited, because virtual reality suits, if we let our imaginations go for a moment, could have endless, fascinating possibilities. Right? Right. Sure. I mean, you can... lots of things that human powers couldn't accomplish. Right? In the 19th century, lots of things that can be accomplished by human power were accomplished by steam power and so on. Well, maybe our imaginations are limited in that the machines we build now will be able to spur them on to accomplish incredible things in that way. But anyway, the virtual reality suits, I'll talk about them in just a minute. Were created so that on a long space flight, our space traveler wouldn't become disoriented in space, but would be able to put on this suit and thus feel earthbound for a while to reorient himself or herself on their space flight. Well, now the virtual reality suit they're working on marketable versions, and that means ones that are cost effective, which means that we're still living in relations of capital, because that means somebody wants to make $1, which is okay. So do I. So do you. There's no reason in recognizing a necessity, no matter how cruel the necessity is. You've got to recognize them sometimes. And in any case, the virtual reality suits will be marketed, and they offer this interesting technological possibility. You've always wanted to go out with Mel Gibson or... let me make sure I don't commit a gender crime so I'll get everyone in. Mel Gibson or Kathleen Turner or any combination of men, women, animals, and or whatever necessary in order to avoid committing a sexist crime, gender crime up here. Whatever combination you imagine, since under these conditions of virtual reality, whatever transgressive gender you have, you'll be able to live it out perfectly in a perfectly commodified way with a virtual reality suit anyway. Well, you want to go out with Kathleen Turner, you just plug in and press the body heat module, and then the next thing you know, you're right in the screenplay. William Hurt's out, you're in. She walks at the door, it's all great. Now, that's a product we'll want to buy. Many of us. It's a product we'll want to buy. The problem with this advancing culture is that that is buying, just like in an earlier period of capital, when you bought the wage labor of someone to do the work for you. Now what we're buying are instruments and equipments that do the experiencing for us. That was a part of my critique of all these instant therapies, is to buy a life story for yourself immediately that can be swallowed painlessly, And when you buy a virtual reality suit, or what I call virtual reality eyes, which is television, and when you look at virtual reality, it provides you a prepackaged experience. One that is already coded for you. In other words, designed with your mind in mind. Now, if you want another way to check out this new emerging terrain, this nihilism realized, what you might call Nietzsche's nightmare squared. Okay? If you want to look at this, you might look at what advertisements go with what normal channel TV programming. So, for example, if you have the Cosby Show, you'll have advertising for upscale African-American families mixed with the younger, yuppie audience that it draws. 30-something, which is now off, mercifully. Hope I can say that without getting sued, because I'm sorry, I watched it, but I got the whining. Whining got to me. Sorry, yeah, they're just whining. But in any case, the advertisements followed the story very closely. You know, you'd have a little moment with one of the characters would sort of wistfully stop whining and look around. And then the next thing you know, there'd be an ad for an infinity car. Sort of answers that need to overcome the wistful desire. Well, I'm wistful and I've whined, but if I was in my infinity, an infinity of automobiles, well, that's not just a way to get around, now is it? You see, commodities are no longer just things of use. They've become part of what we are. And we need to recognize it. I mean, that's one of the lessons that I'm trying to drive home here today, is that if there will be battles over this new terrain and on it, many of them will be fought on the terrain itself. Television, radio, magazines, as I've called it, the obscenity of the saturated communicational culture. Saturated with information, obscenely oversaturated, information up to your neck, beyond your elbows. Now, of course, I could be wrong about all this. Let me just stop and say that for a moment. This postmodern trajectory, I think, hasn't yet fully realized itself, and I could be wrong about the direction in which we're moving, and perhaps Nietzsche's nightmare won't come true. I don't know. I know that none of us is beyond surprising. I'm not a dogmatist. Really, I'm not. None of us are beyond surprising. For that, we're just not capable of so perfect an irony. And yet none of us are capable of refusing to subject our occasional surprises to further analysis. For that, we are not nearly simple enough. So I could be wrong. I could be wrong. And whether I am or not, though, this is the nice part about an argument like this, whether I am or not, time will tell, except that here, if it tells one thing, it won't have mattered, as you may have guessed, since it won't have told it to anyone. If I'm right, my argument has the peculiar characteristic that it will not have mattered. It will only have mattered if what I've said turns out to be wrong in ways that my argument has affected. Now I want to return back off from that current moment, the trajectory of the postmodern, back to Nietzsche for a second, since we're trying to end Nietzsche. And yet I see how impossible that is now. Perhaps we won't be through with the reading of Nietzsche. Perhaps even once the world has been fully turned into replicants. Skin jobs, replicants, robotics, cybernetics. Maybe then they will have a certain class of them programmed to interpret Nietzsche in ways yet unthinkable, right? Who knows? That's certainly why not. Well, now I want to defend my general kind of descriptive procedure here briefly. One of the things that philosophers do as part of an anxiety complex is to try to prove they weren't wrong, so I'm going to do that very briefly. And I'm going to do it here by aligning myself with Nietzsche for at least a moment again, pulling back from the horror that I don't know if it's horror. Some postmodern theorists view it as ecstasy. At a certain level of pain and strangeness, it's difficult to distinguish the two anyway. That may be a remark only about my personal pathologies. I'm not sure. But in any case, Bertrand Russell once said, and I don't remember where, but it was an irritation over philosophers who cannot be refuted according to the normal rules of truth and falsity and the empirical verification of their propositions and so on. It was a very irritating thing to him. He named, among others, Nietzsche, Kierkegaard, and so on. And he thought that they were connected in some deep sense to the growth of unreason in the 19th and 20th century, which, from my view of history, is to get things backwards. I've always thought that this strange paleo-conservative desire to blame intellectuals for things is odd. We talk about the Enlightenment, loosely in universities, as though 4 pedants could make an age of the world. You notice I haven't given an analysis of the Enlightenment, but of modernity, of modernization, of the advance of capital, because 4 pedants don't make an age. And 2 or 3 weird philosophers don't give birth to a century of unreason. You know, Nietzsche didn't, from his drawing room give birth to a century of cannonade, slaughter, concentration camps, CIA subterfuge, raping and the murdering of nuns, the bombing of continents, the despoiling of beaches, and the ruining of a planet. 4 or 5 pedants do not have that much power, and never have. That's just a sort of bugbear. They didn't unleash unreason on the world. Jeez, how crazy can some people get? I mean, even in the postmodern world, you shouldn't be that crazy to think 3 or 4 pedants invented this stuff. And don't think when I talk about the postmodern condition that 3 or 4 pedants invented that description. I mean, what makes these descriptions necessary is what goes on all around us and in our daily lives as we begin to feel distant from ourselves in bizarre ways. Nevertheless, Russell said, well, look, this unreasonable approach, he thought was connected to Hume's, as I've mentioned Hume before, to Hume's destruction of empiricism. What do you mean? Hume destroying the self and various other rational accounts. Russell thought the horrible consequence that followed from the multiplicity of interpretations, the many ways in which we can deploy the word truth, the shifting contexts in which we can interpret, the many narratives that we can tell. He thought the horrible consequence that followed from that was unreason. And by the way, I do like Russell in many respects. Don't get me wrong. Especially Russell as a person, much more interesting person than Nietzsche as a person. Certainly had better politics as a person. But on this point, I disagree with Russell. Russell says, look, if there is no intellectual difference between sanity and insanity, I mean, he gets this extreme with it. Now, Russell usually doesn't talk that extremely. If there's no intellectual difference between sanity and insanity, reason and unreason, truth and falsity, well, then the lunatic who believes he is a poached egg is to be condemned solely on the ground that he is in the minority. This is a desperate point of view. And it must be hoped that in some way we can escape it. That's all Russell has to say about that point of view in his History of Western Philosophy. That's all he has to say about it. Because acute man that he is and logician, he knows there is no reasonable and logical way to establish the authority of reason over unreason, to distinguish sanity from insanity. So it looks like what we're left with is what a culture comes up with to decide. That frightened Russell, and I have to admit that I have a bit of Russell's nostalgia. It would be nice if we could rely on something more than, a majority feeling a certain way. Unfortunately, the negative force of my argument is that those attempts have failed and been discredited utterly as a result of our own culture and its development. We cannot, with reason, defend the distinction between reason and unreason. And that puts me in a strange position right now defending my analysis to the extent that I want to defend it. I will at least defend this much of what Russell says about it. It is a desperate point of view because it does put you in the position of saying to those who disagree with you that, well, geez, I don't think we're poached eggs. If one of you afterwards perhaps says to me, I really am a poached egg. I'm so glad you mentioned Russell mentioning poached eggs because I've always felt like a poached egg. And you expect me to have a great argument, I may just say, well, I don't feel like a poached egg, and we'll take a brief survey around here and see how many other poached eggs there are. But imagine my embarrassment, now to return to the postmodern condition. If I'm in a mall and I begin to feel like I'm in a loony bin, perhaps I'm not alone in feeling this way. I'm in a mall and I get what I call mall fever, where I just begin to look at the shoppers and the shopping frenzy and all the glass and the swirling, the twirling things, and I get mall fever and I have to get out, and I begin to feel like I'm a crazy man. And yet I have no ground on which to stand being in the minority in that feeling at that moment, because that passes for sanity. And that's what could be more sane than to spend some leisure time as opposed to free time, something we don't have any more of. Free time, leisure time. In the mall, I mean, that's sane. Why do I get mall fever? I must be crazy. Well, I mean, I can't defend myself any more than the person with reasons. Now, I can defend myself in other ways, but I can't with reasons any more than Russell could defend the distinction between insanity and sanity, madness and reason, with other reasons. Of course, that should have been obvious, and it would have been without perhaps some of the bad lessons that I have worked against in this course on Nietzsche, drawn from the dogmatic tradition of philosophy, which I really think have been a mistake. Namely that if reason is to be anything, it better be my damn reasons you agree with. My reason. In this case, Western reason. Nothing could be harder after this little postmodern fable, if you want to consider it yet another fable, that's fine with me. Nothing could be harder than to distinguish that fable from its non-fable aspects, its real aspects. I mean, that's like asking the question in our culture about anything, whether it really occurred or not. And it can be something that's happened to you. And after you think about it a while and you've seen a few movies, and the best way you can remember it is through its similarity with the TVs and movies you've seen. And my conversation here has reflected how many movie and TV examples I've used. If that becomes the way in which you process your experience, issues like truth versus reason, reason versus madness, truth versus falsity, will simply fall away. They'll fall away because the anchor for those issues raised by Nietzsche was that very tension between what might be reasonable and what might be mad, what might be a truth that would be life-affirming for us, and what might be a lie that would not be good for us. Those distinctions will fall away. So I don't know how to put a happy twist on this story. In fact, I feel much in the position that William Gibson does in his magnificent novel, Neuromancer. I recommend it all to you. Gibson's novel, you know how many novels begin with sentences describing the sky and the landscape? So many. It's just a standard novelistic beginning. Gibson begins his novel, Neuromancer, with the following sentence, and I consider it the best first sentence in 20th century American literature. I hate to even use the word literature about this stuff. The Neuromancer being a work of what I call near future fiction, a work that projects, as does the movie Blade Runner, the near future of possible social developments based on very close analysis of current trends. In any case, the first sentence of the novel goes like this. The sky above the port was the color of television, tuned to a dead channel. Marvelous. Sets the tone for an incredible book. Short, tough, interesting, brilliant. That sentence frames for me a description of sort of the postmodern trajectory. And to distance that sentence, and there is a massive distance, you could distance it from the sentences of Zarathustra, from the gay science. You could distance it from first sentences of novels such as Call Me Ishmael. Moby Dick. That's a pretty well-known first sentence in a novel. Call me Ishmael. Referring all the way backward to a biblical text and all the way forward to a new adventure, a new American adventure in living a life that would allow for difference and community, that would allow for freedom and the recognition of necessity. And that project ends, in my view, or at least the dawning of the end, if that makes sense, in Gibson and in that wonderful first sentence. The sky above the port was the color of television, tuned to a dead channel. The fights that remain, the living antagonisms in our possibilities to construct ourselves in anything like free and autonomous ways will have to be fought across that barren, strange landscape, that unthinkable cultural future of deferred and indifferent pseudo-experience. And across that terrain, the struggles for even moments of authentic lived experience, authentic in quotes, who knows, of lived experience, to feel something, for God's sakes, anything, will be the locus of struggle and of action, we can hope. Here I will call to your mind a scene from Blade Runner, where before the replicant dies, Roy Batty, he slams his hand on a nail. And many of you may not know this, but when Batty does that in the film, it's a reference to an action that Sartre has a character perform in Roads to Freedom. In Roads to Freedom, the Sartre character slams his hand onto a nail to prove that he's free, because he chose to do it. It hurt like hell, but he chose it. Oop, I put my hand on that nail, and that shows I'm free, because just a calculus of deterministic pleasure, I would never have done it. So it's a philosophical demonstration, a painful and stupid one, in my opinion. But by the time we get to Blade Runner, the replicant slams his hand onto a nail just to feel anything. Just to feel anything. So don't worry about the communist or the capitalist. Fight to feel and live anything. Thank you. I have enjoyed it very much. Thank you.
I'm Tom Rollins, president of the Teaching Company. We hope you have enjoyed the lectures on these tapes. To order more courses or to receive a copy of our most recent catalog, call 1-800-TEACH-12. That's 1-800-TEAC.